in the strip clubs, how you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for? I can tell a lot about a girl on the first
got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. Say Ding ding. Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
So we already have 4 teams going to the Challenge Finals. Now the question is, who else will be going to the Challenge Finals? Well, we have to see who will go to the last chance qualifier first. My name is Opel, and you guys are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5 MLBB. Let's play the intro.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We got a lot of amazing matches for you guys today. A lot, in fact, that I can't do it alone. So I have with me Sir Cloud to help me out. How are you feeling, man?
Hey, Lavelle, it's a pleasure to be casting alongside the best talent.
Ah, thanks, Shucks. But yeah, either ways, today we have about 5 matches for today where we're going to be selling every single thing to see which teams are going for the last chance qualifiers. And for tomorrow, well, that's going to be the decider. But either ways, we got a big patch going on, and yesterday, not so many changes. Not a lot of teams are willing to experiment just yet.
Yeah, but it's also time for the teams to adapt to the patches. So maybe we might see some surprises today. In fact, yesterday we saw a few surprises involving the Lord especially.
Oh yeah, especially the Lord. It makes it so difficult. It changes the way how you play the game because you do want to contest for the Lord. The Lord is a meaningful resource for your team, but is dying in the process worth it? It's a question for all of our professional players to really think about whether it's worth it to fight for the Lord. And if you do, how do you fight for it, right?
Yeah.
Like the Lord dance, it has to change.
Yeah, the Lord dance and also some key itemizations as well. So we saw like some of the new items being introduced into the game, and some of it maybe, well, I wouldn't, probably not the right word, but it's kind of like abused by some of the players.
I would say it's straight up broken, man. Sky Piercer, something has to be done. I'm pretty sure Moonton is watching and they're like, okay, we wanted this item to be good. We didn't expect it to be this good. Although to be fair, we see like one team having one Sky Piercer. I feel like the moment we see 5 Sky Piercers in the team, maybe that's where it's a little bit too much. But either ways, we have a lot going on for today. We're gonna talk a little bit about a patch because some heroes got buffed, some heroes got nerfed, where it's kind of weird. Usually when you see a patch update, you really focus on the heroes, but because of this huge update, the heroes don't get talked about that much.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, there's a whole long list of heroes getting their own buffs and also their own nerfs, but because of the new items, that's one. And also because of the changes inside the game itself, like the Lord itself, like how when the Lord spawns, the speed of the river is extended and all that. So those are actually more impactful in this time's changes. And I think that this is much more appreciated by the community as well because it starts to shake things up truly.
Not a great patch personally for me as a roam player because a lot of items have been revamped when it comes to the damage items. But for now, we gotta look back at what happened yesterday. More specifically, the plays of the day where you guys voted for the best play of the day. We got 3, so let's see which one you guys voted as the very best. And it looks like it is between the match of Team Liquid BH going up against RSG Malaysia, where Benny Cutie was targeted and he survived. He made it look like not that big of a deal. Surviving is one thing, Sir Claude, but look at this. Evo manages to get a kill.
Yeah, keep your eye on him, right? He went off screen for a bit. Boom. And then bam!
Oh, Benny Cutie, man.
Beautiful.
I mean, it's one thing for someone to try to kill you and you surviving, but you getting the kill onto him, it's like, yo, that's impressive. And honestly, Beatrix, you don't see a lot in the previous patch. But Benny Kitty is like, now we got to bring it back. Something about this patch changed that made Beatrix perhaps a viable option.
But it's also his positioning, right? Like he went kind of off screen as well, and I believe that his opponent totally didn't expect that to happen.
Oh yeah.
By the time you know it, it's in your face and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I would say the biggest change is because Beatrix, now you change your guns a little bit faster. In fact, since we're talking about hero changes, let's look at the buff as well as the nerfs for the heroes, where Beatrix is one of them, where, look at this. So many heroes buff, only 2 heroes balance, and even the nerfs, it's not that much, and yet people don't talk about it.
Yeah, I know, right? But I'm kind of sad because my favorite hero, Hylos, is not within the buff range.
Oh, it's buff, trust me.
Yeah, it's buff enough. I'm kind of happy
No,
with
I
that.
mean like because of the new items.
Oh, right.
Dude.
Yeah, we're going to combine that.
Yeah, Hylos is insane. But we got to talk about the heroes here. Definitely one of the more amazing changes you guys have to keep focus on is the Hayabusa, because I've tested it, and based on what I've heard from other players as well, Nolan used to be the fastest jungler in terms of clearing the jungle. But now Hayabusa, with the new changes to his first skill, having a little bit more damage, make him as fast as Nolan. And Hayabusa is one of those heroes that can abuse the Sky Piercer as well. And other than that, we see that Moonton is trying to buff up a few fighters. We got Aulus, we got Leomore, we got Bane, making them viable to be played in the jungle. So far, we've seen Bane, we haven't seen the rest. And of course, as you guys can see on screen, a lot of mages have been buffed as well, and marksman. We got to talk about the nerfs. Esmeralda kinda is a reactionary. It's a, how do I say this? Like, you buff it in advance because you know that Esmeralda is gonna be a monster with the new Clock of Destiny, with the new Thunderbelt. So I don't know. There's so many heroes being buffed. It's gonna be a tough time for our pro players to keep up. It's like, we gotta test so many things.
But I'm also kind of glad to see that Moskov is being nerfed.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was super duper strong in the last patch, and with a couple of changes, I wonder if we'll still see Moskov being one of the top picks. But if I were to base that on my rank games, there were still a lot of users that still went for Moskov.
Yeah, with that, we got to look at the emblem changes to see what else has been changed in this patch. And we got to talk about Warcry as well as Impure Rage, all right? Because Custom Marksman Emblem, 5% adaptive attack changing now to 16 base adaptive attack makes the early game much stronger for those that wants to use the Marksman Emblem. The Temporal Rain makes for a lot of crazy combos because when you use your ultimate, it decreases all of your other active skills, making a crazy plays. But the one that we've really seen shine is Warcry and Impure Rage, where both of them just give a lot of damage.
Yeah, you were talking about the Warcry behind the scenes, that how impactful this new changes is to Warcry. So what do you think is the best scenario that Warcry will use in this?
Warcry is amazing, especially in the laning phase, where you're trying to get as much advantage as you can over your opponents. 8% damage increase for 6 seconds is a lot. And triggering the Warcry, especially a lot of fighters, are having an easier time to trigger the Warcry passive and then just go all in with that additional 8% damage and just winning the lane. Impure Rage as well is good against tanks because it attacks their maximum HP. So overall, great changes to the emblems, and definitely Warcry as well as Impure Rage is the biggest winner here, where I feel like the mages are having fun with it, and fighters slash marksmen as well, because we've seen Roger with the Warcry doing absolute work.
So we're still going to have that question, right? Jungle.
Yeah.
Whether tank jungler or assassin jungler is the thing now. What do you think?
I feel like most teams are experimenting with damage junglers, but certain teams where they're still not sure, they're still not all that comfortable, they're going to be playing with the tank junglers. We're going to look at the schedule for today and really see whether the teams feel like tank jungle or damage junglers. We're opening up with Monster Vicious going up against Bigatron Alpha. Afterwards, it's Evos Holy going up against Evil, Falcon Esports, and Arkihoshi.
Yes, and we will have CFU Gaming versus Team Liquid PH. This will be a rematch, ladies and gentlemen. During the earlier stages, CFU Gaming won against Team Liquid PH 2-0. And finally, we'll wrap up the day with Rebellion Esports with, well, let's see who goes through.
Yeah, either Monster Vicious or Bigatron Alpha will be going up against Rebellion Esports. But yeah, we got 5 matches in total for today. So that's going to be a good sample size to see whether the teams want to use tank junglers or damage junglers. Because of the new items as well as emblems, it kind of feels like Muntan is trying to push for damage junglers to be in. Doesn't matter if it's assassins, if it's fighters. But again, most teams, they've gotten used to tank junglers. So it's a difficult habit to get out of.
Yeah, but with that being said, we might see those tank junglers slowly start to fall off. Maybe like the veterans, so it's always like the staple pick for all these teams. We might see them being moved away, and maybe heroes like Ling might come in. Heroes like the Fanny might come in as well.
And with that, our next match is going to be Monster Vicious going up against Bigatron Alpha, but we're going for a short break before we'll be continuing this amazing match.
Here we go!
Again, it's going to be MV going up against Bigatron Alpha, where if we want to talk about storylines, MV has to win this one to get their revenge against Rebellion.
Yeah, and for MV, they are also the team representing Malaysia that is still in the game right now. Of course, we had Yudu Red Giants who already went through, but now all eyes from the Malaysian fans are on MV.
Yeah, but going up against Bigatron Alpha is going to be very, very tough. But now, we got to talk about how all these matches, where is it going, right? Because when you win, you go to the next stage. And next stage, you're going to be playing in Jakarta. So make sure you guys grab your tickets for as low as 10,000 IDR. Buy now at esl.gg/MLBB-TIX-EN. Scan the QR code to make your life that much easier. And for the first 1,000 that you guys have bought, you're going to be getting prizes because we're going to give additional prizes worth 65,000
Whoa!
IDR worth of prizes. So make sure you guys get it as quickly as you can because when it's sold out, it's sold out. I don't know what else to tell you. So make sure you guys grab it quick because all the teams, they're going to Jakarta.
Wow. That value?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, supersedes the ticket price.
You pay 10,000, you get 65,000. What?
Yeah, exactly, right?
The math isn't mapping.
yeah.
like-
Buy 1,000 tickets.
Buy 1,000 tickets.
Let's go. And keep the items,
Wait,
whatever that is.
10,000.
Okay, we're going to do the math now.
10,000 times 1,000. No, 10,000 times 1,000. It's 10 million tickets. I could be mad.
yeah,
No. 10 million IDR.
IDR, yeah,
10
yeah.
million IDR.
Lafayette can afford it, so it's fine.
10 million IDR times 65,000. Oh,
Oh, nope.
the calculator can't. 6 billion?
I don't know how to read
6
that.
yeah.
6.5
It's
E11.
6.5 E11. I'm guessing it's 6 billion.
yeah.
So that's a money hack. That's infinite money hack. But now we got to introduce the teams. Let's introduce with Monster Vicious. Let's see the lineup that will be playing against Bigatron Alpha. And we're going to open up with Zeno, Uni, Fakes, Ruff, and Nova.
Yeah, so this team, well, they do have like kind of like a trend on what type of heroes they like to play, right? So Uni likes to play Akai. He has been playing Akai for the most of this campaign so far. And they also like to play Yuzong. So Monster Vicious, one thing about them, kind of predictable in the draft.
Yeah, but here's the thing, man. New patch, new ways of playing. We got to see whether they're going to be playing the same or they're going to change things up. Now we got to look at Bigatron Alpha. Let's look at the lineup they'll be playing for today, going up against Monster Vicious. It's going to be Zorizo, Super Ken, Moreno, Eman, and Key. So they're not playing around. This is the entire MPL lineup. So this is very dangerous for Monster Vicious.
Yeah, dangerous is the keyword, Lafel, because if I base on that draft that they have played so far in the Snapdragon Pro Series, they have not repeated even once a hero.
And now honestly, we just got to look at a little bit of the highlights to pump us up for this match between Bigatron Alpha going up against Monster Vicious, where, again, look at the way that Bigatron Alpha plays. This is against Smart Mega, even though Smart Mega won against them, but look at how well composed they are in the team fight.
Oh yeah, just look at this, right? Even though underneath the turret it's not going to be an issue for them, and they maintain all their players. Except Super Ken, fine. You can expand one, but you get like almost the entire team. That's great coordination.
Here's the thing. I believe I was casting when I saw Super Ken is on the Assassin Junglers, not for this Snapdragon Pro Series, but earlier in his career. Of course, because of tank junglers, he has to adjust, but I don't know. This could be a crazy turnaround where perhaps Bigatron Alpha is like, yo, Super Ken, you want your Lancelot, you want your Hayabusa. Maybe now's the time to go up against Monster Vicious.
Yeah, and keep your eye on Key as well. He was the MVP in one of the rounds in Snapdragon Pro Series too. So maybe Ken, maybe Key is going to be the MVP this round. But of course, they are up against Monster Vicious, the team that within the Malaysian scene has always been this team that, even like if you talk about like on tier 2 or like the community level, they have been always very consistent around in whatever tournament.
I would say they're even growing because we definitely see the development of Monster Vicious where with every single time they're playing with each other, their coordination is getting better and better. Even their drafting is getting better and better. But again, because this is a new patch, I would say good and bad draft is kind of subjective because we still don't know what is considered a good draft and what is considered as a bad draft. I mean, like, we still have the idea, oh, if you have a win condition, then it's a good draft. If you don't have a win condition, then it's a bad draft. But nowadays, what is the win condition?
Well, one thing, Lafayette, you talked about like the possibility of damage jungler or assassin junglers actually coming into this new patch, right? If I were to base on what Uni has played before this, well, majority of it is Akai, like what I mentioned before. But other than Akai, it's like Bharat, it's like Baxia, it's still those tanky junglers. So this patch is also a test to their jungler, whether how versatile he is.
Yeah, so far we've seen the Ling, we've seen Hayabusa, we've seen Julian. And the thing is, there's an option for fighter junglers as well. We haven't seen anyone pick it up just... Oh wait, we have. We've seen the Alpha. But other than the Alpha, I don't think we've seen other fighters inside the jungle. Nothing like an Aulus, nothing like a Leomord, nothing like a Balman, Bakito. So it's definitely up in the air. I believe I saw the player's phone. It looks like they're already in the draft. So we're just waiting for the drafting phase here.
Yeah, we're about to start real soon. So I'm hoping to see Monster Vicious coming up with more versatility in terms of their drafting, and hope not to be as predictable as before with the some of the heroes that I mentioned as well, and some of the other heroes that they use frequently in the mid lane. Valentina, Faramis, very, very common for them.
Super common. I feel like if you're gonna be predictable, it's definitely gonna be the mid, because Fakes is an amazing mid laner, but that's his ace. If he gets the Valentina, if he gets the Faramis, he's looking pretty good. But if you ban both of those heroes, which both heroes are, in my opinion, definitely bannable, then he might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, but speaking about trouble, right? So Ruff, we did talk about like the Moskov nerf earlier on during the new patch graphic, and one of his favorite heroes that is used in the SPS is Moskov itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Ruff is a specimen. He brought the Valentina gold lane. He brought all this great... He's like, okay, fighter, sure. Mage, sure. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he brings an assassin. It's like, you know what? Hellcurt gold lane, why not? He is a very talented player that's really just, I would say, being held back just by the draft. Just because people say, oh, you got to play marksman. It's like, okay, sure, I'll play marksman. The moment the coach is like, you know what? We don't need a marksman here. Pick up something else. Like, bet. I got you. But we got to talk about Bigatron Alpha as well, because, again, they had a dominating run in the regular season of MPLID. They dropped off during the playoffs. So now it's like proving grounds for them. Like, is this regular season Bigatron Alpha, or is this MPLID playoff Bigatron Alpha?
Yeah, and it's not like they had the most smoothest of rides inside of the Snapdragon Pro Series as well. Out of the 3 games that they have won, and we're talking about individual games, like they only won once out of a best of 3 series, and obviously they lost the entire series. But what I do like about their game, at least based on that series, is that they don't repeat a hero at all. It just shows that their hero pool is just so wide.
Yeah, it's good, but again, is it good because they're trying to counter the heroes that the opponents are showing, or they're trying to be unpredictable, or they're unsure of what do they want to bring themselves? So, because it's always interesting talking to different coaches, everyone has their own philosophy. You get coaches that's like, I won't change my draft at all. If I change, I'll change one thing, I won't change 2. And then you have coaches that likes to change every single time to make sure that they're not easily read. So this is very interesting, where the coaches really define the identity of a team.
Yeah, there's no like clear-cut answer to that, right? I can totally agree with that. Like it's the philosophy of the coach itself, and it's not only about the coach; it's about the adaptability of the players and how fast they can catch up to certain things, and also whether they are quickly adaptable to situations. Like, what if you want that, but then again, it doesn't work out for you? But nevertheless, Lafel, we're going to go into our draft.
Yeah, we got Bigatron Alpha as the first pick and MV the second pick. Bigatron Alpha, they banned out the Faramis, the Angela, as well as the Ling as their first ban. And MV has banned out the Chip, the Louis, as well as the Harif. It looks like the first pick for Bigatron Alpha is the Moskov, and they immediately pick up the Valentina and Grok as well. For MV, they pick up the Roger as well as the Terizla as their first pick, avoiding the Valentina, which is pretty strange. Usually they want to pick that up very, very quickly. And they're also giving Nova the Matilda.
Oh, okay. And knowing that this is potentially a assassin jungler sort of patch, so the Fanny has been banned out as well. Totally understandable because it gets to go to the backline and it gets to chase down Matilda. But what I do see a trend here with MV is that they pick again heroes that they're kind of comfortable with. Roger, some might guess it could be in the gold lane, but based on their record, they have played the Roger in the jungle. So this is highly likely a jungle Roger.
Yeah, I feel like they really want to see the rest of their lineup. After this, they can pick up a mid laner for Fakes, and then after that, they can decide whether they really want to put this Roger in the gold or the jungle. the Farsa gets banned out, I feel like it's a good ban, but yeah, it feels like a very targeted ban against FaZe. So now they're really asking him the question like, are you good with the Novaria? Are you good with the Eve? Are you good with other picks? Because so far, out of everyone from MV, FaZe is the one that is very constant in terms of his hero pool. You don't see a lot of changes when it comes to him.
Well, there's still like the Faramis that he used often.
Faramis got banned.
Oh yeah, Faramis is out. Well, then
Yeah.
Vexana is probably his last choice.
Yeah, Vexana is still open. I would say it's still good for the draft because you want a body in front of you. Oh, but they're picking up the Julian. So this is going to be a Julian jungle. So they're instantly showing that the Roger is going to the gold lane.
All right, I like this. I like this. I asked for it. Wanted to see versatility coming in from MV themselves, and looks like they're showing it. So far, so good. But then the last pick. This will be the question mark for MV. Likely that they might pick up Vexana. It is still open because at this point, BTR will not pick up Vexana.
Yeah. For now, they're hovering the Arlet, really thinking about how do you want to get to the backline, or how do you prepare yourself to go up against the Julian, because the Julian can gank you very, very early on. It looks like they're going to settle with a Paquito, and their jungler is going to be a tank jungler with the Barats. Or they could switch it up and actually put Paquito in the jungle.
That is the versatility that they have right now. But also, wait a second.
Wait.
Okay.
All right, so let's check this out. It looks like sure Matilda roam and Roger in the gold lane, and it looks like it's gonna be a Terizla mid. I don't know how to feel about this because we've seen a lot, and and believe you me, a lot of Terizla mids. None has won so far. This does seem like this could be a hidden strat in scrims because multiple teams from multiple regions are bringing out this Terizla mid. It's just that we haven't seen it work out just yet.
Yeah, and one thing about putting the Terizla in mid is that it doesn't clear off the lanes as fast as if you would go up with against a Valentina. So Valentina, able to clear out the lanes fast, able to make the rotations faster. So that's the downside of it. So for the Terizla to be successful in the mid lane early on, he definitely needs help from the roam.
And right now we're going to jump into the game between Monster Ratios going up against Bigatron Alpha. This is going to be a best of 3. First to get 2 points will become a winner. And right now, we're looking at the jungle. It looks like Super Ken will be on the Barats. So this is going to be a Barats jungle.
So let's see whether the mid Terizla will work out or not, especially when it comes to the early game. Because going up against the Valentina, it's going to be quite a tall order there. But between the two junglers, looks like Uni managed to get his first buff a little bit quicker than Super Ken. But let's see the following moves. Okay, and if you look at it, Matilda helps out the mid lane early on.
And Matilda is going to help out Super Ken. It's like, hey, you're starting your buff here. You want some help? Maybe I could get some of that. But either ways, right now, Monster Vicious definitely have a faster rotation. Only level 3 as the Julian already having every single skill up and available. It looks like FaZe is winning the mid lane going up against Moreno on this Valentina. And he didn't have to trade a lot of health for that.
Well, keep your eye at the bottom right now. The Matilda is somewhat there, but Key, Mr. MVP for BTR Alpha, keeps an eye on to Nova, ensuring that it doesn't do anything funny.
You know, I'm looking at all the emblems for now. The only one that is to note is Zorizo, where he's using the Paquito with the Temporal Rain. So I believe if he's going to be soloing a lane, it's going to be very difficult for you to catch it, because once he uses his knockout punch, his jab and his heavy left punch is gonna it's gonna have a very, very low cooldown, so he can burst you out very, very fast, or he can just run away.
Yeah, and I do really like the fact that it's not only in the fighting sense as well, but also split pushing is an option for them. Very, very strong option. We've seen that time and time again. Go in and out of the push, goes back to the lane, just puts pressure back onto Monster Vicious.
Yep, looking at the goal lane here, Iman going up against Ruff. Now I'm starting to see some of the nerfs here coming in from the Moscow, because that attack speed nerf is starting to really hit. Soriso finds Uni.
Oh, to the back line. Super Ken is in trouble, but then again, Vegas 1v2. Vegas gets away to safety, but at the same time, Uni secures the tunnel. But now the chase is happening. Uni, one last hit. Uni! Looks like the U-turn happened. Zeno gets 1 kill. Moreno now could be in trouble. The chase is happening. The spear did not connect, but Moreno will be taken out. That's a very early double kill.
Yeah, Zeno did work there, but the more impressive thing is Uni having to use his enhanced sword, able to iframe out of most of the damage, and he dealt his own damage onto Bigatron Alpha, making it a little bit easier for Zeno to go in with the Vengeance as well. Really trying to pull back the damage that he deals onto Bigatron Alpha, able to sustain and reflect the damage. That was impressive coming in from Monster Vicious, using their own power spike to make sure that they get an early lead.
Yeah, and the fact that how Uni was well protected as well early on to not be taken out, and he was at his last stick of health, but yet he still managed to survive. And not only that, he managed to pull the members of Bigatron Alpha towards him to put them in an off position.
Zeno is clearly winning his lane for now. Zeno is level 6. Sorizo is just hitting level 5. He has a 2-kill advantage and a turtle. Monster Vicious definitely in the driver's seat for now. It looks like Bigatron Alpha, their mid lane is actually having a little bit of trouble handling this Terizla, where honestly, I know what you said, but the Terizla clear speed is honestly very, very good, which makes a lot of sense why he's in the mid. It's just that so far teams haven't been using him that well.
Well, so far he hasn't been making big rotations as yet, but we could see something big at the bottom. Nope, still pretty early. But look at what's happening at the top. Zeno versus Zorizo 1v1.
Yep, and Zeno is winning that out by quite a lot. Fakes, he's able to avoid the damage. Uni goes in. Super Ken quite low.
Oh, the chase is happening, but look at Super Ken right now. But Super Ken's kind of tanky, not the target that you want to go all in onto. As Moreno and Kai gets away to safety, everyone resets because of the turtle.
Yeah, Uni wants that turtle because he has the big advantage. Super Ken is super low. He has to go back to his own buff. Not able to contest this turtle, but Moreno wants to do something about it. Amon cannot steal it away with the Spear of Destruction.
Almost got it just by the nick of time. But then again, 2 turtles now given to the side of Monster Vicious. This is going to be... that turtle was a pretty clear cut. But now we got to put focus onto the bottom again. Iman have been having a decent amount of time at the bottom lane. So we can see the rotation from MV. Trying to catch Iman, but no space just yet.
The thing is, Ruff is winning out. Ruff is level 7. Iman is level 6. So it could be just that 2 turtle difference that makes it so that Iman is losing out in the lane. But either ways, Monster Vicious, they're taking it methodical. They're winning out trades that they know that they can win, and Ruff is going to go all in onto Iman.
Look at this. One last stick of health, but Ruff is not going to take the risk. He's going to let that one go for now. He knows he'll be back.
I would say that's a big win because Ruff is able to deny 2 minions off of Amon, and one of them is the gold minion, so that's big.
Oh, but look at the mid lane. Dakota's welcome being used. Vegas not enough damage taken down. But here we go. Uni gets on the Super Ken. As tanky as it is, he will still fall to the hands of Uni.
Yep, Uni masterful using this Julian, juggling between... Oh, before that, Uni wants to go on a key. Key is forced to use his flicker.
Oh, Key now pretty low on health, but still want to be part of that.
This is troubling because Uni, with just his enhanced Scythe, is able to deal so much damage onto Bigatron Alpha, and I'm not so sure the item that he has built so far, and he just completed his Holy Crystal. So the amount of damage, even with an enhanced chain, which is not a damaging skill, is going to deal a lot of damage. So once his enhanced Scythe goes out, it could be lights out for Bigatron Alpha.
Well, let's see who will put the lights out onto the turtle coming up next. At this moment, Monster Vicious, they do have the goal advantage. So there's a possibility that Bigatron Alpha might want to let this turtle go. But looks like the answer is no. Key is still somewhere around the turtle. They still want to contest for it.
Amon does not have enough damage to go up against Ruff, even though he got a very good Spear of Misery into the wall to make sure that he gets stunned there. But yeah, Ruff is pretty tanky, even though I'm pretty sure he's not building tanky items. Zeno, 1v1 Zorizo gets a kill.
Well, that is go time now for Monster Vicious. The shoo away the members of Bigatron Alpha, as they don't have the numbers to contest the turtle. The turtle will be taken by Monster Vicious.
Zeno now having the Dominance Ice, making it so that even if Bigatron Alpha wants to go all in, he has a lot of defenses to make sure that he is up and healthy. Ruff looks like he's going for an on-hit burst damage build on the Roger with the Wind Talker as well as the Endless Battle. So Uni is handling the tanky heroes. Ruff is handling everyone else that's not tanky.
Oh, I mean, Ruff have been having a good time at the top. 2 turrets back to back, just like that. Of course, he got a little bit of help from his own teammates, but look at the middle. Fight might happen here. Super Ken together with T, but because of these 2 heroes, they're not the damage dealers. They won't go all in onto it.
I mean, like, Ruff is like, yo, you guys are not the damage dealers. You guys can't do anything to me. I'm going to free hit you guys. And now they're going for this buff. It looks like Monster Vicious, they're not going to commit because the Julian, Uni, is not around. Monster Vicious, they're taking this methodical. Ruff is just ranking up his damage numbers. He's hitting anyone that's close to him.
They're all grouped up together now, trying to protect their turret as much as possible, waiting for them to go in, and here we go. Straight onto the mid lane. Super Ken tries to take all the damage. Big Gun takes a lot of damage. Pretty low at this point. Check out the backline. Zeno comes in to surprise. But then again, Zeno needs to disengage at this moment. He needs a little bit of help. Flicker away to safety is going to be key. And he is now A-OK. Everyone resets.
A prolonged team fight, but no one goes down. But this is good for Monster Vicious because they push Bigatron Alpha back to their own base. And Uni is still very, very healthy. Now that he has the Blood Wings, he's going to have a big shield to make sure that he's going to survive any kind of engage coming in from Bigatron Alpha. So Monster Vicious did a good job making sure that they don't overextend. They took a lot of damage, but they make sure they don't put themselves in danger for anyone from Bigatron Alpha to get a kill. The kill score right now is 0-4. 4 onto Monster Vicious. And Bigatron Alpha has not found a trade just yet.
Yeah, not at all. And when it comes to economy-wise, Monster Vicious is 5k goal ahead. This puts them in a good position to take this Lord.
The Lord is a very, very dangerous piece. If you want to take it out, you got to take it out as fast as you can. Don't let it ramp up. And now they want to go on to Key.
Oh, circling Eagle all the way behind. Just a zone of Bigatron Alpha. Nothing that Bigatron Alpha can do at this moment. They are forced to retreat.
At this point, the Moskov won't be hurting at all because, you know, just completed his blade armor. And we saw the interaction yesterday between the attack speed heroes going up against someone that has the blade armor. And this is not going to be good for Amon. His early game isn't that great because Ralph tanked all the damage. And Uni tried to use the enhanced scythe, unable to hit Moreno. But if he were to hit that, Moreno could have been taken down.
I mean, if they can continue to put pressure on the Eman, he might not even see the light of day when it comes to the late game because Moskov is most effective when it comes to that stage. But if Monster Vicious is able to put up this level of pressure on the Bigatron Alpha, Iman will have a hard time.
Rizzo gets hit by the enhanced scythe, still doing okay. And now the Great Dragon Spear built up by Ruff.
Circling Eagle all the way to the back. Trying to fish out any interesting moves or spells from the side of Bigatron Alpha, but nobody fall for it. But check out the bottom lane as well. Pressure there. Top lane pressured by the Lord. I mean, this is going to be a 3-way entrance for Monster Vicious.
It looks like they found Iman. They're thinking about it. Where do they want to go all in? They managed to get the mid lane tier 2. He's taking quite a lot of damage. Bottom lane, we see Zeno soloing one turret. Overall, this is a big win for Monster Vicious.
Here we go, circling Eagle, but in the penalty zone! Goes in straight onto the back line. Key's pretty low at this moment. We try to counter back underneath the turret. The turret is still active. The turret did help Bigatron Alpha to secure that one kill, but they're looking for more right now. Ruff seems to be in trouble. The chase is on the Ruff. Nice flicker. Moreno comes in to secure that kill, but Moreno taken out by Nova. A little bit of a trade there, but they're looking for more right now. But check out the backline. Zeno arrives just to shoo them away, saving Nova and Uni.
Yeah, overextension coming in from Monster Vicious. They still have the gold lead, but if they were able to get that inhibitor, that would have been 100% worth it because they can trigger the super minion and then start playing the macro game. Try to play around the bottom lane, let the top side push by itself. Unfortunately, that did not happen, so a very good play coming in from Bigatron Alpha. Looking at the items here, a little bit weirded out for me that I do not see the Sky Piercer on Roger.
Oh, but then again, focus on the Key. The tank, circling Eagle all the way behind. Key takes a lot of damage, has to back off with a wild charge. And now without the wild charge, with about 20 more seconds to go, they have to challenge for the next Lord.
I mean, it's going to be very, very dangerous here. Looking at the goal leaderboard, Uni is getting the most amount of goal. Oh, looks like it's between Uni as well as Zeno and Ruff. Amon is actually catching up, even though they're losing by quite a bit. But in terms of goal, he's down by 1,000, which is bad, but it's not as bad as you would think it is with a almost 6,000 gold lead.
Oh, check out the damage onto Key, circling Eagle all the way behind, just to open up space. And also to gather information on where the positioning of Bigatron Alpha players are at. We can see Xeno going onto the backline and so opening up the space for Monster Vicious to secure the Lord. And now it's probably going to be goal time. They managed to get Super Cat, but that's not the target that they want. They're going to let Super Cat go because the focus is now back onto the middle. Zorizo was there. He tried to put pressure by doing a slight split push.
And Zorizo is understanding what he is capable of. Ruff goes up against Zorizo.
Here we go, Zorizo now, 3v1. Nowhere for him to go. Flicker, but then again, he's surrounded by the members of Monster Vicious, circling Eagle onto Zorizo. It's just a matter of time. He goes down to Monster Vicious.
Monster Vicious is doing good, but I really wish Ruff built up that Sky Piercer because we've seen a lot of Victron Alpha members go low enough for the item to trigger, but this is the new patch. It takes some time for teams to adapt to it, knowing what is the most optimum build. And now the Lord marching in is going to get the top inhibitor. Monster Vicious trying to get the bottom inhibitor.
Yeah, so top is off. The bottom will be off as well. Now it's all in focus onto the middle. Instead of going onto the back line, but now he's all down to Eman. Eman is supposed to back up the kill up, but will he be able to back in time? But look at the answer is no, as Monster Vicious will take up game number 1.
Looks like, honestly, for the Snapdragon Pro Series, the ones that bring in the damage dealer inside of the jungle is doing quite well. Congratulations to Monster Vicious winning the first game, going up against Bigatron Alpha, where they got a lot to think about for game number 2.
Yes, and we did talk about like, oh, the nerf on some of these heroes, the buff on some of these heroes, and one of the heroes that we did talk about as well was Moskov nerf, and this time Moskov was used, but no win. So what do you think about that?
After the patch update for Snapdragon Pro Series, 0% win rate. Every single Moskov has lose their. Here's the thing: it's one thing to lose the game. It's another thing. It's another thing when you don't see where's the damage. Ever since yesterday, you don't win in lane, you don't win mid game, you don't win late game. So when is he strong? So I believe that Moskov is still good, but it's by comparison to everything else. Everyone else just able to deal with the Moskov much easier, especially when you're going up against an EXP laner that has the vengeance. Good luck trying to shred through that.
Yeah, probably Moskov will be effective if it goes late game. Once you have all the items in place. But then again, sometimes you won't be able to get there.
Yeah, definitely not a lot of games you're able to get there. And Iman is one amazing goal laner. We got to look at the stats here to see the items being built by both teams. Again, slightly disappointed. Sky Piercer could have worked on Uni or Ruff, but Meteors is like, yeah, we're just playing traditional here. What has been working well for us will work for us. And this time, Turisla mid wins the game. Looks like Fakes is getting out of the shell, not using his usual mid laners, and still doing well with a fighter in the mid.
I'm just looking at Iman as well, and when it comes to the amount of gold that he managed to like, yeah, within his teammates, cool, he is the highest goal earner, but if we make a comparison to MV, well, that's a huge gap there. But even if I were to fall back to his teammates just to make an apple-to-apple comparison, right, like between him and Zorizo, the difference is only like 400. So overall, when it comes to farming, he hasn't had a good time.
The thing is, I see the Moskov. We have to look at numbers whether the Moskov is able to deal a lot of damage, because if it's not, then maybe you have to change the way you build the Moskov. Maybe go for a War Cry for that additional 8% more damage, because this Moskov built with a common emblem, trying to give him the HP regeneration, mana regeneration, as well as the quantum charge, more survivability. Maybe you just need a little bit more damage, because Fakes! The fighter mid dealt the most damage. I did not see that coming.
Wow, okay.
Wait, hold on. Eman only did 27,000 damage. Nova, the Matilda room, dealt more damage than the gold laner of BTR Alpha.
Yeah, there you go. That's the comparison here, ladies and gentlemen.
He did less damage than the tank Super Ken.
Those are the numbers there. And when it comes to damage taken as well, it was key. Okay, obviously key, great. Super Ken, great. I mean, they are meant to tank out that amount of damage, but then again, one thing is about tanking the damage, but another is about getting the return out of that. Like, you absorb all of that, are your other teammates, the damage dealers, able to counter? The answer is no.
Looking at the tower damage, 0 for Spokane, Moreno, Eman, and Key, this just shows that MV won the laning phase by quite a lot. They won the EXP lane, they won the gold lane, and they won the mid lane. So maybe this is why the Zerzla mid is good, because it's very oppressive going up against most mage mid laners. But either way, we gotta look at the graph here to see how the movement of the game is. And people might not believe this, but the entire game was all Monster Vicious.
Only at the very, very beginning, but you know, that's like before the first turtle. The moment they get the first turtle, they just snowball all the way towards a Monster Vicious, and it doesn't feel like Bigatron Alpha had a chance of coming back.
It's more about what they have doesn't have an answer to what Monster Vicious is showing, because Monster Vicious is showing a lot of damage. Where is the damage going to come from Bigatron Alpha? So that's probably the biggest thing, because even though every hero on Bigatron Alpha has a good base damage, but they don't build towards a good scaling damage. But now we're looking at Uni as the MVP, 2-0 and 3, 71% kill participation. This is his build for using the Julian inside the jungle.
Yeah, playing a fairly different playstyle from what we're used to seeing his tank junglers. And this time, he comes up great with the Julian. And in fact, the entire round, just look at his movement as well and the impact that he brings to the game.
Yeah, looking at his first fight, he was solo and able to use the enhanced sword to iframe against all the damage and then returning quite a lot of damage. The moment he has his Holy Crystal, it's all good for Monster Vicious. Whenever they want to go for a fight, he can set it up for his team, or he can be the finisher. This is the ability of a good Julian player, being able to play both styles of play, being the setup as well as the payoff.
And also, when it comes to team fights, many times we see Zeno actually going for the backline. Like, he will come in for the flank instead of probably what Uni would do. So for him to start off, Uni to follow up later, I would say that when it comes to coordination, they have it in the bag.
Yeah, the only thing is we see that congratulations to Monster Vicious using a very good draft to go up against Bigatron Alpha. They haven't used too much of the newer items, but still, a win's a win. And looks like they're adapting a little bit better than Bigatron Alpha, where Bigatron Alpha is still trying to play the good old style of MLBB for the past few years. Using a tank jungler, so far hasn't been working out.
I mean, like the saying goes, right? If it's not broken, why fix it?
I feel like Skypiercer is broken, you should fix it. But no, neither of them wanted to use it.
Yeah,
I feel like
they win.
I feel like they could have gone for it, but you know what? We're going to go for a short break, giving time for both teams to be prepared for the upcoming game.
Here we go!
And just like that, we're back. And Bigatron Alpha, they got to figure out what to do because Monster Vicious have won the first game in this match. So that was a 1-0. Bigatron Alpha, if they win this one, then they're going to push us to a game 3. And I'm going to push you guys to buy tickets because they're setting out fast with 10,000 IDR. You guys can get a ticket and watch the teams play live in Jakarta by the asl.gg/LBBTix-en. Scan the QR code to make your life that much easier. And for the first 1,000 of you guys that buys the tickets, you're going to get prizes worth 65,000 IDR.
Wow, that's a lot of prizes.
That's
there.
a lot of prizes.
Man, grab everything. Grab your whole family. Grab your whole village just to get the tickets, ladies and gentlemen, because you don't want to miss out on this alpha.
You definitely don't want to miss out, and now we don't want to miss out on this match between Bigatron Alpha going up against Monster Vicious, where Monster Vicious have shown composure. They made sure that they got a pretty good draft and they were able to play around it. From the early game, they were able to establish dominance. How does Bigatron Alpha respond? Do they go for a damage jungler as well? Or perhaps, according to them, the draft was fine. It's the execution that needs work.
Yeah, and sometimes we talk about like, oh, maybe in the next round they need to do a respect ban for so and so and so. But in my opinion, for the past round that we saw, there's no clear indication of that because they work well as a team.
The only thing is, I feel like this one is a bit of a stretch. But if you want to take something away, take away the Roger, and maybe this time you use the Sky Piercer and really show them how it's done. Because Ralph had a pretty good time in the gold lane, but he's more of a neutralizer. The one that really showed up for the team is our MVP, Uni, on that Julian. But overall, it wasn't a very big kill score kind of game. All in all, it's a macro kind of playstyle. Only 2 kills for Bigatron Alpha, 7 kills for Monster Vicious, where they just get kills when they have to. And then when the objective is free, they just get it for free.
Yeah, and it became free after they got the first objective, that's the turtle.
Yeah.
And after that, it's like Bigatron Alpha could not even touch the turtle. It was so difficult for them, and they continued to snowball from there. They took one turret after another, and they just ended the game just like that. It's just playing by the book.
And perhaps that's how you want to scare the Lord. Kill it before it ramps up. Like, in after 10 seconds, he's going to hurt like a truck. So before to kill him under 10 seconds. Maybe that's the way MV has figured it out. But now we're jumping into the bans. Monster Vicious banning out the Faramis. Bigatron Alpha banning out the chips. So far, which one is it? Bigatron first pick, Monster Vicious first, Monster Vicious first pick, Bigatron Alpha second pick.
Right, and early on there was a target ban towards Fakers. You gotta think about it, right? Like the Valentina was picked up, the Faramis was banned out, the Farsa was banned out. But after looking at how Fakers adapted to the target ban onto him, I think this time around, Bigatron Alpha is gonna switch things up.
I mean, I kind of feel like Monster Vicious can second pick the Terizla and make Bigatron Alpha question. Okay, is this Terizla going into the mid or the EXP? Because just by picking up the Terizla early after what you did in game number 1, it kind of psychs your opponent out where they have to second guess. Like, where is this Terizla going? If you ban out EXP laners, then it's like, you know what, I can still go to the EXP. You ban out mid laners, like, okay, fine, I guess I'll go to the mid.
And even if they pick up a Roger first, it's going to be the same Fury that applies as well. So they have a good amount of options right now on what's going to happen.
Banning out the Arlet is going to be very interesting here. Not really showing too much just because the Arlet is pretty good in general. Bigatron Alpha, I feel like for them to open up the draft a little bit, maybe ban out the Roger. So there's not too many flexibility that Monster Vicious have, but if they want, they can ban out the Valentina as well, because Monster Vicious, if the Roger is banned out, they might pick up the Valentina.
So there's a good amount of options right now, and Monster Vicious, they are showing the level of versatility that I think a lot of fans will be hoping for as well in game number 1. But looking at the current bans from BTR, they have not banned like any of the heroes that were used before, or some of the heroes that we mentioned that could be flexible, that can be some of the early picks for Monster Vicious.
Oh, they're banning out the Terizla, trying to make it honest. Asking the question for Monster Vicious, do you want to first pick the Roger, or do you want to first pick the Valentina?
Looking at how it was played earlier on, if they don't pick the Roger, there is a possibility that Bigatron Alpha might go for the Roger instead.
Yeah, definitely. So I think this is a very good ban from Bigatron Alpha. Really putting all the chips on the table, and it's like, okay, Monster Vicious, what do you want to do? Like, I feel like this is a very good ban. You're opening up both options and then making it so that Bigatron Alpha will always feel like they have the upper hand because they're going to trade 1 for 2.
Or maybe you could
wait,
let
Angela.
go.
Angela gets picked up, but now,
Okay.
but now Bigatron Alpha, they can pick up the Roger as well as the Valentina. Or do they have something else in mind? I feel like you pick up the Roger here. The question is, you may not have to pick up the Valentina early because this Angela could go mid. Okay, Roger picked up. Yeah, I think Roger Valentina. I think it's the safest option.
Would you say the Valentina is just to take it away from Vegas, or it is them wanting to play the Valentina then?
Nah, it's good both ways because it's good because it's one of Moreno's best heroes and it's one of Fake's best heroes, so take it away. Now there's an option for the Ling if they want to. The Ling, and then maybe pick up a marksman or EXP laner. If they don't want a Ling, the Julian is still fine here.
I think the bigger question is that now that the Roger falls into Bigatron Alpha's hand, like what would the best matchup to go up against Roger in the laning phase?
Honestly, a lot of burst heroes are still viable now. Clint is picking up in speed, so they're picking up the Edith and the Ling. So now they gotta handle the combo, and the Fanny gets picked up instantly.
Oh.
So it's burst over burst. Please learn the patch. Sky Piercer, let's go.
All right, here we go. Now it's just a matter of whether to get the Sky Piercer or not. But just to point out as well, for Uni, he does not always use Assassin Junglers.
I would say actually he uses a lot in his tier 2 days.
Right.
Yeah. So I feel like he's okay with it. It's just that he didn't have the opportunity to use it, you know?
Yeah, and now with the new patch, I guess it justifies him to try to use this a little bit more.
Well, this Bigatron Alpha ban out now because the Edith can go to the Roam, can go to the EXP, maybe ban out something like a Brody because the Brody can handle well against Roger and the Fanny. But they ban out the Moskov. They still respect the Moskov.
Although from what we see earlier on, the Moskov didn't stand a chance against Roger in the lane. And I do understand why as well, because the reason why you pick a fighter gold lane is so that it's kind of like a counter to most marksmen. So for them to still ban out the Moskov, okay, that is definitely a respect ban.
The question is, Ruff doesn't have to use a marksman in the gold lane now, especially showing the Fanny. It kind of incentivizes him to use either a mage or a fighter. The question is which fighter, because Ruby has been banned out. Ruby has been the premium fighter gold lane for quite a while here. So it's going to be a pretty good question on what he has to use now. The Yuzong gets banned out. Very good ban, seeing that the Angela could get caught before the hard guard goes through.
Yeah, and you want to ban out something that could potentially chase the Ling as well. So it's a pretty decent ban, I must say. But now we come back to the pick.
They need something tanky, either from the Roam or the EXP lane here. Someone that can open up the map. Unfortunately, Grok has been banned out. Grok would have been a great pick here.
Yeah, the Terizla as well would have been a decent pick for them, I must say. Something to open up the fights with the penalty zone, but they choose to ban it out themselves. So I guess they had it in mind.
Maybe a Minotaur, because you still have the heal, you have a way to engage into the fight, and you can kind of slow down this thing a bit with your knockups. Yeah, Minotaur gets picked up here. So heal over heal. Now for MV. The biggest question is really the gold lane here. The gold lane is the one that I'm unsure of. You can still pick up the What was the hero that Zeno used just now? The Tamus. The Tamus still pretty good. Very tanky. A lot of damage. Maybe even a Bane. As crazy as it sounds.
But some of the heroes that he has used before are like Carry and also Claude. Other than the Valentina that has been taken away. So going in for Carry is not too bad as well because you will want like a good tank shredder.
I feel like you need a fighter here. Because I don't know. Like Claude has very low HP. And yeah, they pick up the Chi gold lane, I'm assuming. And the Tamus. Yeah, so it's a double fighter gold lane. Double fighter composition for MV. Zeno is probably still going for the Tamus and an X-Borg. The X-Borg is unsure for me because the X-Borg is good against the tankier lineup for MV. It's just that the Ling is going to take care of his Firaga armor very, very fast.
Yeah, for the record as well, for Bigatron Alpha, they are still showing their level of hero pool. The versatility that they're showing, they're picking almost every single round different heroes ever since the start of the SPS.
But now Eman might have a harder time. If he's using the Warcry, he might actually win out against the CC, but I'm unsure. Usually the fighters will have a better time there. And I think it's good because you have a scaling jungler. You have side lanes that don't need to scale that much. MV has a pretty scary lineup here.
Ooh, okay. So are you putting down to you're liking the draft of MV more?
It's easier to pull off.
Right.
It's easier to pull off.
Just frontal, go in and fight.
Not really, because you have multiple layers to it, because the Ling doesn't have to fight. He can just let all the other members do the fighting and he can just split push. So you have layers with what MV has in their kit. Same can be said for Bigatron Alpha that Super Ken is using the Fanny, especially if the Fanny does go for the Sky Piercer. If you're trying to protect your side lane or you're trying to push the side lanes, Super Ken can just come in and kill you before you even know what's going on. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, so I guess when it comes to composition-wise, both sides have pretty similar composition. You have someone that can protect the front line, and you have someone that can go all the way to the back line and also do a split push if needed.
This is interesting because the Ling is using the Warcry, so the burst damage from the Ling before the fight even starts can stack up that Warcry, and then for 6 seconds it's going to deal a lot of damage.
Oh, nice flicker there by Moreno. Get away from Bakes. It's A-okay for now. Bakes is pretty low, so he will be able to continue to tank further damage.
Oh, wait. I didn't even see it. Yeah, Edith is mid. And Ralph is actually having a hard time against Amon. Amon is winning this out. Amon gets first blood.
Just like that.
What did he do? How did he trade that much HP?
Probably took a shot underneath the turret.
Yeah, Face has to be careful here. He has to recall. Bigatron Alpha, this time having a better early game. Super Ken now hitting level 4. The Silence have to be careful.
Looking at the bottom lane, so looks like Iman does have the level advantage, 1 level above. But I guess whatever that we learned from round number 1 is that what happens to the first turtle. So we will get to see the level of control that a certain team would have if they can win the first turtle.
Yeah, Key completed his boots. Looking at the items, no one has completed a full item just yet. Key wants to get that level 4, same as Nova. Like Key with, I don't know. So far I feel like Bigatron Alpha have a better, no, I think Monster Vicious have a better comp at securing the turtle, but because Bigatron Alpha, their EXP won out this lane against Xeno, looks like Bigatron Alpha has the better standing to secure this turtle.
And Key is already at level 4, so the Minion Fury is online. This is where they need to be super duper careful, knowing that he has the Minion Fury. They cannot group up together now. So maybe that's why they're going to take the time, allow the junglers to get the purple buff, and then they'll see how they're going to rule.
Well, the turtle is going to get started. Moreno already pulling aggro, but the aggro goes over to Monster Vicious. Looks like Super Ken is still farming. He probably just wants to steal. Oh no,
Xeno. Okay, goes straight onto the back line. Takes a lot of damage all alone. Only focus on the Xeno. The tunnel is still open! The tunnel is open! Allowing Moreno to get the double kill and also the tunnel at the same time, and they're looking for more at this point. Uni with Elastic of Hell saved by Hot Guard.
Yeah, Key was the one that actually secures the turtle for Bigatron Alpha. So if the question is the early game here, Bigatron Alpha is definitely the one winning it out, and Ruff goes back in. Amon almost finishing him off. Yeah, dude. Roger, bat it out. Roger is good for anyone.
Oh, Ruff is literally having a rough time right now at the bottom lane. But backup's on his way though. But Uni to go in with Key there, with still the Minnow Fury, maybe not yet.
The Minnow Fury is still in cooldown, so I feel like he doesn't have to go just because the gold lane gives you that damage reduction. So even Bigatron Alpha will be hesitant to really push that. As long as the gold plating is still there, they're gonna be safe because the damage reduction does a lot of work for anyone underneath it.
It's not going to be worthwhile yet for them to go all in. Instead, they need to focus on the farm because right now they're about 2,000 gold difference away from Bigatron Alpha, and they also need to prep themselves up for the next turtle.
Right now, Eamon is securing all of the scavenger trap, getting a lot of gold out of it. So definitely the highest gold right now. The closest is Moreno, but even Moreno is quite a ways away from it, around for 600 gold difference.
Oh, but look at Fakes in the mid lane. Key is just waiting for the right moment to try to jump on the base. And there you go, went in. But Super Ken at the bottom lane, putting pressure onto Ruff as well as Nova. But then again, they're not going to go all in just yet. Super Ken continues to put pressure, flickers away to safety. The White Scova A-OK for now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Zeno.
Oh, Zeno taking a lot of damage. Last we saw it, the hard gun onto Zeno. Buy Zeno some time, but then again, for how long? Zeno's been low in this ball. Uni gets killed to Moreno. Zeno gets taken out. A little bit of a trade between the two. Looking for more. Key as well as Zorizo. Bought pretty low, but then again, Key easily heals up. Not going to be a problem.
Oh, the bottom lane. I'm just looking at, again, Ruff is not having a good time going up against Amon. Amon is pretty angry about what happened in game number 1 and is really bringing out his vengeance in game number 2. Bigatron Alpha, they're starting this turtle. They won the first one. Can Monster Vicious win this second one? Looking at the items, before that, Zorizo, no more Viraga armor.
Here we go. Moreno comes in at the right timing. Base got to be super duper careful. Super Ken comes in as well and tries to go onto the back line, but he's not going to take that risk just yet. Moreno taking lots of damage. Oh, everyone all in on the Moreno right now. Moreno could be the next one to fall. No, Moreno still survives. Look at the chase onto the back line. And Moreno! What a beautiful U-turn. And now they go in. And there you go. So Rizzo will get another one for himself with the last insanity. Bigatron Alpha. What a turtle dance that was.
Imagine if they had Skypiercer. I'm pretty sure Moreno would be taken out. When will people learn?
Still going back to the Skypiercer.
I mean, I wear my emotions on my sleeve, man. Either ways, right now, Zorizo is pressuring the EXP lane. Monster Vicious. Right now, Bigatron Alpha is about 4,000 gold ahead. And looking at the bottom lane, the gold lane here, I feel like Iman can secure this very, very soon. Super Ken goes in.
Here we go. Look at the damage onto Noah. Come on, you blink and you miss a moment, ladies and gentlemen. And now Ruff is in rough trouble as Iman will secure the kill.
Yeah, it looks like in this game, Bigatron Alpha is winning all the lanes because Fakes on this Edith mid is really not doing all that well, especially considering that your roamer is the Angela. If you don't have a pretty good early game as an Angela, you're not going to be able to really put pressure onto your opponents.
Yeah, instead right now, Bigatron Alpha is the one putting pressure onto them. Look at the damage output right now. Iman is having a good time. And we also have Moreno and Zorizo up there. Man, Bigatron Alpha, they are the driver's seat.
Yeah, definitely. Bigatron Alpha now 5,000 gold hit. Super Ken has no problems securing his own purple buff. So this Lord, I feel like Bigatron Alpha has a lot of ways to start the fight, so they can initiate any kind of fight first and then go for the Lord, and then that could be end game setup for Bigatron Alpha.
Here we go. Zorizo goes in straight onto the back line. They want to go in for the purple buff steal for the hands of Monster Vicious. And that's the thing about having assassin junglers. If your purple buff gets stolen away, it's going to be pretty tough. And look at the damage taken by Zorizo. It's not phased at all.
Yeah, he keeps on healing the damage that he is taking. He has a War Axe, so a lot of scaling heal for him. Moreno goes in and looks like Uni still secures the purple buff. Now he has the Berserker Fury, so more damage. He only has the Skypiercer.
Listen to LaFell, ladies and gentlemen. But then again, with the fact that he used the Retribution, this is definitely going to be a free lot for Bigatron Alpha. But look at the bottom lane. Not going to be an issue. It's just them, Super Ken, buying time as he secured a lot.
Yeah, but Super Ken has 3 items at this point. He has the Blade of Heptases, the Sky Piercer, as well as the Malefic Roar. So even the tankier heroes for Monster Vicious, they have to be careful because there's a lot of penetration on the Fanny. So I feel like Bigatron Alpha, they have a lot of ways to have a big burst of damage. He just needs one really good setup, and it's going to be all over for Monster Vicious.
Here we go. On to Key, not the target anyone, but here we go! All the way to the back line. Underneath the turret, not going to be an issue. Uni takes one out of Key. Now Dorizo will be the next target. Last Insanity will be used to shoot him back in. Super Ken is waiting behind for the right moment to fly in. Steel cables from the side. Look at Super Ken on the right side of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Could potentially come up with a surprise, and Monster Vicious, they're aware of it. So they get back into the base.
The Lord is pushing down bot. No one is defending the bot turret. The mid is being taken by Bigatron Alpha, and the top lane is going to get dealt with just by minions. Bigatron Alpha, they're zoning away Monster Vicious. There's not much that they can do because they don't have a lot of clear speed here. So the minions coming in, only Uni can clear it up fast.
Last Insanity on the rough, forcing him to go back. But looks like Ima will get a kill on the fix. And here we go, Super Ken has a run. Uni will be taken out by Super Ken. That is his arrival, ladies and gentlemen, introducing himself to Monster Vicious.
Yep, Super Ken again, as I said before we start the match, he is an assassin user. Looks like game number 1, they were trying it out. It's like, maybe tank jungle still works. And then Super Ken's just like, yeah, just give me an assassin.
Yep, and all the way to the back, Iman gets a double kill, and this is where Bigatron Alpha will close off the game, bringing us to game number 3.
Yeah, Bigatron Alpha understands what happened in game number 1. Not enough damage. So what to do for game number 2? Overload on the damage. Congratulations to Bigatron Alpha equalizing the match going up against Monster Vicious. And now we're going for game number 3.
And they bought the Sky Piercer.
2 people from Bigatron Alpha has the Sky Piercer.
There you go.
There you go.
Yep. That's why they call Lafayette says. Yeah. When Lafayette says, you listen.
Yeah, it's cheap. It's 1,005. Even if the boots is 700 gold. 2 boots equals 1 Sky Piercer. Okay, technically 1,400, but whatever. But either ways, congratulations to Bigatron Alpha. This time they're like, okay, we show you how to use an assassin, and they use it very, very well. So whatever Moonton is doing, they understand that this is how you push for a more damage-oriented jungler. Change up some items and make the Lord very hard to contest.
Yeah, so people don't like drag onto the late game hoping to get the late lords and all that. You know, just you have the damage, go for it, finish up the game.
Yeah, the moment you can do something about things, just keep on doing it, right? After this, we'll be looking at the stats, looking at the items built by both teams. I think there was 2 Sky Piercers. I could be wrong, but I think there's at least 2. But the Terizla mid looked good. Edith mid, not so much, because the clear speed is abysmal. It's not that Edith has bad clear speed. Edith has very good clear speed, but whenever you do want to clear it out, you will take a lot of damage.
Yeah, and you mentioned something interesting as well about the Angela needing a good early game, and Nova Escobar did not have a good early game.
Yeah, I know. Now let's look at the stats. Let's really dive in the itemization, and let's see, 2. 1 on the Roger and 1 on to Super Ken. Though we have to note that Amon built later after he built his Trinity items, then he built the Sky Piercer. MV, Uni having the War Cry is pretty interesting. I believe we've only seen it in action maybe 2 or 3 times, but the burst damage is still not enough, especially because his first item is the Husk Claw. So personally for me, I think it would have been a little bit better to go for the Berserker Fury, because the Berserker Fury has reduced in its price, so you can build it up much easier or much earlier. And I don't think you need all that much healing in the start of the game. Maybe just go for pure damage. Would have been a better result.
So based on what Uni has bought, right, what would you trade off for Sky Piercer?
Husk Claw.
Right.
Yeah, so Sky Piercer first, Berserker Fury, you're in business.
But he went for the Husk Claw. He went for the standard build instead.
He went for the survivability build, which I feel like you're the damage dealer, you should deal as much damage as you can. Not saying the Husklaw is a bad item, it's just that I feel like Husklaw is more of a third item kind of item. Yeah. If they want to be, yeah, if you don't want Sky Piercer, they just build Berserker Fury first. I kind of feel like you get more bang for your buck with a first item Berserker Fury compared to a Husklaw.
So check out the new items, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a game changer. But all these stats are also game changing for Bigatron Alpha, that is. And obviously, the stats do favor them. Look at the
wow.
damage dealt by them.
I'm looking at the tower damage, 0 by Envy. Like Bigatron Alpha, just now at least Zorizo was able to deal some damage onto the towers, but Envy could not deal any damage at all. And Ruff did not have a good game. He did not play the game at all. We rarely see a gold laner having the highest damage taken per minute. 8,325 damage taken per minute by Ruff. He was not having a good time. This Roger needs to be taken out.
Yeah, and they had the first pick, but they let the Roger go. So, yep, I guess lessons learned from this round because they're still round number 3. But
I feel like they were worried if Super Ken gets the Ling, because Super Ken is pretty good on Ling as well. So they first picked the Angela so that they don't give that option over, but looks like they weren't ready to bring it out themselves.
Yeah, but we did see it was very apparent that the Roger was very dominant from the early stages onwards. Like, how many 1v1 kills? Solo kills? Like at least 2 or 3?
I believe 6.
6.
I don't think he always gets the kill, but he always gets it low enough that he could get the kill.
Right, that's good enough then.
Yeah, we're gonna look at the graph here, and basically the same as game number 1, except this time it goes over to Bigatron Alpha. I would say the curve is more chante, more prettier. I don't know. It's like it doesn't have that big of a spike, you know. It's like very gradual kind of advantages, nothing too crazy. So they're just taking any advantage that they can. They're not really forcing things out.
In other words, it's a slow death then.
Yeah.
But I mean, we could see it as well. I guess the kind of like the first game feel that even, but this time around is Bigatron Alpha. They went for objectives. They don't get that many kills, but they get kills when they could get it.
I would say it's the same. Like, yeah, I don't know if it's because of a new patch thing, but we have very one-sided games where it's just like whoever has the better draft wins the game outright. So I don't know. This does prove that even though they're professional players, adjusting to the new patch is proving to be a struggle.
And this guy is definitely not struggling. Our MVP this round, which is Iman, 504 KDA. And he is our MVP this round, and he had it from the beginning up until the end.
I would say the highlights is just looking him at lane. There's no way that Ruff could win. And the thing is, sure, Roger is a marksman fighter, but usually pure fighters would win out in a lane, but Ruff could not do it. Even though Ruff has the vengeance, it was still not enough.
And there were many times that Ruff was left alone, even though, like, okay, he died like once, twice, or even that he was pushed to a very low health. He was left alone for a very, very long time until like what, the 6th minute. Then they tried to come and save him, but by the time it was too late.
I feel like the moment they come and save him, they died. So that's also another thing. It's like you let Ruff live, but you let everyone else die. And I think it's all on Bigatron Alpha understanding that at this point, Monster Vicious wants to protect their gold lane. So we come close. And we saw in that previous clip where the Ling was trying to get away with a slither of health, and that's where the Sky Piercer really kicks in, making sure that you don't get away with it. And again, I say it as a meme, but we saw plenty of times where Moreno was 1 HP left, could have died, and swung the game over to Monster Vicious. Congratulations to Bigatron Alpha, equalizing the game to a 1-1.
So Lafel, respect ban Roger?
No, I've ever since yesterday, ever since Benny Cutie showed what can be done with the Roger, I feel like if Roger was S tier before, it's SS tier right now. And we gotta go for a break because we gotta give time for both teams to really prepare for this final match. A best of 3 now into a best of 1. We'll catch you guys in the next game.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright.
Now we're looking at the final game between the match of Bigatron Alpha going up against Monster Vicious, where game number 1, Monster Vicious won with a Julian. And then game number 2, Super Ken brought out the Fanny as the jungler and won game number 2. ML is looking very strong with the Roger. Looks like the Roger is going to be the focus or the highlight of the pick and bans here. Welcome back, my name is LaFell and Sir Cloud, where this is the final game where whichever team wins will move on to fight against Rebellion at the end of the day.
Man, it's going to be a long day for whoever who moves on, that is. But then again, that's the challenge that they want if they want to move on to Indonesia later on. But so far, based on the 2 games, the one hero that brought the 100% win rate out of 2 games is going to be Roger. So you call it out. Roger, either you pick it for yourself or they ban it out.
Yeah, because Roger was already very strong. He was a nerf in this patch, and the items just make him stronger. The emblems just make him stronger. So, yeah, it's one of those things where I feel like after you felt the pain, then you're like, okay, you know what? Respect. Either we first pick it or we don't let it through.
Yeah, and MV, they had the chance to pick that
They
first.
had a chance to
Yeah,
pick it
they
up,
had the chance, but they let that go. So, and their first pick was Angela.
Angela,
instead.
yeah. They really won the Angeline combo, but yeah, looks like it's not enough, especially because the adaptations isn't really there. Because I feel like how you play a certain draft before is changed drastically now. Especially before this, you usually use a Link to fight against a tank jungle, but going up against an assassin jungle, it's much, much more different. Bigatron Alpha will have first pick. MV will be having the second pick. Bigatron Alpha banning out the Terizla again. Kind of feel like MV ban out the Chips, ban out the Roger.
The same bans as before as well. Faramis banned out, Harif banned out, so we're not going to see the light of day. Chip, like what you said, called it. Now, one more ban for MV. And the first pick will be BTR.
Yeah, it should be
So
Roger. They should ban out the Roger. Bigatron Alpha, they have a lot of options here. Angela, since you already seen that you can beat Angela, maybe you can let it through this time. But if you want to be safe, you can bet it out. But other than that, maybe ban a Moskov or something.
Ban a Moskov?
Even though the
with the
Moskov,
nerf?
even though Moskov has 0%, but we see teams are willing to ban it out. They're gonna ban out the Louis. Monster Vicious, if they don't ban the Roger here, they have to have an answer. Maybe pick up the Ruby early because the CC was not it against the Roger.
And the best part is that Ruby was not banned at all. In
No,
the
Ruby
previous
was
round.
banned.
Oh, Ruby was
Ruby
banned.
was banned.
Oh, towards the second half.
Yeah, that's why they couldn't pick it up.
So right now it's that call, right? Okay, so it looks like the Roger's going to be open. They ban out the Angela themselves.
So this has to be a Roger. I don't see a world where it's anything else. And then MV, I'm thinking they pick up a Valentina, like Valentina Arlet, something that can work well with the Valentina. The Arlet can be, you know, Rome or EXP. Yeah, Valentina Arlet. So now for Bigatron Alpha, maybe the Fanny again, like it's let through. And maybe the Minotaur, or what other mid is strong now?
I'm strong. Real strong.
Yeah, Fanny.
So it looks like we're going to see the Fanny again. Well, if you want to talk about mids that were banned before this, well, the Varsa is still up for grabs. But if you pick the mid at this point, then I think you might want to see what kind of assassin that MV might come up with first.
Roamer, EXP, or mid. Oh, looks like they're picking up the Ruby, so they're denying this Ruby pick to fight against Roger. So what else do they have up? And looking at the reaction coming in from Bigatron Alpha, they feel like they've already won the draft just by taking this Ruby away. What else do you have here? Oh, the Valentina could go gold lane.
Okay. They won it with the Valentina gold lane before, but is it going to be a good matchup against the Roger?
Ooh.
Oh, man.
I
mean, we've seen that in game 1.
Yeah, we've seen that, and the Moskov did not have a good time. I mean, like, Aemon won that lane technically, but not by much. I don't know how... this is a toss-up. I'm just... Because it hasn't won a game ever since it has been nerfed. That's the only reason why I'm a little bit hesitant on the Moskov. If Ralph can prove me wrong, great. You know, it shows that Moskov is still strong in this meta, but for now, hasn't really shown a lot.
So the key picks are done. Right now...
Ban out the mid lane, I guess.
Yeah.
Ban out the Vexana.
The falling stars.
Vexana and Novaria, that kind of bad.
Yeah. Vexana is probably going to be the next one. Yeah. But then again, for BTR, their goal is now to ban out
The jungle?
the jungle. So maybe the Ling?
Oh, they want to ban out the roam because they're thinking that this Arla is going to the EXP. If they want to ban another one, I guess a Minotaur could be a pretty good ban. If not, the Minotaur, yeah, not a lot of good roamers now, especially because all the new items kind of pushing roamers out. Yeah, I don't know.
What do you think about the Hayabusa?
I think the Hayabusa is okay. If only they, like, legit, I'm not memeing, if they build the Sky Piercer, it will be fine. Because going up against a Roger and a Ruby, where it's hard to one-shot these heroes because Roger, once he goes into his wolf form, he has additional defenses and he has a shield. You need an execute mechanism to take him out. If not, he's gonna run away with 1 HP.
Yeah, so it looks like the Kadita is out now. Loyi is out. So I guess the next best will probably be Vexana for Bigatron for them to pick up soon. Because you gotta think about it, like, you have a Vexana, you're able to have a lot of good control in team fights.
I always feel like there's one mid and I'm always forgetting. I just don't know which mid is it. Weird, but Nana even Nana would be fine. Has been balanced, less damage but more crowd control. Now what's gonna be the next pickup here? The jungler, I don't know whether they want to go for. If they want to go for tanky junglers, there's still the Baraz, there's still the Fredrin, there's still the Akai, which, like you said, Uni has used the Akai quite a lot. If they want to go for damage, Ling is still open, but if you want earlier, it's probably a Julian here. What about the roam? The Matilda is still open if they want the Matilda, but I'm just worried that they are not tanky enough with the Matilda.
And I think one thing they need to solve is also about the damage output. They cannot rely too much onto Moskov, because Moskov will only be online with the damage at the late game.
Oh, Yuzong.
Yuzong first, okay.
So this Arlet is going to the roam position. If that's the case, then to make their comp pretty strong, they might want to pick up a Fredrin, because the Fredrin combos well with the Arlet as well as the Valentina, making it so that Arlet has a lot of vengeance stacks. So for Bigatron Alpha, they're looking at the mid here. I guess the Farsa would be fine here to fight against the Moskov. It's just that, okay, Farsa is good against the Moskov, but it's tricky against the Yuzong. But they pick up the Farsa and they're picking up the X-Borg once again.
Okay, and Farsa, we're going to see a debut this time. Today, at least. They played the Farsa before this, but they lost that game when they played that Farsa. But of course, that was a totally different game altogether. And so right now, we're going to look at the jungle. Tank jungle, fall back to tank.
I kind of just want him to go back to the Julian, because the Julian worked out in game number 1, so why not? But Fredrin makes the most sense here with the Valentina as well as the Arlet. It makes your mid trio very strong.
Okay, so Julian it is, but
Yeah,
no,
Frederick.
they're going to fall back
Frederick
to something comfort. Not comfort in SBS. We haven't seen the Frederick being used by MV yet, but still, it's a tank jungle.
No, the Fredrin works so well with the Arlet and Valentina. This is like a good mid-trio combo that we see multiple teams have mastered, which gives you a lot of pressure in the mid lane, as well as the turtle take. So the draft coming from MV works better in the early to mid stages of the game. But again, Bigatron Alpha, we've seen how fast Super Ken is on the Fanny, so he can dominate one lane. Maybe he can dominate the EXP lane for his for Sorizo, making it so that they can't really contest for the turtle. And then let Amon 1v1 Ruff and then just have a good day.
So do you think that Monster Vicious did enough in the drafting phase to overcome the
Not
Roger?
really. Not really. I don't think so. There's not a lot of answers for the Roger, personally for me.
It's going to be tough, and plus they had the Ruby on their side as well. But let's see, it all boils down to execution. The draft is one thing, the execution is another, as we head on to the decider match between Bigatron Alpha and Monster Vicious.
Right now, Uni is starting on the purple buff, same as Super Ken. So it looks like junglers will not be moving towards each other. They'll be moving on the opposite side of the map. Super Ken looks like he is going to secure his jungle first. Yep, for Uni, and he is going straight for his orange buff. Because of the previous patch, we won't see any Fannies really diving into the opponent's jungle. Looking at the emblem set here, everyone is still using the good old, nothing too new here for the emblems.
Well, we might see a early execution. No, not yet. So both sides playing this very, very safe. It's as if they know that, okay, this is the decider match. Whoever loses will go out. Whoever wins will go on by the end of the day. Looking at the bottom lane, so far Iman has been having a decent time, but no big difference yet.
Yeah, he's winning in the lane, but Ruff doesn't care losing the lane because he can participate in the fight once he hits level 4. So he's trying to freeze the lane here, making it so that Iman has to fight for his minions. So overall, good discipline by both gold laners, trying not to overextend in the gold lane.
Wow, Monster Vicious, they're stacking up the mid lane, putting extra pressure onto Moreno. Supercan has survived, but Supercan is probably just going to be passing by as he's still looking to farm and prepare himself for the first turtle.
Zorizo is about to hit level 4. Even if the gank is successful by Monster Vicious, I don't see them killing Zorizo just yet because he has full stacks of Raga armor. But it's good just to give space for Zero to hit his level 4 as quickly as possible so that they have an advantage around the turtle.
Speaking about the turtle, Monster Vicious is going to start it off first. But Key is there. He's still all alone though. I wonder how much time he can buy now that the Black Dragon form is called upon. It's being zoned off, and the first turtle will definitely fall to the hands of Monster Vicious.
Yep, again, the draft is all about security. Oh, Key!
Oh, flicker to safety. Had to expand that, but it's going to be worthwhile. No flush split yet after about 2.5 minutes.
But this is the draft that Monster Vicious has got for themselves. This is what they want to do. They want to get all 3 turtles because having the Fredrin already gives you a big advantage over the Fanny whenever you want to fight for objectives. But having the Valentina and the Arlet makes it so that if someone wants to contest for it, they will get heavily punished, and they're going to stand still for quite a long time because they're going to get chain CC'd like crazy, and then eventually the kill will go over to Monster Vicious. So good discipline from Bigatron Alpha. If they don't have a good opening to go into a fight, they just won't go for the fight.
And speaking of standing still, the mid lane has not had much movement yet. Both are stuck in together, locked in. Although Monster Vicious, they committed 3 players towards the mid lane. Now, just checking out the gold difference, how Iman's leading against Ruff.
Yeah, but again, not that big of a difference. 2,100 and 1,900 by Ruff and Super Ken. So far, no one has gotten a big advantage just yet.
Oh, here we go. The White Gova in trouble. One last hit on there, and he'll be down. But then again, the first blood elsewhere, and it goes to Bigatron Alpha.
Yep. As I predicted, Super Ken will go over to the EXP lane, helping out Sorizo, making it so that he has a better time going up against Zong, secures a kill, and now Sorizo is very low and gonna get taken down.
Feather Air Strike. Just to come in at the right timing, and they trade off 1v1.
And Biggs now having the Enchanted Talisman will be able to spam his skills much more after this. looking at the completed items, Ken has the Blade of Heavy Seas. Iman now has the Corrosion Scythe, so much higher attack speed now. And Ruff doesn't really care. He just wants to farm this lane.
Iman is there still, looking for his first kill, but then again the turtle is up, so now the focus is on to getting the objective. MV will start it off, while Black Dragon Fall will be called upon. Zeno goes in onto the front line, but look at the amount of damage onto Iman. It says Moreno, Iman. Better be careful, better Strike will be called upon onto Zeno. Zeno takes a lot of damage, and finally will go down. But Bacon, with the better Strike from himself, from the inner side, will counter back, and they will take one out of Bigatron Alpha as well.
And now they want to go for this gold lane. Key did not hit his ult, so no aggression coming in from Bigatron Alpha, but I believe both teams were surprised by how much damage that Zeno was able to put out because he hasn't completed the item yet. And then he almost killed Moreno and Amon as well. And both teams were late to react because they're like, wait, that was too much damage.
Look at this Key, being pressured. Same time Zorizo. There you go, all in onto it, definitely going to go down. Not going to be able to get away from that. And now Monster Vicious is in the lead when it comes to kills, but still, he did catch up in terms of the gold. On the top lane, 1v1. Ooh, so much damage onto Super Ken.
Yeah, like Yuzong is pretty strong, even though we see him not using the War Cry. The damage is still good. Nova is able to escape from the Feather S-Strike, but Fakes, not the same.
Hey, anyway, he kinda saved him there from that one Feather S-Strike. But then again, yay! Taken down by Vix. He'll say thank you very much, not only for saving me, but also giving me the kill.
That's the combination of Valentina and Arlet, man. You don't get to move. There's so much crowd control between those two, and the damage as well is pretty insane.
Like Dragon Bomb, all the way to the back line, just to zone out Zorizo. Not much Zorizo can do about this. Has to use the last Insanity to back off.
Amon is pushing alone up top. Probably going to secure the tower as well. He does secure it. Now, looks like Arlet finds Amon. Amon's going to retreat safely.
Now preparing themselves for the next turtle. Monster Vicious. Now they do have a little of that lead, but then again the lead is not that much, so that will still allow. Oh, wait a second, Ruff?
How did Amon get a kill onto Ruff?
Just like that?
And Amon did not. No one sacrificed their HP, so they probably caught Ruff with his pants down.
Oh man, somebody gotta buy new pants then. But then again now Nova, Excova, opening up the space, Super Ken secures the turtle. This one goes to Bigatron Alpha, and now they're looking for more kills, so Rizzo is now pretty low. And here we go, last Insanity onto the back line, but the damage is not that much. The spear comes in onto Key. This is the rough moment, this is the one that he's looking for.
Well, he needs to make a redemption for himself because he somehow died earlier off screen. So now that he has 1 kill, 1 assist, it's okay. Now he's back into the game. I feel like the goal difference is not a lot with both his teams, so he's not really far behind of Amon. In fact, he has a goal, he has a EXP advantage over Amon. Amon's level 8, Ruff is level 9.
Oh, and Uni stole away the purple buff. That was a good steal there earlier on. So now without the purple buff, they will need to find another way or wait up for the next purple buff.
Ruff now having the golden staff, so the attack speed is a lot. The next item is going to be the Demon Hunter Sword, and perhaps with a lot of physical damage from Bigatron Alpha. And honestly, Moreno is a non-factor. He could go for the Wind of Nature as the 4th item, and then he can pop off afterwards.
Right now, both sides respecting each other. If you kind of think about it, although it's like 45 more seconds more, like they could continue to press, but none of them really going in for it.
Super Ken does not find a lot of openings here to go up against Monster Vicious, where even though he has 3 items at this point, it's not enough.
Oh, now onto Zorizo. Zorizo could be in trouble. Then again, Zorizo is able to get away far enough. Last Insanity onto Zorizo. Zorizo goes down to Bacon. And now it's going to be mega kill. Give it to Monster Vicious, looking for more right now. Keys, the next one to go down. Ruff gets his 2nd kill. There's group scaling there. Ruff is looking for Moreno. Has to get away to safety. Iman now trying to counter back, but then again, Iman, he cannot go all the way to the back line. The protection is just too strong. And the protection will go in as the offensive to take down Iman.
Wow, looks like all it takes is Ruff to get his head on the Moskov to show us that The Moscow is still good. Iman, even though God, the Roger is not as oppressive in game number 1. Perhaps it's just the Roger is very good against the CC. And actually, Zeno dealt more damage onto Superken than Superken did onto Zeno.
Oh. And we look at that. After all that fight, and the amount of kills that Monster Vicious had, well, it's still only about 800 gold difference. It's not that big, so Eternal Alpha can still make the comeback.
This is scary. A Lord Dance. Look at Uni. He's a tank, and look at how fast his HP is going down.
Look at this. Nova's taking a lot of damage at the same time. Fendash will be called upon. Nova Scoba flickers away to safety. And now his position is swapped by the Black Dragon form by
He's getting
Zeno.
taken down.
Zeno now. Looks like the Lord will be slain by Unistel. Now it is go time for Victor Alpha. They know that Monster Vicious used a lot of skills. And they will allow Iman to get a double kill out of all that.
I feel like that was not worth it for a neutral Lord. You let 3 members die, and for Big Eternal Alpha, only 1 person gets taken down. So, yeah, whenever they started that Lord, didn't feel good, man. I had a bad feeling about it.
So this is also something to do with the new patch about, do you want to go for the Lord or not?
No, I feel like 50-50, don't go for the Lord. Anything below 80%, don't go for the Lord, man.
With the fact that Monster Vicious, they started the Lord first. And, well, they still got it at the end of the day. But let's see how much they can get out of this Lord. But good for them that they're still putting a lot of pressure on the Victor Alpha. Just look at the jungle on the left side. And also, if Monster Vicious can steal away this purple bomb, it's going to be big. Because they've got to stop Super Ken from getting those purple.
Amon completed his Demon Hunter Sword. Ruff has his Demon Hunter Sword as well, so both gold laners are as strong as they can be in terms of damage. Now the items is all about survivability, or if they want more damage, they can go for a Malefic Roar to make sure that the tankier members are taken down just as fast. Nova, Final Slash, not hitting on T. Big Eternal Alpha have lost nothing really. They lost the top turret, but it's not that big of a loss.
Oh, Super Ken got to be careful there. No purple buff on his side. Don't want to get caught out. But Uni together with Ruff, they should be able to secure this turret. But okay, Big Eternal Alpha is not going to make it easy for them.
Zeno is 0-3-0, but he has, despite the KDA, he's actually doing quite well. Zorizo now very, very low when it comes to his Firaga armor. And Black Dragon form used.
Oh, here we go. Straight on to the backline. Black Dragon form. Tries to find key, but then again, they found another better target. That's going to be Zorizo. He'll fall to the hands of Zeno. Fender tried to call upon, but then again, Monster Vicious managed to get out of it. Nice and safe.
Oh, Super Ken,
Oh,
Super Ken,
Super
Super Ken, Super Ken is waiting.
Oh, ooh.
Nothing. He has the Blade of Despair, but it's only really good if the bush was opened by a squishier target. But the fact that the more tankier ones move forward, he opted not to go for it. Super Ken has a lot of damage now. It's just that 2-0-0, he hasn't been involved in a lot of fights.
Yeah, and one of the reasons is that his purple buff was constantly stolen by Monster Vicious. And they know that if you have a jungler assassin on the other side, that is one objective that you must take. And that is exactly what Monster Vicious is doing right now. Trying to steal away. Uni, trying to land the retribution. Better trying to be called upon. Uni will be in the front line, still take out the damage, but check out the back line. Super Ken is there. Secure the kill. Onto the back line. Nova, Scoba is kinda low in this ball. Super Ken's not going in for it just yet, but wrong! And the front line is going to push away the members of Big Eternal Alpha. And they're going to look for more kills. As Key will go down. Super Ken shows himself, but there's nothing much he can do.
Rough, good not to overextend there. Even though it was a good angle, he was able to chip Key with his Blade of Destruction, his Spear of Destruction. He made sure that the moment he's out of range, he's not really going to go for it. Now, MB, they're starting the Lord again. So this time, Ruff is the one starting it. Uni has to be careful because his HP is getting taken down very, very fast.
Oh, here we go. Last Insanity all the way onto the backline while the Defender tries to being called upon. Nobody's go by with the last tick of Palp has to get away to safety. Nobody went down in that fight. But then again, the one that got the Lord
Was Monster Vicious.
Monster Vicious. At least they still got it when they started it.
I like that now it's just like, it's not a Lord dance, you just have to be very decisive, whether you want it or you don't want it. If you don't want it, don't even start it. If you start it, you gotta finish it.
Yeah, because of that 10-second rule.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a 10-second rule
Yeah.
now for a Lord. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
But now Super Ken, okay, he's 2-0 in this game. 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 pulling away the members of Monster Vicious, but they know that it's not going to be worthwhile for them to go in for the chase. Instead, they're going to stay objective to take down the next turret.
Yeah, they're posturing at the bottom side of the map. They want to get this bottom inhibitor. Uni is the only one escorting the Lord at mid. Now Black Dragon Form goes in. Torizo quite low.
At the same time, Better try being called upon just to shoo away the members of Monster Vicious. But the Lord under the middle takes down the turret. I would say that's objective done by Monster Vicious.
Yeah, they got one inhibitor. I'm pretty sure they want a second one. But something about how Bigatron Alpha is positioning made them not all that trigger happy to go for the fight. One good thing about Monster Vicious is that they're playing around the Black Dragon Forum very, very well. If the Black Dragon Forum is used by Zeno, you get something out of it. If it's on cooldown, then don't force anything out.
One thing I noticed about Super Ken now is that he is trying to open up the space, doing a little bit of split push, and he's being cheeky around the map. So gotta keep an eye on what he's gonna pull off whenever fights happen between Bigatron Alpha and Monster Vicious.
Yeah, I feel like that's his only option because he lost his window quite a few times. Now Super Ken is full build. He is 2.5k ahead of Uni, but again, as a tank jungler, you kind of don't care if you're behind. It's more crazy that Super Ken is full item, but Monster Vicious has been moving around as a team, making it so that Super Ken does not have a clear target for him to focus down on. So all the damage items in the world, you can't kill anyone just by them moving as a team.
Well, we might see the next kill soon. Depends on who makes the first execution, but about 30 more seconds before the next Lord, so both sides gonna play nice and chill. I am still curious to know what Super Ken will do, whether he will join it or not, but at first, the purple buff will be taken away by Monster Vicious. They will try to attempt to do that. Now, here we go. A little bit of flickering happening here. As now they try to push away the members of Bigatron Alpha. Ruff will get onto Key. That's going to be their opening. Oh, Iman is in trouble. Zeno will get one. And now, Monster Vicious, they have the driver's seat at this moment. They must take two out of Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, and Ruff is still full HP. Looks like Monster Vicious, they're going for this Lord. Understanding that Bigatron Alpha can't really contest this, Uni is half HP, so they gotta make sure that they take this Lord down before 10 seconds.
Well, looks like Super Ken is going to let this go, so the Lord will definitely fall into the hands of Monster Vicious. But again, keep your eye on how far is he going to be able to go at the top lane. And Monster Vicious, they realized that. That's why Zeno went up just to block him off.
Yeah, because a lot of movement speed for Monster Vicious now. Zeno has the Queen's wings as well. And that's a tongue twister. Queen's wings. Yeah, say that 5 times fast. Super Ken finds Ruff. But it looks like Ruff will not move towards that bush. Super Ken is going to deny the minions there, but the Lord is still pushing in mid.
Here we go. The Lord has survived though. So it's a matter of time right now, but Monster Vicious playing this very disciplined. Going to take down the top lane. Black Dragon Ball will call upon. Zone off the members of Bigatron Alpha as always. Try to find the next target. Federation will be called upon from the back line, and Key will be in trouble at this moment. Last Insanity! Onto Key, putting it out, and the side roll! Will get a double kill just by himself! And this is where Monster Vicious will close the game and will take on game number 3.
Monster Vicious will have their revenge match going up against Rebellion. Bigatron Alpha not having good luck here. Looks like it's gonna get taken down. That's all she wrote. That's all for Bigatron Alpha in the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 5.
Man, it's been a rough ride for Bigatron Alpha this season. Ever since FPL Indonesia.
#1 of regular season in MPL ID. Looks like gonna get taken down.
Well, thank you so much for playing.
Mirko, sorry, man. Like, yeah. It happens, Mirko. You know, it happens. Just next time Bigatron Alpha will do fine.
Just look at LaFell's face. He's definitely not sorry. There you go.
There you go. We gotta look at like what went wrong in this game because Bigatron Alpha really did not seem. They weren't proactive. I feel like that's the biggest issue is that they weren't proactive. Like the draft coming in from Monster Vicious allows them to get the first 3 turtles. And they were able to get the final turtle for themselves, Bigatron Alpha I'm talking about. But other than that, they don't really posture to start anything. They let Monster Vicious do what they want to do first.
It felt more like Super Ken was less active than before. Yeah. And at the same time, they allowed their purple buff to be taken away by Monster Vicious time after time again. So that kind of made Super Ken kind of stuck at some point.
Even though I was thinking of picking up the Farsa to fight against the Moscow, but yeah, going up against the Yuzong, it was very difficult. Moreno, honestly, an amazing mid laner, but not having a good time here going up against NV, where this is a longer match than game number 1 and game number 2. 17 minutes, 70 kills for MV and 8 kills for Bigatron Alpha.
And we did discuss about the whole Roger thingy, right? And I think that Iman actually had a decent game. Like during the laning phase, I believe that he got like the first 1 or 2 kills or something like that. Like he had a decent okay lane, and even like the damage output, he was at the top at some point as well. But it just depends solely on the Iman, and it's hard.
Actually, no, I feel like Iman, he was okay in his lane, but he didn't win. Like the first blood was Super Ken onto Zeno.
All right,
and that was quite a long time after. Was it after or just before the second turtle? Because I believe it was like 4 or 5 minutes when Super Ken got the first blood.
Yeah, this was the longest wait on the first blood, as of today, that is. But yeah, I guess even though it's a similar build like what Super Ken did before this, yet this time around it's all about the execution.
Yeah, Moreno this time having the highest damage per minute using the Farsa. So the Farsa did work out in terms of how much damage it was able to pull out. It's just that there was no finisher. He did 67,000 damage. Iman did 48. Super Ken did 34. So Super Ken did a little bit more damage than Zeno as an EXP laner in this game. I mean, like, to be fair, Uni didn't deal a lot of damage, but he's a tank. That's kind of what you expect from a tank, not to be the biggest damage dealer.
And I guess logically, right, you gotta think about it. You got the Yuzong, you got the Vedran, and then you have the Arlot. So you got 3 beefy heroes here.
Yeah,
so that's why they can take a lot of damage, but yet still they survive.
And yeah, Super Ken, your only option is Fates or Rough, which, you know, it's good options. That's definitely the targets that he wants, but every single time you're trying to get either of them, Uni is there, Nova is there, making it so that you can't isolate a target. So MV, this is a traditional draft from the previous update, and then they're like, it's still good going up against assassin junglers like the Fanny that wants to isolate a single target.
Looking over at the graph. Well, at least this time around the graph is kind of balanced up until like the 10-minute mark or the 11-minute mark. You still see like some ups and downs, but at some point after the 11-minute mark onwards, it just goes all the way down.
Yeah, Monster Vicious only starting to hit their stride, I believe, after they're able to get inside of the jungle of Bigatron Alpha, and like you said, securing the purple buff. After that point, it was very, very rough for Bigatron Alpha to really do anything. And now we got to look at the MVP of the game, and the MVP is going over to Ruff, getting the first win for Moscow after the patch update. 7-2-5 KDA, 71% kill participation, and he making sure that the Spear of Destruction hit his target.
Yeah, and you set it up right. Ruff and Ruff Suicide, the MVP. And this is actually the first Moscow win. So I wonder if that changes your thought about the Moscow now.
Yeah, but either ways, Monster Vicious having a good game here. Moreno trying his best to deal as much damage as he can. But the follow-up from Bigatron Alpha, I guess that's where it was lacking, where the positioning for Bigatron Alpha was never in a good positioning to go for a fight. Because Moreno starts it off first, but everyone else, the finishers, are too far away. So maybe a communication breakdown there where not everyone is on the same page.
And also his Spear of Destruction was on point as well. Like hits the right targets, goes backline, and gets the softer targets instead of one of the tankier targets instead. So that had to be on point as well for him to be successful.
Yeah. Eman this time not having a good game on the Roger, so I guess you can still let the Roger through. as long as you're ready for the matchup. And it looks like the Moskov actually does very well against Roger. So it looks like the factor of how the Roger won against the Moskov was because Monster Vicious was able to take the first 2 turtles away from them. So congratulations to MV getting a 2-1 victory against Bigatron Alpha.
And we will be seeing Bigatron Alpha again at the other day today for our last match against Rebellion.
Yeah, either ways, yeah, like you said, the rematch, the revenge match is gonna be given to Monster Vicious, where they will be fighting for their lives again. If they want to continue forward, they have to defeat Rebellion, because if they lose, it's all done. It's all over. And after this, we actually have an interview with one member from Monster Vicious. I believe it's gonna be Zeno. So we'll be introducing him in and talking to him. So whenever he's ready, we're ready for the interview.
Yeah. So what's on your mind now for Zeno? But nevertheless, hand that thought for a second because we're going to talk to the man himself, Zeno. Here we go.
Hello, Zeno. Can you hear us?
Can.
Okay, you want me to speak English or Malay?
Malay.
Malay, eh? Okay. So first of all, Zeno, macam mana perasaan lawan dengan Bigatron Alpha, punya lah kuat time regular season MPL ID, and then korang dapat kalahkan dorang?
Rasa happy kat Sebab bantai diorang kan MPL tu kan boleh tahan kuat kat.
Yeah, so I basically asked how's his feeling after beating Bigatron Alpha that was very dominant in MPL ID during the regular season. It was like, he's ecstatic because, yeah, they're very strong and able to beat them. That's a big win for Monster Vicious.
Ya, jadi Zeno, rasa-rasa apa sebenarnya bagi pendapat Zeno formula pasukan MV untuk kalahkan Bigatron Alpha?
Kita orang memang ada meta tersendiri sebab kita orang boleh tahan seminggu kat spam meta sama je kat skrip. Lepas kita orang bawa.
Right. So basically, I asked him about the formula to beat the Bigatron Alpha, and he says that they have their own formula.
Their own strat.
Their own strats. Yeah. So it looks like he's not revealing too much, but totally understand because the journey is still here.
Zeno, korang ada banyak burst hero. Kenapa tak pakai Sky Piercer Ada sebab ke kenapa korang tak pakai item-item baru lagi macam tak selesa ke macam mana?
Saya tak tahu kenapa diorang tak beli.
Oh, kamu tak tahu kenapa diorang tak beli? So kau rasa item tu kuat jugalah sebenarnya?
Kuat je.
Okay, so I asked Zeno. Sorry, what?
Tadi Fanny tu pakai boleh tak sakit kat.
Okay, so I asked Zeno, is like, okay, what's going on? Why don't you guys buy the Sky Piercer? And his answer is, I have no idea. I don't know why my team didn't buy it, because when the Fanny picked up the Sky Piercer, it was very hard for them to deal with. And that's his answer. He's like, the item is good. Even Zeno's like, yo, Sky Piercer is good. No idea why his team didn't pick it up. Terima kasih banyak Zeno. Ada apa-apa tak yang Zeno nak cakap kepada semua fans yang tengah tengok Snapdragon Pro Series?
Nak cakap thank you dekat family. Lepas tu yang semua fans yang support MV. Terima kasih banyak.
Alright, so Zeno said thank you to his family and thank you for all the fans for supporting. Thank you very much Zeno and good luck untuk korang punya match lawan dengan Rebellion. Actually no. Kita tanya one more. Korang punya revenge dengan Rebellion, korang rasa boleh menang tak?
Boleh je.
Alright, they're very confident that they can beat Rebellion. So bye-bye Zeno, bye-bye. And congratulations to Monster Vicious. Kita akan jumpa lagi masa lawan Rebellion. So yeah, even Zeno's like, yeah, Sky Piercer is strong. I have no idea why my teammates didn't buy it.
I know, right? I was like, okay. I mean, it's just one of those things. You know, it's like how he answered you when you asked him about the whole Rebellion thing. It's like, yeah, I can.
Yeah, we can beat him. I feel like I feel like he was also in his headspace. Like, if I could build it, I would.
Yeah.
You know, but he got the heroes that didn't allow for it to be built. But
you never know. You never know.
Yeah.
I mean, they played the Valentina on goal lane. You never know.
Honestly, I feel like Sky Piercer, I think it's pretty strong for the Yuzong. I just don't know which order of item. Personally, for me, first item. 1,500. It's very cheap. Might as well get it first item. But yeah, what do you think about that match? Because that was a pretty good match.
Yeah, that was arguably the more balanced match, and it could have gone either way. If only Bigatron Alpha, they were a little bit more active, like what we discussed, then maybe we could have dragged that game a little bit more. But then again, it is what it is at the end of the day.
Well, with that being said, that is it for the first match of the day. We have 4 more matches going over for today. We're going to go for a short break after this because we're going to be preparing ourselves for the next series. And the next series is going to be Evos Holy going up against Evil. Indonesia going up against Singapore. My name is Rafael. This is Circle Out. We'll see you guys in the next match.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Powerless to you. I know that you want me back. Know that you want me. Know that you want me. Ding ding. Ding ding. Why you just have that look up on your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough.
And we're starting with Group A, Evos Holy going up against Evil, where again, winner moves forward. And I gotta say, the clear favorites for this one is gonna be Evos Holy, the runner-up of MPL ID, going up against Evil here. It's gonna be an interesting match if Evil can win this one.
Now, if I want to put on something on the table, right? Evos Holy, they played a lot of games in
Yeah.
Snapdragon Pro Series so far. So a lot of data is out there for Evo to actually try to read them out.
It's one of those things, just because you can read doesn't mean you can execute. It's going to be very difficult for Evil for sure. My name is Lafel, and alongside with me is Sir Cloud. Looking at this game, so far we've seen quite a few changes for today, where Moskov didn't look good yesterday, but Ruff was able to get a victory. Same with Uni using the Fredrin. Fredrin can still be used, and you guys can still get tickets worth 10,000 IDR. Make sure you guys get it quick, because it costs 10,000, but it could be worth 65,000 if you guys are the first 1,000 to pick it up. And if you guys want that great deal, go over to esl.gg/MLBB-TIX-EN, because again, paying 10,000, getting back 65,000, that's a 55,000 IDR profit.
I would so get it right now
Yeah?
if I'm not working.
Yeah?
Yeah. I would so like, okay.
Working sucks.
Oh, man. But we need to work to be able to pay the ticket. Man.
Honestly, one of the best jobs in the world, because we'll be able to watch all these amazing teams going head-to-head in good old Mobile Legends action. Now, the fight between Evos Holy going up against Evil. Evil will have to basically be cunning here. I kind of feel like they got to bring something out that Evos Holy can't expect, and maybe try to win off of a big cheese play, you know?
Ooh. Well, I try to put out the positives, right? So, Evil only played 2 games in the Snapdragon Pro Series, but then again, that was like the previous patch even.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's like this pro and con to that. Yes, the data is not much for Evos Holy, but then again, there was the data for the last patch anyway, and they actually lost the 2 games in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, so I don't know. The Singapore region is very good at coming up with new things, so perhaps we will be seeing something new coming in from Evo. But whenever you see something new, something experimental, it makes the game very polarizing. It's gonna be one-sided, one way or the other. Either Evos Holy will get a lot of advantages going up against a shifty draft, or Evo would surprise Evos Holy so much that they can't do anything about it, and Evo will have a dominating game. So we gotta see which is which if Evo wants to experiment for this one.
Yeah, I mean, even if we talk about the draft, like early on we talk about like, oh, Roger must ban, must pick, yada yada, but then again the Roger still fell in the previous round. So it just shows that anything can happen.
Yeah. After this, we'll be showing the lineups for both teams, for both Evos Holy as well as Evil, to see who will be playing for today before we even go into the draft. And I don't know, there's still big questions on what the junglers are going to look like. For now, we're going to see how Evos Holy is looking like, because we're going to introduce their full lineup here. It's going to be Fluffy, Annabelle, Clawkun, Brands, and Dreams.
Yes, they have played a lot of games here. Some of them wins, some of them lose, but based on their track record, their last game, they actually lost as well. They lost their last game. Well, that's why they were here. But it was a 2-0 loss, so who knows? Maybe they're not in the best of spirits. I'm just trying to put out the devil's advocate there.
Yeah, but either ways, NFL use a lot of assassins. We got to look at the highlights from Evos Holy from their previous matches. And here, I would say this is a big highlight for Brands, because Brands, as a goal laner, has been doing quite a lot for his team. This is against RSG Philippines, where even though RSG Philippines did well, but Evos Holy, even in a very bad matchup, they're still able to hold their own against RG Philippines.
Just looking at the score, right? At some point it was like 3-10, but yet they're still able to bring the game against RG Philippines. What a solid defense that was. And from then on, it looked like they were able to snowball back. So it just shows the mentality that Evos Holy has.
Yeah, honestly, that matchup, Light was too much to handle using the Hellcurt. But now we gotta look at Evo. We got Twist, Powerful, Sayla, Coconut, as well as Carrot. Coconut being a new member for Evo for this match. Sayla, I would say a veteran. He's been around for a very, very long time. Popularized the Kagura from previous World Championship. The Kagura has been buffed a little bit. I don't know whether they want to bring it out or not for this one.
I also just want to point out that Sayla was former Evos as well. Yeah, so if he is able to get something out of Evos Holy, it's kind of like a flex for him.
And now we got to look at some highlights from Evo to refresh our minds about what they can do. This is between RG Philippines as well. Evo going up against RG Philippines, and this time Light again using the Hellcurt Roam. I wonder if any of the teams like, you know what, we got stomped by this Hellcurt Roam. Maybe we should bring it out.
Yes, we have not seen that yet, at least for, well, today that is. But those are some of the surprise picks that we could potentially see, especially coming with the new patch as well.
I mean, like, RG Philippines used the Hellcurt Roam until it was banned, and now they're in the challenge final. So RG Philippines is doing something right. Looking at Evil here, we see some action where, you know, they're able to fight toe-to-toe against RG Philippines. But again, RG Philippines is one of the best teams in the world. The fact that they can hold out against them is quite impressive.
Yeah, and we can see that they had a good start, at least in this preview round. But then again, it doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you end at the end of the day. So let's see, they can bring it onto the table next.
I would say the Sayla is definitely one of the more, like I said, a veteran player. He can really push his team in the right direction to go up against a very established team like Evos Holy, where honestly for Evos Holy, the entire lineup is stacked. Clockun is an amazing player, Annabelle is amazing assassin player, Brand's up and down, but now he's on the up and up. He's doing very good in the gold lane.
Yeah, I mean, overall they got 3rd place in MPL Indonesia, so I mean,
second place.
Second place. Oh yeah, second place in MPL Indonesia. So I mean, that's a big stat by itself, going up against Evil. So it's really the story of the what do you call that again? David versus Goliath.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. So again, we're gonna be jumping into the draft where I'm actually looking at Evos Holy to be using the damage jungler, because it's one of NFL's favorite things to do, because he brought out the lane so many times when it wasn't as optimum as it is now. And I do want to see how NFL differentiates himself from other junglers by the build when it comes to the emblems as well as the items.
Now, if I would look at like some of the games that he has played in the Snapdragon Pro Series, he's pretty versatile. He can play a tank jungle, he can play an assassin jungle as well. He has played like the Ling, and then on the other end, he has played like the Fedrin, like the Baxia. In between, he has played like Alpha. So this guy is pretty flexible when it comes to the jungle.
I remember his Alpha and I don't like it. No more. I feel like the games that Evos Holy lost is when NFL did not have a good time. So create a draft that really funnels a lot of resources into NFL, and I think they can do well. But if they don't want to do that and they want to give him a tank jungler, funnel it onto Brands. And I feel that could have a very good end game as well, because Brands, after 2 items, his positioning has been very shaky throughout his career, but he can deal the damage. And then once he dealt the damage, it's up to the rest of his team to clean things up.
And one thing about Brands is that he loves his Roger. And we did talk about like the Roger time and time again today. So if they do get the first pick, well, Evo better ban out the Roger straight up.
We got to see between both teams who adapts the fastest, because again, because of the new patch, power rankings is all over the place, right? Even Evo can probably take a game, maybe even 2 games against Evos Holy if Evos Holy is not prepared at all. In fact, I believe the draft is ready. So let's jump into the draft. We're going to see who gets the first pick, who gets the second pick, and overall, what are the bans looking like. Drafting phase starting, and Evil is going to be first pick. Evos Holy is second pick, and Evil already picking up the Roger. They ban out the Moskov Angela as well as the Minotaur, it was Holy betting out the chips, betting out the Harif as well as the Louis. Roger getting picked out. Maybe pick up the Valentina slash Terizla, I guess, because we don't know. Maybe Evos Holy wants to play the Terizla mid as well.
And the fact that they pick up the Roger since they have the first.
Oh wait,
pick
Faramis is
anyway.
open as well.
Oh yeah, the Faramis is
Oh.
open.
But here's the thing, if you pick up the Faramis, then the enemy has the Valentina. So you pick up the Valentina and then let Evo pick up the Faramis. So I believe Valentina should be taken by Evos Holy here.
All right, so let's see if that's going to be the first pick. Yep, call it right. So the Faramis for Evo.
It's iffy. I feel like between the two, maybe pick up the EXP, maybe like a Yuzong first. Yeah, Yuzong gets picked up. Faramis is good, but you just have to understand the risk that you have the Nether Realm. Evos Holy will have the Nether Realm as well. If you want to be a bit safer, maybe pick up the Novaria or yeah, Novaria is probably one of the safer picks to go up against him or pick up the Roamer because not a lot of good Roamers are open now. Maybe pick up like a Grok or something.
Yeah, the Grok. Well, the Edith was taken though, so there's a potential that the Edith will be playing the Roam. Well, just to put it out there that Evo has played Camilla as well as Kaja in the Roam previously, but unfortunately no success for them. So, but they're going to repeat the Kaja again.
Well, the Kaja getting picked up, so let's see. Fighting against the Roger. Oh, Brands is bringing out his Claude, so this is going to be looking at the reaction coming in from Evos Holy. Brands looks pretty chill. This is one of his signature heroes.
Yeah, and if we look at his journey so far with the Claude, pretty good, I must say. He's used it like 4 times in SPS and he won 3 out of it, so the stats do favor onto him. But coming back a little bit on the Kaja, I personally am not a fan of Kaja. I think Kaja, you really need to have an early good game, early pickoffs. If not, it's gonna be hard for the Kaja to be successful mid-game onwards.
So you need a damage dealer in the jungle, or you need a very high burst hero coming in from the mid. Previous combo of Kaja is with the Lunox. Not so sure how the Lunox will fare against the lineup that Evos Holy has. The Baxia has been banned out, and Evo banning out the Terizla, which is a good idea. I kind of feel like you got to take out all of these tanky heroes. Another hero that they could probably ban is actually the Fredrin, because the Fredrin, the Ruby, all this hero that has a lot of crowd control is not going to be good for Kaja, because even if the Kaja is able to catch someone, the Kaja can counter back. But it looks like Evos Holy, they themselves don't want... Oh, another good pickup for Evos Holy is honestly the Akai. Kaja tries to catch anyone, Akai just pushes them away.
Right, yeah, and that is potentially going to be open. Yes, the Grok is mana, so Akai is open.
Unless they want an assassin jungler like a Ling, but I don't know.
And for the record, they have played an Akai before with a win rate here in the SPS, so they are definitely pretty comfortable with that.
Reporting for duty.
But they got to keep that for the last pick, potentially the last pick.
Yep, Export gets picked up. Evil, they can pick the Akai for themselves as well, but again, you kind of want damage alongside with Kaja, because I do agree with what you're saying. Kaja maybe have someone that can set the tempo up very well in the early game, might be a little bit better.
Yeah, so if we look at like, they still need to pick a mid lane. Vexana maybe the Farsa maybe, just to get a good early setup, good early burst, so that the Kaja will be successful, and also the opponents onto the side lanes will not be.
Again, Sayla is a great Kagura player. I don't know if they want to pick up the Kagura here, but it's one of those signature picks that he is known for. So there we go. I called it before the draft even started. The Kagura gets picked up, and the Roger is gonna be in the jungle. Beatrice gets picked up. Whew, I'm good at doing my job.
Man, somebody give this guy a raise.
I mean, I am the best talent, so
yeah. Okay, yeah.
Either ways, last pick here. Squishy target. So this is a good shout if they want to go for an assassin here. Lancelot will be fine. Hayabusa will be fine. You can still pick up the Akai, but the options are there for Evos Holy.
But if they pick up the Akai, then their damage output, well, they need to depend on the Xbox and also the Claude for the late game, obviously. But it's a worthwhile pick for them.
I mean, the export could be jungle. I don't know why you would put the export jungle, but it could happen.
Well,
Oh, they pick up the Tigreal.
okay.
So Edith, EXP, and export jungle? Wait, are they putting the Edith in the jungle? Okay, no. This is export jungle, so
EDIF XP.
I would say, honestly, the damage coming in from Evos Holy is still quite a lot because only the Tigreal can't deal that much damage. The tricky thing is, for Evo right now is that Beatrix traditionally you want that flicker because you don't have a lot of mobility without it, so you can't pick up the Purify, and that's a big problem is because you're going up against the Tigreal. The Tigreal is gonna have an easy time catching you. Without the Purify, you're dead.
I just want to get your thought about Sayla's Kagura, right? Like, all this while, yes, Sayla Kagura, but then again, we are talking about the new patcher. How
It
much
has
would
been
it impact him?
It has been buffed where you clear the lane much faster. I still personally believe that Kagura against other mid laners like the Valentina is that the Kagura still clears it a little bit slower compared to the rest, but you know, maybe maybe he doesn't care about that. Maybe he just straight up wants pure damage. And the good thing about the Kagura and the Kaja is that the Kaja doesn't have to pull someone towards you. The Kaja could just use his Divine Judgment and stand still for Sayla to use his Yin Yang Overturn and get multiple kills off of that.
And that is what they need to achieve to allow Kaja to be successful from the early game. Because if he's not able to pull off those quick moves, especially with the Divine Judgment, then the later stages will be a little bit difficult, especially if you're going up against a team that can potentially play it very, very fast.
I would say in this game, it all goes down for Evil, at least, for the Roger to do well. If the Roger in the jungle has a bad early game, I feel like the rest of the game is not going to be good for Evil.
I'm also looking at like, okay, if you're Kaja and like you reach the mid stages, like which hero can you target? You can target the Valentina and also the Claude, and that's about it. Other than that, EDIF, Xbox, Tigreal, it's out of picture.
If you can burst down the Tigreal, then it's okay to take down the Tigreal, because the only bad thing is that if you catch the Tigreal and the Tigreal doesn't die and then he uses his implosion on you, that's a bad trade. But if you're able to kill the Tigreal, because the Tigreal is the one that can kill your Beatrix, then it's worthwhile to kill the Tigreal off. So the question really is, can you burst the Tigreal fast enough? Because if you cannot, then I would say the draft is won by Evos Holy. If you can take out the Tigreal very, very fast, you don't have an engager, because looking at the lineup for Evos Holy, besides the Tigreal, it is going to be on the Edith to start things off. So if you don't have an engager, then Evil has a very big advantage.
And for Tigreal, for Dreams to know that, and I'm sure he will definitely realize that, is that so that he will build towards magical defense more, so that he won't be bursted down that early. Like, have that in place at the start, and if you don't give the advantage towards Carrot, then they can continue to snowball on and Carrot will be left behind. And there's nothing much you can do by the mid stages onwards.
I would feel that is the correct assumption if Roger is not doing well. If Roger is doing well and Kagura is doing well, then it's like, okay, what do I do now? Do I build magic resist? Do I build armor? Which way do I go? So if that's why I say the moment Powerful on this Roger is having a bad day, the entire team's gonna have a bad day. Welcome to the first match between Evil going up against Evos Holy. Looks like Powerful will be starting the orange buff, Annabelle will be starting the purple buff, so they're starting on the same side of the map.
And let's see whether Kaja will have a good start as well. That's going to be important, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your eye on to Carrot when he reaches level 4. So at this point, of course, it's still going to be 50-50 between the two, but just keep your eye after the first hurdle.
Looking at the lanes as well, it doesn't look like anyone is winning or losing out too much. For the gold EXP, I'm not seeing a lot of HPs being traded off. Carrot is taking a little bit of damage. Kwakun is doing a lot of damage onto Sayla. So I guess the trade has been won by Evos Holy.
Well, a little bit of advantage to Evos Holy, but when it comes to gold, slightly towards Evil. But now it's all about pushing each other back to the lane because the turtle is going to be up in about 35 more seconds. And then after the turtle, that is where normally we'll see all the roamers will get level 4. And that is where it's going to be important for Carrot to execute this plan.
We gotta look at how the EXP is doing, because if Twist gets taken down here, then Evos Holy will probably be getting the turtle for themselves. Twist has a rough idea that he's gonna get ganked, so he's playing this lane much more carefully this time. And Powerful is posturing himself to be able to fight back. But the thing is, if Powerful gets taken down as well, Evos Holy will definitely get this turtle.
Twist cannot be locked in together with Powerful at the bottom lane. I mean, they have to go for the objective. And speaking about the objective, it's now currently up. You can see that the members of Evil, they're going towards that area as well, the area of turtles. But same goes for Evos Holy.
Again, Twist might be a little bit late to the fight here. Will he use his Black Dragon forms to fight for this turtle?
Oh, yes he will. Black Dragon form all the way in. But then again, it's still going to be Annabelle securing the turtle. Evil Holy is still going to get it, but Evil themselves gets 3 kills. Looking for one more, but they got Annabelle. He will go down. 4 kills, and Sayla with the Kagura triple kill.
This is why I was shouting out the Kagura for Sayla, man. Like, he carried, if I remember correctly, it was M3 with this Kagura. 3 minutes in, 3 kills, and 1 assist. This Kagura is gonna, and Sky Piercer as well. You already have 3 kills. You're gonna have a little bit more after this.
Definitely knows what he's building here. Adapting to the bottom patch with one of his best heroes. So great start here, I would say. Even though they lost the turtle, but then again, look at the goal lead right now. It's 1,500.
Turtle doesn't matter, man, because in my books, if you get 2 kills for 1 turtle, the one with the 2 kills has a bigger advantage. You're getting 4? Forget about it, man. The turtle is only worth maximum 2 kills. So Evil definitely won that trade for sure.
So that's how you do the math, ladies.
Exactly. If it's for the Lord, you can lose 3. More than 3, definitely a big loss. But that's only for the Lord above 12 minutes. For the 8-minute one, you can only trade 1, realistically.
And you have to consider like how many turrets you have at the same time as well. Yeah, there's a lot more equation to it when it comes to the Lord. But anyway, 25 more seconds till the next turtle. Now, with Evos Holy losing, well, they won the turtle battle, but they lost the turtle war. I wonder if they still would want to go for it. They probably might want to challenge Evil.
I feel like if they're able to hold the Yuzong down the EXP lane, I think it's fine, because Yuzong was actually a very big factor for how they won that fight, because he was able to use his Petrify onto multiple targets, stopping them in their tracks, allowing Sayla to deal majority of the damage. Sayla is using an Execute as well, so Execute plus Sky Piercer, I kind of feel like it's overkill, but you know what? If it wins you the game, it wins you the game.
Well, let's see if they can win this turtle. It's the next objective. So far, the turtle dance is happening. Both sides not really committing just yet. And Evos Holy saying, oh, well, you don't want it. We'll try to put it onto our side. But then again, Dreams! Explosion! But it's only 1 target. And they took out Carrot. 1 is going to be enough since it's only the 2nd turtle.
Yeah, Carrot is so worth it, because, again, when you're going up against a composition where the roamer can set things up, you kind of want to take down the roamer first, because once the initiation is no longer available, everyone else is non-factor.
Oh, here we go. This could be a factor here. Brands with a blazing duet. Tries to get something out of this, but no trade at all between the two. In fact, they got a gold crown.
Evil's Holy is fighting back for gold advantage. Evil only having 600 is not a lot here, but their comp scales very well, because in the ultra late game, the Beatrix will scale harder than the Claude, and I haven't seen Kagura in this new patch, but I kind of assume that her damage output is going to be higher than the Valentina once all the items have been completed.
Well, we also need to see like how Evos Holy will counter that as well, especially with new items available, with the other heroes as well. A nice steal there by Evil. Gotta give it to them.
Yep, good job on Coconut. For now, it looks like there's no real advantage here. Gold. Oh, hold on. Big up Fluffy.
Okay, there you go. And Powerful has survived though, but no big commitment because both of them are tanky and beefy. You don't want to go all in just to use your skills and the potential to be counted.
I don't know why they use flicker for that. I mean, like, if you can get it without using the flicker, I see it's worth it, but with the flicker, it's really not worth it in my books.
Yeah, and now they have to play without the flicker when the next turtle comes up. So it's going to be a slight disadvantage for Evil there. Not able to pull off the Divine Judgment flicker. They'll probably have the Divine Judgment later, but then again, the flicker is still too far away.
The troll is going to spawn in 10 seconds, so Evil, if they want, I feel like they're okay not winning the troll. They just need to win overall in terms of kills. Right now, it's 4-1. As long as Coconut doesn't get caught, I think it should be okay. Give space for Powerful to get majority of the kills. But nah, Evos Holy is taking this down so fast.
Oh, implosion onto Powerful. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Powerful will be powerless against Evos Holy as they not only take it down, but they also secured the turtle.
Carrot, don't use it. Okay, he used it onto Fluffy, but I don't think it's enough damage here.
Not at all, and look at the cavalry. They will arrive real soon. Coconut's way low at this moment, will be taken out. Not only Coconut, but Carrot will be eaten alive by Evos Holy. And Clockwork will claw him back.
He really should not have done that. Like, I think Beatrix at max has only one item for now. I don't think the Beatrix has 2 items. With 1 item, the Beatrix won't have enough damage to deal against a tank or a fighter. If you catch the marksman, sure, you will have enough damage. And if you want that, perhaps Coconut should have changed to Wesker or Renner so that you have more on-hit burst for that kill. And then maybe you can really do something about it. But that was a bad call to use your Divine Judgment for that one. Damage leaderboard. Sayla is still doing the highest damage. So if the Kaja wants to move around with Sayla. He even have the Sky Piercer and the Execute.
Well, now it's Oyo, the powerful. Pretty low at this moment. Has to get away to safety. Black Dragon Ball will be used. Annabelle underneath the turret. Takes a lot of damage, but it's going to be Twist as well as Sayla that went down to Evos Holy. With only 3 players left, Evos Holy will continue to put pressure onto Evil.
Yeah, but Brands is able to get the top turret. Looks like he wants to go for the second one as well. Brands now having the golden staff. In terms of options, Evos Holy with almost 4,000 gold here has a lot of options. Clockun now having the Blood Wings. He's going to be able to survive even if he does get caught by the Kaja.
Down here by Evos Holy, and by taking out the mid turret, opens up a lot more space for them to take this Lord unchallenged by Evil.
Oh yeah, definitely. They see Powerful down in the bottom lane. They know that this Lord is essentially free. Looks like Powerful will not be able to get that turret. If he was, then that's good. Carrot, don't be there, Carrot.
Okay, spotted out. That's it. Yeah, quick moves there by Clockwork to steal away the Divine Judgment and feed in with his own carrot.
Yeah. So Evil is definitely having a harder spot here. I feel like they need to wait onto Twist. Let Twist be the initiator, and then let Carrot just wait. If Brands goes in with a Blazing Duet, maybe use your Divine Judgment. The only problem is if you use your Divine Judgment on the quad, his Blazing Duet still goes off. You don't actually stop the Blazing Duet.
But who's gonna stop the Lord? But implosion! Straight onto the backline! Blazing Duet! Caught upon as well! And with that, you blink and you miss a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Evos Holy secures 3 kills. And not only get that, they're probably going to secure the 4th kill. Carrot has to flicker away to safety. He is now safe, but can't say the same for his top turret.
Right now, Sayla is trying to 1v5 here, but it's not going to happen. Like, your moment is done. Game 1 goes over to Evos Holy.
We talk about the few targets that Kaja should and should not focus on. But Kaja focused too much onto Edith. Fortunately, the Divine Judgment used time and time again onto Edith, but then again, the result, we saw it, didn't work out.
There's so many mistakes there being done by Evil. One of them is actually how Sayla was left alone to clear the minion wave. And like I said, there's a big buff onto Kagura, making it so that the Kagura can can kill the minions faster, but not fast enough. Not when you compare to Valentina. What's up to RBM Caster? Shoutouts to Dean and Riz Pew Pew. But you don't have enough damage to take down a wave with one skill. You should let your roamer help out your mid laner, because you want to enable your mid laner to go anywhere else and try to get kills after that. Seriously, if you rewatch the game, every single time there's a turtle fight, Sayla is mid and trying his hardest to just clear the minion, and until the minion is cleared, he doesn't want to move away to help out with the turtle. So the Kagura was a non-factor because no one helped him farm, and even though Muntan has buff, the clearing speed is nowhere near enough.
Yeah, and there
I
were
have a lot to say about that. I mean, I'm just, whatever.
Oh man, there were a lot of missing pieces there. I think we can see that as well, and of course that snowballed to, like, you know, it's even hard to talk about like the other late game heroes who were not enabled at all.
We gotta look at the stats here. I want to see how much damage was able to be dealt by Evil, because Evil's Holy definitely did a lot here. Looking at the gold here, Sayla has 5,574 gold, Kwakun has 6,417. And this is the thing, Sayla got 3 early kills and 1 assist, and nothing after that. It essentially is Evil grabbing the first turtle and doing nothing with it afterwards, where I feel like Carrot moving with Coconut all the time, I feel like it was a bit of a waste. If Sayla, Powerful, and Carrot move as a 3-man unit, look at the amount of burst that they have. They could have gotten a lot in the early stages of the game after they got the turtle. And it was wasted.
And it was a moment as well that the Twist and Coconut was sticking together, like at the side lanes. So that was also like kind of like, okay. Could I open up a little bit more, like allow both heroes to farm, because both of them need the farm, but then again, maybe it's also about the comfort of sticking together at some point.
I understand you want to protect your Beatrix because the threat of a Tigreal is very real, because your Beatrix does not have a Purify, but I feel like they just don't. They're not playing towards the strength of their comp. Having a big burst in mid and jungle, and having a roamer that can isolate a target, they could have ramped up so hard in this game. It's just that they miss all of the opportunities because they were looking for farm when they did not need to.
And Coconut had 0% team fight participation. I mean, they got 4 kills, but then again, I expect Beatrix to be involved somewhere somehow. Damage there, obviously, it's all onto Evos Holy. I guess it was a very rough round for Evil. And I think that based on what we have seen so far, it is more of them not taking control of their destiny.
Yeah. I don't know. I have so much to say, but at the same time, we don't have enough time to talk about it here. But long story short, for Evil, it's just that they got to figure out what's their win condition, because they didn't play towards their win condition, and I feel like that's the biggest mistake. Evil, they had a lineup where they could open up the map quite comfortably going up against the Kaja. This Tigreal last pick was essential for their victory. So I really like that they switch it up, put Xborg in the jungle, and let the Tigreal roam around the map, causing problems even if the Tigreal is not there. We can look at the graph here, and after the turtle, after the triple kill for Evil, look at the big spike that they had, and they hold on to that for quite a while, up until the 6th or 7th minute of the game. But yeah, they let Evil's Holy scale up, get 2 turtles after that, and then after that it's all over. It's all Evil's Holy.
Yeah, the 6-7 minute was also the part where they had a good amount of kills for themselves, and that's where they just allowed the whole situation to just snowball all the way. But anyway, we're gonna reward the MVP this round to Brands from Evos Holy. Clean win for him, 403 KDA.
Yeah, and he was playing this very carefully. He used the common emblem alongside tenacity to make sure that if he was somehow caught, he'll be fine, he'll be safe. But there was no situation in this game where Brands was in any kind of trouble. The one that could kill him was possibly Sayla, but Sayla did not have a good yin-yang overturn onto anyone except for the first one. We're going to look at the highlights here, and look at this. Look at the initiation by the Yuzong, able to use able to, collect everyone together and then allow Sayla to deal the majority of the damage. This is a good start. I don't know why they don't keep on doing it.
Yeah, they just lost momentum after that. So great triple kill. I'm sure at the camp. Look at this, right? They're laughing. They're having a good time.
Look at where
but-
Sayla is.
Yeah.
Sayla is in mid. Sayla, like every single time you see a highlight here, Sayla is in mid, trying to clear the wave. That's why the Kagura isn't good now, because it's so slow when it comes to the rotation.
And he's nowhere near the other team fights. Now,
Yeah.
even in this case as well, like he's at the top.
Yeah, so if you want to pick up a Kagura, pick up a Grok. Even the Kaja is fine, just help him clear the wave. Like, help him so he can help you.
Yeah.
Potentially play of the game for that one, by the way. That was an amazing 3-man implosion.
Yep, towards the end here, ladies and gentlemen. So, 1-0, and the first point goes to Evos Holy up against Evil. So, Evil, match point for them. They have to win 2 games back-to-back, Lafel.
Yeah, so Evil, I would say is a very good start. They just have to understand that they can win against Evil's Holy. They just gotta make sure that everyone is on the same page. With that being said, we're going for a short break, giving time for the teams to get ready, because after this, we're going for game number 2 in a match between Evil and Evil's Holy.
Here we go!
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we don't. Say that we don't. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we don't. Say that we don't. Let's do, say that we don't. Let's do, say that let's do.
Match point for Evil's Holy. Now they're 1-0. They need one more victory in order to move on and drop Evil. out of the series, out of Snapdragon Pro Series. Welcome back. My name is Lofel. Alongside with me is Sir Cloud. You guys make sure to grab your tickets now while it's still available. It's only worth 10,000 IDR. Sorry, it only costs 10,000 IDR. Buy now at esl.gg/MLBB6-EN. You guys can scan the QR code to grab the ticket for yourself. And again, the first 1,000 will get 65,000 IDR worth of gifts. So make sure you guys get it as quickly as you can so that you guys get a net profit over your purchase of the tickets.
Yeah, whatever the gifts are, well, we don't know, but whoever who has bought the early bird tickets, well, let us know as well in the comment section, and also maybe put out some content out there, tag us, because we're curious to find out as well.
And now we gotta go back into our game, into our match between Evos Holy going up against Evil, where Evil tried something new. It worked out in the first turtle, but after that, there was not a lot of movement coming in from the team. The mid trio, I feel like needed a lot more polishing because it looked like 5 individual players playing 5 separate things going on. We see that the Kaja helping out the Beatrix, cool, but I kind of feel like the timing wasn't it.
Yeah, they had a good start during the first turtle. 3 kills, triple kill for Sayla with the Kagura, but then again, they were not able to ride on the momentum that they had from the start. They allowed their opponents to just take over back again.
Well, something that has to be said, that Tigro last pick was essential for the victory. So it's something that Evil has to be careful of because the engagement coming in, they could literally not see it coming. And then we see a 3-man implosion. So the draft is definitely going to be very, very critical here where the Roger was let through. But the power of the Roger is not showcased at all. Right now, let's jump into the draft.
So, in our following draft here, I wonder will there be a respect ban for Kagura later on?
No,
but
definitely not. Definitely
not going to be worth it.
I mean, just able to get a triple kill in the first turtle, I feel like it's definitely not worth it. Because as a mid lane, you want to move to the side lanes as fast as you can. If it takes you 3 days and 4 nights to take out the minions in mid, it's not worth a ban.
3 days and 4 nights.
Yeah.
Okay, that's like forever.
Yeah.
But anyway, okay, so we're going to see some of the common bans here. In fact, we're going to see some of the same bans, including Angela as the first ban for Evos Holy. So I want to pick your brains a little bit, right? So why do you think Angela is the first ban?
Because it's so annoying when you think you get a kill and then all of a sudden there's a big shield coming in and then Angela is an enabler. Because if you want to go for a damaged jungler, Angela is your best bet to make sure that your damage jungler is as tanky as a tank jungler that does more damage. So yeah, I feel like that's the only reason, but to be fair, I feel like you can let it go through, but people haven't experimented that much with letting Angela through, so I think people are not willing to let it go.
Oh, okay, Minotaur ban. So the Roger is still open. Potentially might be taken by Evos Holy. They just want to run down the lane and straightforward pick.
I feel the problem with grabbing the Faramis is that the Valentina is there. So either pick up the Valentina or pick up the Faramis. Either or is pretty good. What else is good? I'm thinking going up against the Roger here.
Ruby is pretty good. It's open still.
Yeah, but if they want to do that, they need a damage dealer in the jungle. But based on what happened just now, I'm not too confident. So they pick up a Fredrin, a tank jungler, and yes, they pick up the Valentina.
So none of this is going to face off against Roger at the gold lane at the start, at least. So that still opens up Ruby to be taken. I mean, we saw that earlier in the previous game. Our previous series is that you can still play with the Roger and also the Ruby in the same lineup.
I feel like Evil might switch things up. They might pick up something different in the gold lane. Maybe something like a Clint, maybe even a Melissa. Try to fight against the Roger here. Because if not, they might have to go for a Claude. Honestly, the Beatrix is fine to go up against the Roger. The only problem is the Tigreal. So maybe if you ban out the Tigreal, it should be okay. I feel like Evil, as much as they pick up the Kaja, try to move away from it. It's not working out.
Yeah, but we're gonna get our answer right now, whether the Ruby will be picked up or not. So it looks like the answer is no. Okay, they're gonna go with something fresh this time. The Guinevere is actually the first time that they're playing in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Guinevere is flexible. It can be a jungler. It can also be a roamer. The fact that using the Winter Crown on the Guinevere, you can use your Violet Requiem and you won't get interrupted. So that's pretty good. Not getting interrupted, not getting damaged is good. Evil, I feel like grabbing a Grok here would be pretty good because going up against a Guinevere, you need information of where the Guinevere is. Because if not, I feel like the Grok is going to get banned out.
I'm still curious to find out like what's their answer towards the Roger. But looks like they're going to go for the Claude. Okay, something that they've picked up before again. So Eva is going for comfort pick still if we kind of look at it.
So now for... The thing about Evos Holy's lineup is there's a lot of flexibility. The Terizla can be EXP, can be mid, the Roger can be gold, can be jungle, the Guinevere can be roam, can be jungle. So it makes it very difficult for Evil to really ban anything out. And usually people would ban out something like the Novaria, something like the Faramis. But again, because of that Terizla, it makes it a little bit more difficult. But I would say banning out the Novaria might be pretty good.
Now that would having a Novaria would give them a lot of vision as well. So we want to cut that out, especially when it comes to you want to take the objectives. Turtle, Lloyd. But looks like they're not going to go for that. They're going to go taking out the Nolan instead. And Nolan actually has been used by Annabelle before with the used twice in the SPS and both of them with a good win rate, 100%. So that's a reason for them to take it out.
They banned out the X-Board, should they ban out the... Because Yuzong was used, it's an okay ban, but I feel like the Yuzong was not that big of a factor, so they're banning out the Edith. The Yuzong is still open if they want to still try and go for that, but I almost feel like even a Thamos would work quite well here. But, you know, Yuzong is a safe pick if you want.
For Evo, they still don't really have an answer for Roger. So,
I mean, Arlet is open if they want to try that.
Arlet? Ruby is also open as well.
I feel like they don't need a Ruby anymore because they already pick up the Claude. And the Ruby is good going up against the Guinevere, but I feel like it's... Actually, yeah, against the Guinevere, it might be good.
So there could be like 2 reasons right now for them to pick up the Ruby. Yeah, there you go.
Ruby picked up. Now for Evos Holy. The Terizla is going to go mid or EXP. By this point, I kind of feel like you can be... Like, going up against Evil may be a bit risky. Framis is still fine. Lilia is pretty good to go up against the Fredrin. Not as good to go up against the Valentina, but, you know, pick your poison.
Okay. Novaria, though. Could that be a possibility still? Yes.
Honestly, even the Kadita might be good going up against the Fredrin. Hayabusa, Hayabusa picked up, so this is good. Now Evos Holy wants damage, and Kadita is picked up as well.
Man, time and time again.
What else here for Evo? Okay, because...
Damage dealer for sure.
Because I'm thinking Ruby can be roam, can be EXP. That's what's shaking me here. It makes me Okay, I'm giving up. I don't know the last pick here for Evo. I don't know what's good for them here. I still think Roger is pretty good, so that you can slow down Evos Holy a little bit, but I don't think they'll be picking it up.
So, I mean, they do have a couple of flex picks in between, right? Like they can move around, especially with the Ruby pick. It looks like they're going to go for
3,000 worlds.
Martis.
And not a single worthy foe.
Where's this Martis going? Like,
yeah,
is it Martis EXP or is it Fredrin EXP?
Martis EXP.
Martis EXP.
Right.
So this is gonna be a Ruby roam.
My question is,
I don't know. Like I don't know what Evil's win condition is gonna be for Evos Holy. It's all about pickoff. This is new for me.
I mean, you had the Yuzong Open as well. That could have been a decent pick in the XP, or even Lapu Lapu.
Oh yeah, even the Lapu Lapu.
Lapu. Thick damage, but Martis, it's anti-CC. Damage, okay, but anti-CC, but they don't have somebody who can really start a fight.
Okay, just go crazy. First item Sky Piercer onto Martis, and then at level 5, group S5, and then fight non-stop. Maybe that's the idea here. Try to have a faster game going up against Evos Holy that they won't see it coming. We're jumping into the game, and looks like Annabelle as well as Powerful, they're both will be starting the purple buff, so they're not going to be meeting each other in their rotations.
Right, let's see if they can actually farm that fast as well before they've been pressured by Evos Holy. So Evos Holy might want to take this as a fast-paced game as well because of the Hayabusa. Annabelle expect him to go all around the map to try to get pickups by himself.
Well, Annabelle is definitely farming this faster. When Powerful hit his orange buff, Annabelle's already putting the orange buff at half HP.
Look at the amount of damage that the Carrot. I mean, immediately Carrot has to fall back. Sayla now stuck with Carrot. Okay. And Carrot, yep, full away. But Coconut, very early recall back home.
Okay, now looking at the Emblem set here, it looks like the Marcus will have the Festival of Blood, so want a little bit more sustain. Other than that, looks like everyone... Oh, Roger, Warcry. I kind of feel like Roger will definitely win the lane here.
And yes, he is definitely... he already forced the first recall
actually
back.
2 Warcry. 1 for Roger and 1 for Hayabusa. So, looks like Evos Holy, they're just going to overload that damage. Evil wants to go for sustain, but I guess this is a good test for us to see which is better, more damage or more sustain.
Well, we can see through the first fight here in the middle. All 3 knockouts for the side of Evil. Annabelle, when they talk about him playing this fast, let's get the first blood, but at least they will be able to get the trade back there. Powerful gets 1 for himself, so it's a 1-for-1 trade as Coconut shoots away Brands, but Brands is still, it's fine.
He was able to hit his skills, and Coconut is very, very low. I feel like Brands has to be careful. I feel like he used the Lycan Pounce and accidentally went inside turret range, and maybe that's how Coconut has a good trade going up against this Roger, because with the Warcry, Roger definitely has a big advantage in lane. If he builds a Sky Piercer, this is going to be a fast game by Evos Holy.
Look at this, Clockun taking a lot of damage. Then again, not going to be an issue for him. This is a Kanina. Immediately, Annabelle comes in and Carrot gets eaten alive.
Sky Piercer bought by Brands. So now, honestly, Coconut has to be very, very careful. The turtle is still being pulled back by Evos Holy. They're waiting for Twist to see what he's going to do because low HP targets are pretty good against Martis. Well, it's good for the Martis.
Twist is waiting at the side though. Anytime can come in. Powerful! Will be the one to steal away the turtle. And let's see if they can get more out of this moment. As Fluffy right now moving to the next target. Evos will need to get away the safety. Twist will secure the kill on top of the turtle as they try to get Twist. But then again, Twist will make a U-turn and Carrot will get his revenge. And now it's all on the Twist, but Twist stay okay underneath the turret. A win for Evil.
We were questioning it, but before that, Brands fights against Coconut. Coconut now doesn't have the Blazing Duet. Looks like Coconut wants to poke out Brands a little bit more, but going back into the turtle fight, Evil won it out with a lot more crowd control and a lot more sustain. So at least for the first turtle, it looks like the draft with more sustain still does very, very well, where the damage coming in from Evos Holy was nowhere near enough.
Now it's a matter of whether Evil can continue to snowball this, because that was what happened in the previous round. Now Annabelle shows himself all Coconut. Look at the amount of damage, but Carrot is at Jared. Still, Coconut went down, even though Carrot was there.
Oh, but look at this. They found the jungler, and Clockhood gets a kill onto Powerful.
Little bit unfortunate there, caught in the rotation. And Sayla, there was nothing much he can do about it, even though he was at the mid.
Well, Sayla doing a lot of damage onto Fluffy, but he has to be careful. He wants to all in against Fluffy. I don't think that's a good idea, especially when you have Dreams in your radar. Swiss is there to provide some form of backup, but the fact that Sayla survives, it helps out Twist quite a bit, making it so that he has a winning lane going up against Fluffy, but now he's going to get punished.
But then again, it's Sayla we're talking about here. Pretty confident with taking that amount of damage and still staying alive after that. He has to stay alive because right now the turtle will be up real soon. While Brands all alone against 2 members of Evil.
Yeah, Brands now looks like he is going to get pushed in a little bit. And we see the same pattern where this time Carrot is going to be babysitting Coconut for a bit. The turtle is getting started off. Clockhood has... Oh, look at Twist.
Oh, they caught Twist in the middle. Twist didn't know what hit him. Carrot is still waiting there, but then again, How much can Carrot do? Okay, powerful, maybe, because he does have the retribution still, but he doesn't have the space to go in. He's being forced to go back. While Fluffy is opening up the space. Powerful has to let this one go.
You know, looking at Fluffy, he wants to continue the fight. Coconut going up against Clockun. Coconut really wants this top inhibitor, and Clockun is going to make sure that it's not going to be an easy fit for him to get. And Noel is clearing the mid. It looks like Evos Holy is going to funnel most of the farm over to Annabelle, now having 4-1 and 0. Not sure what his itemization is looking like, but he's getting a lot of kills here.
Oh, France, easy turret for him. Okay, just a little bit more, waiting for the next wave, but it's not going to be an issue for him. In fact, he has help from Dreams at the bottom. Nice rotation by Dreams now. Now Sailor has to back off.
Yeah, about 2,300 gold advantage for Evos Holy here. That's a difference of maybe like 2 items. Brand's now having the Wind Talker, so he has 2 items. Clockwood!
Oh! Look at the amount of damage on the Coconut there by Clockwood. Fluffy and Animal comes in. Powerful! There you go, all the way onto the backline. Powerful! As powerful as he is, he will not be able to withstand the damage output from Evos Holy. And now they'll be looking for Sailor next. Sailor gets away. For now, City, Clockwood will not be able to catch up to him.
The damage from Annabelle, I could be wrong, but it looks like he has a Sky Piercer, and I believe that he does, because the amount of burst damage coming in from this Hayabusa is insane. Right now he's level 11, Powerful is level 9, so a big level difference when it comes to the junglers here. Looking at Coconut, Coconut is found by Dreams, and apparently it was Dreams alone, so the Roamer almost took down the marksman, the gold laner.
And also to note that all the other turrets have been taken out. So right now Evos Holy will have a lot more access into the jungle of Evo. But before they go into the jungle, they're going to focus onto the objective first, and that's going to be taking down the next turtle.
Clockwood.
Oh, look at this damage. Nowhere to go. Definitely. Oh, nice flicker to catch up with the Twist. And Twist,
yep,
unstoppable.
Definitely a Sky Piercer. We see the 9999. And now Fluffy alone against 4.
Here we go, going on to the back line, and Dreams has to pick away the safety. Fluffy right now is probably going to be the next one in trouble. Fluffy is tanky enough. Chase on the Sailor. It's going to be Brad all the way onto the back line. Annabelle gets a monster kill by himself the moment he shows up, and with that, the tunnel is way open.
Annabelle must be loving this patch, man, because now opens up a lot of assassins for him. Now looking at him doing a lot of damage. Now he has the Endless Battle as well, 8-1 and 0. Looking at his items, he has the Sky Piercer, the Endless Battle, as well as the Hunter Strike. A lot of penetration, a lot of true damage.
Man, we've got 2 of them on Evos Holy at this point. I mean, how are they going to withstand this level of damage? Level of burst from Evos Holy is just insane right now. Coconut has to be extra careful. Immediately battle mirror image away to safety.
Quite interesting here that Carrot opts for a brute force breastplate. Usually we see those on EXP laners or the junglers. Usually we see a more defense-oriented defense item for the roamers. So this is an interesting build coming in from Carrot.
Looks like going on to the top lane. And now Brands to take down the tower, but then again Carrot goes down to Clockwood. Fluffy gets one for himself as well. Coconut, battle mirror image away. Fluffy is going to be the one to put Sailor back home. Evos Holy, straightforward siege down by them. They're going to be looking for more right now. They're going to try to bait out Twist. Coconut got to be extra careful not to overcommit.
Yeah, Coconut really can't do much now because Fluffy, oh, Sky Piercer.
All the way out to the back.
Either way, it's like, at this point, it's going to be very difficult for Coconut to deal damage as long as Fluffy's around, because Fluffy has the Dominance Eye, so 80% of his attack speed is going to get scaled down, and that's not good when you're a Claude. It's definitely hard for him, and we saw the amount of chain CCs that Fluffy, as well as Dreams, as well as Clockwood can chain together. If they get a very good engage, there's not much that Evo can do.
Yeah, and look at the top damage dealers, right? They're all stacked up there from Evos Holy. But oh, look at the top! LaFell, the moment Coconut shows up, every time the moment Coconut shows up, Annabelle is there. That's it.
This is why the assassin meta can happen, is that if you show that you're gonna use a marksman and the opponent can use an assassin, it's a pretty easy pickup for an assassin because they can burst you down so fast because the marksman's hasn't been updated to have higher armor or magic resist. Now that Annabelle has a Blade of Despair, well, forget about it.
Oh, okay. At least they pull one back, take it out Clockun. Fluffy was there, but he's not going to commit that because he knows that the lot was taken, so they have to wait for the lot to come up. No, we'll commit. He's still going to go in for it, and here we go. Powerful. Might be back on the ball, and Brad will be the one to take the point away. Looking for more kills and through the back line. And now, the penalties are when they got 3 of them at least. And the moment Annabelle shows up himself, he gets 3 kills back-to-back just like that.
Dude, right now is 13-1-1. This Hayabusa is doing a lot of work. I mean, like, to be fair, it was Holy. The cavalry was there. A lot of crowd control was being dished out to stop them, and then NFL just like, I'm just gonna last hit, man. I don't want to die here. I just want to last hit.
Just want to get the stats for himself right now, but let's see if he can add on to the stats. Powerful, trying to buy time, trying to clear off the minion wave as well. And Bruce, oh, here we go! Brad, straight onto Carrot. Dreams, still be alright. The top turret will be taken out. And now this is Evos only ramping up the game. He goes straight onto the backline. Sailor might be taken out before the game ends, but then again, the game will end before anyone else goes out.
Evos Holy won against Evil 2-0. A clean win from them. Annabelle showing what he can do, given him when he's been given the assassins. The Hayabusa, amazing kill score, 14-1-1. Congratulations to Evos Holy.
And this was a very dominant match by Evos Holy, especially with the Hayabusa. The moment his power spiked, that's it. He shows up, he gets a confirmed kill.
And again, like, he has a lot of on-hit bursts. If he had the Blade of Heptasis as well, yeah, there's way too much. I feel like if you have 60% of HP left, you will instantly die with the combination of the amount of penetration that he has and the on-hit kill by the Sky Piercer. Overall, I like how Evos Holy played around the draft, understanding when they're very strong. Same pattern, we see Evil winning the first turtle, but after that, yeah, no more.
Yeah. And yeah, this round has a similar pattern like the previous round. Like
yeah.
Evil had a good early start,
yeah,
up to the turtle stage, and then after that it just goes all the way down.
I mean, again, Evos Holy has a lot of experience going up against a lot of a very aggressive team, so I feel like they've gotten used to losing 1 or 2 early neutral objectives and then figuring out a way on how to win it back. In this game, Clockun as well, using the Kadita, was able to add a lot with the Breath of the Ocean, and even though he doesn't get a confirmed kill, but it's enough to make them lose a lot of HP that they gotta go back to the base, so they just lose the map pressure.
Yeah, and that was like what? Every time he uses that, it's like 80% of health loss for almost whoever that he caught on map. And there was that one time as well on top that the moment he did that, Hayabusa came by and just gets a free kill. But let's check out the items from this round.
20 kills to 4, 11 minutes in, 42,000 gold compared to 27. That's a very big lead. That's more than how many tens of thousands of gold here?
That is
15?
13.
13,000 gold difference. That is a lot. But yeah, we gotta talk about this Hayabusa with the War Cry, Sky Piercer first item, and then the Endless Battle, and then the Hunter Strike, followed up by the Blade of Despair. I personally feel like the Blade of Despair is already overkill, because at that point, looking at the defense item, powerful. He only had a Brute Force Breastplate that can't do anything when it comes to physical damage reduction. The armor, same with Carrot. No one only Twist. Twist had a lot of armor. Other than Twist, Annabelle is able to just burst them down so fast. The tanks don't feel like tanks anymore. And Annabelle will be doing the highest amount of damage, 5,159 damage per minute.
That's more than double the total team damage of between Evos as well as Evo. If you kind of think about it, it's double.
Yeah, that is a lot. That is definitely a lot. The highest damage dealt in Evil's side is Sayla with 33,000. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Annabelle is really showing that respect has to be given to this damage damage junglers, because once you have a very good start, it doesn't stop. It just keeps on snowballing, and it becomes a situation where it becomes out of control. And that's where the game looks so one-sided, because there's not much that you can outplay that, because the one that can stop him is Twist, Powerful, and Carrot, but they can't stay alive long enough to try and outplay what NFL is trying to do.
The only way for them to have a comeback is that if Evos Holy played the long game for whatever reason. It's like, oh, we want to torture you. We want to let you, we want to farm, we want to torture, we want to have full items before we end the game. Then if that opportunity is allowed to Evo, maybe we might see a counter, but obviously in this round, they want to finish it as fast as possible.
Yeah, let's look at the graph here to see where it went wrong, because even in the early game when Evo was able to get a good fight around Turtle, the advantage wasn't that much. And then we can see that the advantage for Evos Holy was quite steep. After getting a few kills, it ramps up very, very fast.
Yeah, and if we just look at the graph itself, the first bunch of reds, that was when the first turtle fight happened, thereabouts. And then it just goes all the way up there. So,
Not gonna lie, I'm
same. It's just the other way around.
not gonna lie, I'm colorblind. I have no idea what's going on
okay.
in this graph. But we gotta look at the MVP.
Alright.
And of course, it's gonna be Annabelle with 1,026 gold per minute. I didn't even notice his gold per minute. That's high.
Oh man.
Over 1,000. He was item complete by 11 minutes.
And that was like what? Was he even in full level by the time? Was he at level 15? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Man, that was just how much dominance they've been showing. But okay, so even if we look at some of these highlights, right, it has a similar feeling like the previous round. Like starting, we see some good fights at the first turtle, and then other than that, it's just Evos Holy just running down Evil. And look at the chase from Annabelle, chase on the Carrot. Every time he shows up, he gets kills, and just keep your eye onto him every time.
Yeah, I want to see the final fight where he hit his quad shadow here. He hit onto 3 targets, I believe, because he just jumped on one, jump on the other, and then jump on the other. Yeah, he had quad shadows at least on 2 targets, making it easy access for him to jump into the fight and then finish things off.
Yep, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, Evos Holy wins against Evil 2-0, and they will move on to the next round.
Yeah, congratulations to Evos Holy. Again, an amazing feat where this is what is expected of them. And this is why they're one of the favorites coming in for the Snapdragon Pro Series, where people doubted them before the MPLID started. But then now, I believe those doubts are answered. We got to look at the updated groupings to see where everyone falls into place. Group A, we saw that Evos Holy lost against RSG Philippines, and that's why they went to the lower bracket. They were able to take down Evil 2-0, and now they've qualified to the last chance qualifiers. And this is the last chance qualifiers, meaning they haven't qualified just yet to the challenge finals. They still have more matches to play to qualify.
Yes, and more meaning more. It's like, okay,
A minimum of 2.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah. If not, they have to go down to a lower bracket and all that, which we will be witnessing that in days to come. But for Evos Holy...
Or tomorrow, in fact.
Oh, yeah, tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yeah, they're going to be playing tomorrow. Yeah.
So tomorrow we'll actually find out
If
who will be
Evos Holy
finalists.
moves forward or not. And again, expectations are on them for them to win, because what's going to be happening today is that we want to find the rest of the teams going to the last chance qualifiers, where in total it'll be 4. And then afterwards, from the 4, we're looking for 2, if my math is correct. It should be correct.
Yes.
But either way, that was a dominating victory by Evos Holy. Evo will have to check back at what they want to change for upcoming tournaments. But now, next match is going to be Falcons going up against RRQ Hoshi, where both are fighting for the last chance qualifier as well.
Yeah.
And now, any last words before we go to a break?
Well, expect a lot more action coming up soon because, well, Falcons, Esports, and RRQ Hoshi, these 2 teams are amazing stuff.
My name is Lavelle. This is Sir Cloud. We're going for a short break. After this, it's going to be Falcons against RRQ Hoshi.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
clubs that you work for. You a beast type of hoe you get murked for. I can tell a lot about a girl on the first put, 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 put. I can tell a lot about a girl on put.
And now we'll be watching between Falcon going up against RRQ Hoshi, where they will be fighting to qualify to the last chance qualifiers, where again, they're fighting for the chance to go to the challenge finals to play in Jakarta. Welcome back, my name is Lavelle. Alongside with me is Sir Cloud, going to showcase you guys this amazing best of 3 between these two amazing teams.
This is going to be a do or die for them.
Oh yeah.
The team that loses will go out, and hopefully we'll be able to see them next season. And the team that wins will move on to the last chance qualifiers that will be played tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you're still staying tuned with us tomorrow as well.
Yeah, both amazing teams, where Falcon is one of the teams that has the highest first blood rate in a world championship, going up against RRQ, where there's a lot of pedigree. And for you guys, make sure you guys grab tickets soon before it's sold out, because it costs 10,000 IDR. You guys can get it at ESL.gg/MLBB takes-EN. Scan a QR code to make sure you guys can get it very, very fast, because the first 1,000 will get goodies worth 65,000 IDR.
Man, 1,000?
Yeah.
Man, got to do the math then, how much that's worth.
3 ringgit.
All right.
Yes, 3 ringgit.
3 ringgit?
Yeah, 3 ringgit.
Oh.
Yes, 3 ringgit.
Okay.
Oh, you thought I was playing?
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
3
it's Lafelle.
Yeah, to be fair, it's me. Like, I've been known to lie. But yeah, it's 3 ringgit.
Okay.
A
thank
single
you.
ticket is just 3 ringgit. You could legit buy 100 of those, and it only costs 300 ringgit.
Take my money, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
3 ringgit.
Right. Okay. Hold the mic for a
It
second.
did.
Then.
It did.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
10,000
Guys.
IDR translates to 3 ringgit. I know currencies. Ask me how much 10,000 IDR is in Egyptian currency.
How much is that?
I don't know. We'll be watching this match between Falcon going up against RRQ Hoshi. He walked right into that one. Woo! I feel like if I remember correctly, Falcon Esports is the team with Royal Milk. He is an amazing EXP laner, and usually going up against annoying junglers, EXP laners is going to be very important. Now we're going to look at the lineup for Falcon Esports. It is the team with Royal Milk, Dax, PX7, Benny, and Kid X. And let me tell you, Royal Milk and PX7, woo, monsters, man.
And if we specifically zoom in into Royal Milk, he loves Chi.
Oh yeah, he definitely does. And Benny can hold his own as well in the jungle. So far, Dax has been using a lot of tank junglers. We're looking at their highlight going up against RSG Singapore. And look at this. They make very, very quick work of them.
Yeah. Just look at this, right? Their coordination, their trust between each other with the Paramis and the Netherrealm. Both highlights that we can see starts off with the Netherrealm just running down RSG Singapore.
Yeah, Falcon Esports is one of the teams that if they see an opportunity, they won't shy away from going as aggressive as they can. Look at this. Ray is waiting for Benny, but Benny's not having any of it. He knows that they're going after him. His game sense is insane.
Yep, and overall we can say that this was a very tight match, right? Although, and it went like what, 14, 14, 15, 15 at the mid stage, and it could have went either way.
Yeah, and now we got to look at the lineup for RRQ. Hoshi is going to be Dawn, First Six, Rinzia, Skylar, as well as Vin. Where yesterday, they won by a landslide. They made it look easy. Skylar on the Natan, and First Six, he used the Hayabusa one, so we know that he's got it in his bag.
I mean, we saw the Hayabusa earlier on, like how it was used. But other than that as well, Vin used chip.
Oh yeah,
before.
I don't
Yes.
think he will be getting chips today.
He
I doubt it.
has been banned out the whole day.
Yeah. Because again, like, Chip is one of those heroes where either you know how to use him or not. And the thing is, Fanny is a difficult hero to use, but it's more on you yourself. If you die by yourself. But Chip, if you don't know how to use a Chip, your entire team will die. Vin has shown he knows how to use the Chip, so if you let him through, he will pick it up.
Yeah, and doing the chip requires like strong team coordination as well.
Definitely.
Yeah, got to be absolutely on point. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on to our first draft for game number 1 here between Falcon Esports as well as RRQ Hoshi. And just to put note is that Falcon Esports, they had a long journey coming to the stage. So a lot of data is put out there for RRQ Hoshi to read.
Yeah, but again, RRQ Hoshi already showing data as well. Falcon banning out the Natan, the Roger, as well as the Arlen. RRQ banning out the Chip, the Luyi, and the Harif. First pick for Falcon is the Angela. So most probably they want to pick up a Ling here. So RRQ Hoshi, how do you guys respond? The Moskov is still open if they want to pick it up for themselves.
And this time the Roger is banned out. So they got it all planned. They don't plan to take the Roger from themselves. So what you say, the Moskov? Yes, and the Moskov have been played once by RRQ Hoshi in the SBS with a win.
Yeah. So RRQ Hoshi, what do they follow up with? The Moskov. They're going to pick up the Ling, so they're going to deny it from the Falcons. And look at the Falcon. It looks like they know that this is going to happen. They pick up the Angela. If the Ling is open, they're going to pick it up. But it looks like they have a plan. If RRQ Hoshi wants to deny it and pick it up, and they're going to go for the Fredrin, they're like, yeah, we don't care. Angela is still good Angela is still good with the Fredrin. Look at them celebrating. They're like, yeah, we got this. We outdrafted them. Just the first 2 picks for RRQ Hoshi is like, yeah, we got this in the bag.
Yes, and also they pick up their comfort pick as well, Chi. And we talked about that before. And them pick out Chi, well, majority of it wins in this SPS. So now we are coming towards the final pick for RRQ Hoshi before we come up to the ban. What do you think will be the next best pick?
A Roam. A Minotaur would be good. A Grok would be great as well, where they can be aggressive and they can deny aggression. So now both teams Falcon, they can easily ban out mid laners. I feel like Falcon, they can ban out the Valentina, the Kadita, or the Novaria. For Araki, maybe ban out the gold laners, ban out the Claude, and then I'm not so sure which other one. I feel like I'm forgetting one crazy strong gold laner. But either ways, I feel like Nathan has been banned out. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh, the Claude. Wait, did I say the Claude?
Yeah, I said the Claude.
Yeah, I said the Claude. Okay, yeah. So I was right for that one. Looks like they're gonna ban out the Terizla. They're gonna make sure that the EXP lane has a winning matchup, which, you know, respectable.
So I'm thinking along the lines of like probably because you have a Moskov there, right? I wonder if they want to go for a Ruby gold laner.
Yeah, I feel like Ruby ban is pretty good as well. That's a good shout. A Ruby ban would be pretty good for Araki, making sure that the Moskov will win the lane no matter what. Unless Falcon has a crazy pick. Like, we haven't seen the Brody for a while. The Brody should do well against the likes of Ling as well as the Moskov, but I have to confess, I haven't tried out the Brody in this current patch, so I don't know how strong he is.
But in theory, it sounds pretty good.
Oh,
it looks like
good
good Beatrix. Okay, so maybe Ruby. Ruby's going to be open for Falcon. So pick that up. I think that wouldn't be too bad.
What else would Falcon want to ban here? A Benedetta, a Yuzong, a Lapu Lapu, any strong EXP laners that the Chi-Chi will have a tough time with. Maybe the Yuzong. The Yuzong, I feel like, has an okay matchup against what Falcon has in store for them. Or X-Borg.
X-Borg will be pretty good. Because
actually,
to a certain extent, they could use some tank melters.
Yeah, because the thing is, Angela can be roam, can be mid.
Let them play the hero.
They're gonna ban out the Yuzong, okay, making sure that
Very safe.
Royal Mink has a good time. Valentina picked up by Araki. Now it comes to the question whether this Angela is going mid or going roam. If it's going mid, they can pick up something like the Minotaur, having more heals. If it's going as a roam, then you can have a very strong damage dealer like a Kadita, like a Farsa in the mid lane, so that you have a very strong early game.
Well, if I were to look at the past record, Kid X is the one that has used Angela, and PX7 has not used Angela before in the SPS. So potentially this could be a Angela roam.
Okay. Do they want to even try a Faramis, even though the Valentina can steal it away? But I'm thinking of the gold lane here. I haven't tried the Brody, but the Brody looks good here against Araki. So the Brody gets picked up here. And the Faramis.
So mid Faramis, there you go. So Angela locked in as a roam. A final pick.
Lapu Lapu. Or if you want to go a bit crazy, even the Benedetta might be okay here. But someone that dives. Or yeah, I'm thinking either of those two, the Lapu Lapu or the Benedetta.
Or maybe like a Tamus.
Yeah, or a Tamus. Yeah. Tamus will be a good shout as well.
Yep. So Tamus is one, unless they want to go like something that has split push capability, like a Masha.
Masha is a good shout, but going up against Faramis, traditionally you go for a Lapu Lapu because the Lapu Lapu cleans out very fast, and the Lapu Lapu has been picked up.
There you go. So Lapu Lapu it is, and it's going to be RQ's Hoshi's first Lapu Lapu in the Snapdragon Pro Series as well. And let's see how will this pan out. So between these two drafts, any favorite picks?
My favorite is Falcon because of their reaction. They act like they have predicted this draft from yesterday. They're like, if we pick up Angela, they're going to pick up the Ling. Just watch. And then after the Ling pickup, they're like, yep, we won this one. So based on the reactions of Falcon, it looks like they got everything that they wanted, including the Brody as well. So I don't know. I feel good for Falcon just based off their reactions.
Yeah, and also it feels like they are the ones in control of the picks. It's like,
oh yeah,
arguably you are following our pace right now. Like whatever you pick, maybe you try to counter and that might kind of mess up your initial plan. So let's see if Falcon Esports can actually bring this onto the table right now that they have this draft that seems to be the comfort draft, including Royal Mill with the Chi-Chi in the lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be game number one between Falcon Esports and RRQ Hoshi.
And it looks like both junglers are starting at the same side of the map. If I'm not mistaken, they're starting on the EXP side of the map, where Dax is starting on the orange buff. And First Six is going to get that purple buff as fast as he can. He's getting it pretty fast. He reaches it before Dax. And Vin did not steal it away, and Vin has to be careful. Extra 20% more damage. Kid X is going to punish him for a little bit, but Vin is going to survive.
Yeah, if only he stole that away, then that will be a great start for them. But nevertheless, Falcon Esports defended it, and Vin took a bit of damage, but it's okay. He's a crowd.
Yeah. As long as it doesn't die, it doesn't translate into anything. Benny as well as Skylar. This is going to be very interesting how the matchup looks like, because I haven't seen a Brody against a Moskov for a very long time, especially after the nerfs onto the Moskov.
Well, let's see this Moskov. So far, based on the record after the new patch, Moskov has only won once in our Snapdragon Pro Series. But keep your eye on what's going to happen on top. You could see a dive here. Benny, 50% of health. Benny tries to defend himself, but Benny might be the next one to fall. Off, there goes the chase there. Benny is still holding on strongly, but not long enough. Vin will get a kill. Vin is now super duper low. Percy blocks out two members of a Falcon from the chase, and they were not able to get into the trade.
Count it, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 members of Falcon Esports were incredibly low. If the Fredrin was there, they probably could have gotten the kill there. So Falcon Esports used the damage reduction on the gold plating as much as they can. But again, to no avail. I'm not so sure who picked up that jungle creep. But either way, Falcon Esports, honestly, just one death is still okay. The only bad thing is that it went on to bed. Your gold laner, you kind of don't want your gold laner to die.
Oh, but here we go. Looks like RQOC is going to challenge for the turtle. Go onto the back line. Shoots up the XL and Mercy will be the one to steal away the turtle. And now the chase is happening, ladies and gentlemen. Going on to Royal Milk. We need to let this one go. Now the counter is going to come in from the other side with Dax there. Dax takes a bit of damage, soaks it away from Royal Milk, and both of them survive.
Well played by both teams, where we saw a lot of low HP targets from Falcon as well as Araki Hoshi, but they were able to get out of there scot-free. Rinzia was able to take away the Netherrealm, which really made sure that Araki Hoshi was able to survive, but kudos on to Dax. I really thought he would have been taken down there, but he was able to survive. Gold leaderboard right now, Skylar is the highest, but again, only by 200-300 gold, so not that big of a difference. Not a difference where your difference is a small component, not entire item, so it's not that bad.
So let's see if we can get another kill on top now with the help of Vin here. If we can get another kill at least, then he might start to snowball after that.
Benny, what is his first item going to be? I would imagine it would be a Sky Cursor. The only thing is, I would thought that Benny would go for a War Cry, but instead he went for the Quantum Charge, so he wants more survivability instead of just straight up damage. Araki 1,000 gold lead ahead. Looks like they're playing it slow. They're not forcing anything just yet.
Well, the rotation seems to be sort of happening down on the bottom lane. First he is around though, but not the right timing yet to go up against Royal Milk, so could let that one go for now. But both sides now respecting each other, and that's also partly because in about 20 more seconds, the next turtle will be up.
First Six hasn't built his first item yet, so it is slightly expensive. I'm thinking either a Berserker Fury or a Haskell as the first item for Ling. Again, I prefer Berserker Fury just so that you get more bang for your buck, especially after the price has been reduced. If it goes for the Haskell, it's still good. It's just that, you know, less damage, more survivability.
Vin checking the push. Royal Milk is there. This time around, Falcon Esports, they definitely want the turtle for themselves. But RQOC is not going to make it easy for them. Royal Milk holding down the front line. And now Dax is probably going to join in. Nope, Dax. You got BX7 there. Coming in to hold the front line as well. Oh, the spear has arrived. Is he going to go in for it? No, not yet. But then here, Royal Milk will make sure that the turtle is not stolen away. But now RQOC is looking for the trade bag. No one that they could find that they could take away out of Falcon. And Falcon won this clean.
Oh, yeah, definitely do. And Falcon... Oh, Benny was able to take down Skylar in mid. I'm pretty sure he used the Torn Apart Memory alongside with the Sky Piercer. Instant death. First Six now having the Berserker Fury, the preferred first item for Ling. So in terms of damage, it should be up and up for now. Kid X now having the Blast of the Oasis, gonna give a shield whenever he heals his teammates when they're low. And Royal Milk, first item War Axe, where Chichi got a buff because War Axe from before is already pretty strong. Now having extra Spell Vamp or base Spell Vamp of 12 is gonna make sure that he stays alive for a very, very long time, especially when you have the Angela helping you out with the Heart Guard.
Now Skylar is a little bit behind, but okay. Check out the highlights from the previous fight.
Yeah, we can definitely see Skylar. Yeah, there you go. Boom. Last hit. Skype is wrong.
Nothing much you can do about that though. But now Bin will need to get away to safety. Oh, underneath the turret. They're going to go in for the tag, but the risk is just too high because the other two members of RRQ Hoshi is still there. And Dax will just need to reset and clear off the lanes and be respectful of RRQ Hoshi.
That's very good by first six. He saw that so many members of Falcon were up top, so you might as well get the mid lane turret. So personally for me, that's a big win because when you get the mid lane turret, it enables you to dive inside of the jungle much more confidently because you don't have the extra protection. So very good play by RRQ Hoshi. Even though Falcon traded up for the top tower, I would say the mid tower is much more important.
Oh, absolutely. And plus, now the turtle is going to be up. Taking that mid tower away, it's going to give them a little bit more space. Let's see if with the space gained by RRQ Hoshi, can they get something out of this? Dax now, about 60% of health. He needs his teammates together with him. The rest of RRQ Hoshi, Don is going to come in. The turtle's very low. Who's going to be able to steal away? Land the retribution. It's going to be Dax! To still land the retribution, not giving away to RRQ Hoshi. And now they're looking for more kills. And now Dax, together with Benny, will secure a kill onto Don.
Oh yeah, Don was already very low. I think Renzia actually stole the Heart Guard away. And RRQ Hoshi, they just traded with a tower up top.
Oh, but here we go. Spear of Destruction. And here is Skylar, ladies and gentlemen. Skylar's going to go in for the chase on the PX7 first. And PX7 will not stand a chance. And Rinja will land the final blow. Dax is still there. You do see Percy though. He's going to go in. Yes, they will. Percy is now being the blade. And Percy still survives. Not going to be an issue. They have no lockdown on the Percy.
Oh yeah, first six has very low energy. Dawn wants to go in.
Don, all in front. Oh, Don, really risky move as Benny will get the killing spree onto him. This might open up the space to take down the mid turret. And mid turret goes down, opening up the purple buff for Falcon Esports.
And it looks like Dax is going to secure it for himself. Even if he doesn't, as long as someone from Falcon steals it away, it's all good. And it looks like Dax is the one to take it. And Vin is still sticking around. Dax is more than happy to deal damage onto him.
Wow, charge onto Dax all alone. Just for one hero, just for one player. Then again, it's not going to bring him any return from that. Spear of Destruction will not connect.
This time, Rinzia does indeed get the Nether Realm, so he will be able to help his team out in a big team fight. Now Falcon, they just want this turret, and Don wants to make sure that his turret stays alive.
Bin from side, bin from side, bin from side. Giving away their position, and now they're going to go in for the chase. Here we go. Benny, three of them caught by RRQ Hoshi. But then again, they fight back though. Look at the amount of damage on the Richard. Richard's very low at this moment too. Blinkers expanded just to get away. But unfortunately, two of them from RRQ Hoshi not able to run away at all. Make that four as Royal Milk will make Royal Chocolate out of the final member, RRQ Hoshi.
Well, I guess I get my answer. Brody's still pretty good. Looking at items here, Sky Piercer, Malefic Roar, as well as a Demon Hunter Sword. Falcon Esports, that was a very good kite coming in from them. Shout out to BX7. Make sure that the rest of his team stays alive long enough to lower down the HP of RRQ Hoshi. And with all those kills, Benny has a pretty big stack on his Sky Piercer. So before this, it was 6% HP. Now perhaps it's 9 or 10%.
Okay, all right. Okay, it's going to be a 1v1, so it's going to be fine. It's more of just like managing the wave. Oh, putting himself in a slightly awkward position, but Kidex will not be able to do much.
I mean, as long as they're able to keep Ling in check, it should be fine. The Ling wants to go over to Angela, so it's going to be a 1v1 between the Ling and Angela. And Angela is surviving? How? Excuse me?
Oh, okay, but anyway, the Lord is not going to push onto the bottom lane. Now Lord is here, saying hello to the side of RQ Hoshi. But at the same time, the top is not really pushing just yet. No big opportunity still. Instead, Falcon Esports going to put focus onto the mid while the top does its own job.
Yeah, the neutral Lord, even though he's pretty tanky, he's not enough to take down the turrets just yet. Especially with the crystal, sorry, the inhibited turrets still having the holy defense, able to clear out the minions very, very fast. Benny now having to see Halbert, making it so that even if they do have healing coming in from Rinzia, it's not going to be enough. Oh, it's interesting here. Down apparently first item is the Queen's Wings.
Oh.
I feel like maybe you want to pair that up with maybe a 100 strike first item. It would be a little bit better, but okay, interesting.
Okay, but what else is interesting is that our damage leaderboard at this moment, Rinzia, actually has the most damage, but of course that is understandably if you compare with the Baroness that's played by PX7, but they're not too far away then.
Yeah, definitely not too far away. Right now, Falcon, 6,000 goldie going up against, or 4,000 goldie going up against Arkihoshi. First 6, he's gonna try. No, he's not even gonna try. He lets it go. He wants to go for Falcon's purple buff. It looks like Falcon, they're not moving towards their own purple buff here.
Okay, they really want to take away the purple buff from the other side because they know that again, it comes into the rule of thumb, right? If your opponent has a assassin jungler, you take away their purple buff as much as possible. So that's what they're prioritizing.
And now looking at Falcon, yeah, it seems that first 6 understand he just needs to farm as fast as he can, so that he has like what 3 items. After 3 items he could go a little bit more aggressive. I remember that he has the Haas Claw as well as Berserker Fury. PX7 now having the Lightning Truncheon, that's a big ticket item because now he deals way more damage whenever Arkihoshi, they're gonna clump up, and more often than not they are clumping up. So the fact that Rinzia has higher damage than PX7, that might change after this.
Oh, let's see if anything would change here, especially with the Lord currently up. Both teams going in for Royal Milk. Gonna hold on front like as usual. Together with PX7, since he does have the Nether realm together with him. And look at how far Royal Milk is zoning out the members of RQ Hoshi. And now he knows that he needs to zone out Dawn as well. Dawn taking a decent amount of damage by Royal Milk. Gotta be extra careful not to put inside an awkward position. Royal Milk is still A-OK as of now, but it's pretty low. Kid X, we need to kill him up. And now Lord, who will let it? Versus! Sails away the Lord! That is what they are looking for! And now Falcon Esports are looking for revenge. They're holding on the door! As Godlike will be given to Benny. They'll be looking for more targets at this moment, but everyone has to take a step back with the Lord at the top moving in.
Yeah, Falcon, they did well, but again, first 6 with a faster trigger finger was able to use the Retribution to secure the Lord. Amazing play coming in from Arkihoshi. Dawn using his own body just to delay Falcon Esports from taking the Lord, because we saw that Falcon was doing the Lord dance, and it's a good thing that they didn't sacrifice too much HP there.
Oh, easily taken down. Falcon Esports clears it all up, and everyone's going to reset. But keep your eye at the bottom lane. Skylar, free turret at the bottom. No spear, so that's okay. He's going to remain there.
Pretty good macro coming in from Arkihoshi, making sure that if they lose one, they're going to trade for the other. Benny now having a Haas Claw, meaning that he will be able to stay much longer inside the team fight. Arkihoshi, the Lord advantage, 4,000 gold. That is a lot, but again, it is on to first as well as Skylar having the map presence to know which lane that they can go for.
Not much damage at the Royal Milk though, so Skylar definitely needs to farm a little bit more. So far, he hasn't been able to get a single kill yet. Damage output is still not enough.
Funny, he already has 4 items. He only has 1 item slot left. I'm guessing the Malefic Roar as the final item so that he can actually burst through the armor, because I'm seeing a lot of blade armors for Falcon Esports, making it understandable why he can't kill them.
Oh, okay, hot gun on the Royal Milk. Tries going on to the back line for 6. He's in trouble, but he is A-OK right now thanks to protection from his teammates. But then again, for Vin, okay, Immortality, ding, around though, but nowhere to go for Vin. Broken the Immortality, his life taken away, just like that.
Benny is unstoppable right now. Got by 8-1 and oh, he is full items. At this point, if he wants, he can sell his boots for perhaps a Windtalker, or if you want to be more crazy, maybe even an endless battle.
Oh, think about battle right now. The battle happening in the mid lane. But then again, no minions there though. Decent amount of damage, but again, keep your eye on the bottom lane.
Yeah, Arkyoshi, they're playing for macro. They understand that they can't win the team fights here. Going up against Falcon Esports, Dax on this Fredrin has not died yet. 0-0 and 7. Royal Milk for now is all alone, but looking at Kid X, he has the hard guard, so it's never 1v many. It's gonna be 2v something.
Let's see how many will be how many with the presence of the Lord now. Because RQ Hoshi, actually both are kind of similarly exposed, especially at the bottom lane. But both sides going in for the Lord. Dax is going to start it off. No big moves yet from either side. Even at the mid, Royal Milk. Half HP, but you'll be able to heal up fast thanks to Kid X.
Dax has to be careful because he's going to take a lot of damage. Royal Milk trying to zone them away, already triggering the hard guard. Look at Rinzia getting pulled back.
Oh, Rinzia lasting around, and it still survives somehow. And now, the medal round, we'll see the members of Falcon Esports. Wow, they get a kill on the Dawn. Verse 6. What is he able to do right now? He can't even get close. The Lord is still being pulled on the side of Falcon Esports. Right now, they're still going to try to go for it. And Skylar goes down to get a revenge. Double kill, mix and a triple kill for Benny.
Excuse me, can we get an instant replay? I want to see how much health did First Thing have. Because I could have sworn he had 60 or 70% health left, and then it was gone.
Oh, good job. Before we can do that, Rinzia will be taken out, and there's going to be a wipeout onto Arkyoshi. Falcon Esports wins the game nice and clean.
I mean, they planned for this, because after picking up the Angela, and then after the Link pickup, they're like, GG, we won. Falcon Esports, they prepared this draft yesterday, and Arkyoshi fell into the trap. Congratulations, Falcon Esports. 1-0 onto Arkyoshi.
And I would say, yeah, it definitely is part of their plan. You can just look at the level of control that they have from the start of the match to the end. And honestly, I wouldn't expect for Arkyoshi to allow them to have this level of control being a team of this kind of status.
Royal Milk with that CC, man. You got to do something about it. Ban it away, steal it away quick. I don't know, but Brody looks pretty strong. We got to look at the itemization because, again, that Sky Piercer did a lot of work. I could have sworn the Ling had so much HP left and then obliterated.
Yes, and the Ling couldn't even get close to try to land the Retribution even. Like, even towards the end, we can see that how much protection that they have around the Lord area, that even if we want to fly in just to land that one single Retribution, he can.
Actually, it was right there on the Lord. It's just that he died immediately after that. Like, the moment he gets close enough to do anything, he's... Yeah. Sky Piercer needs a sound effect for it. What sound effect would... Because it has to be lightning based.
Oh, I thought you just did the sound effect. Like, that's your audition tape.
Nah, I feel like we need a little bit more. We need to take something that Pikachu can do and then just put it there.
Like the scene.
Does Pikachu? Let's look at the items. Let's look at the items. Let's look at the hero picks and try to figure out what happened in this game, because it looked like Arkyoshi fell in the trap of Falcon. We got to see whether Falcon can do it again for game number 2, or Arkyoshi is going to be like, yeah, we're not going to fall for the same trap again. You guys, maybe ban the Angela so that the trap doesn't get set up in the first place.
Yeah, if you think about the trap, right, and when they reacted to the trap, it was like the first 3 picks, and then you see their reaction.
Yeah.
It's like they
did high fives all around. I was like, okay, guys, we did it.
Okay, like we can start game now.
Yeah. Let's look at the stats here. 14 kills over to 3 kills, and we're immediately looking at the team fight participation. We gotta look at the damage. PX7 actually did the highest amount of damage, and I really feel like after he got the Lightning Truncheon, the damage is just overwhelming. 82,000 damage being done by PX7. Funny enough, Benny only did 42,000 damage. So in this game, looks like he didn't have to do a lot. He just had to be the finisher. But my goodness, was he an effective finisher?
And I noticed that Don wasn't able to come out with the amount of damage as well. I mean, as a Lapu Lapu, I kind of expected to do some level of damage, but yeah, it was just too bad for him. Didn't have the chance. And when it comes to the turret damage, well, obviously it's going to be Benny. Aside from not coming up with that much damage, well, he still got the kills, and that's where it all matters. He come up with the damage onto the towers. Objective.
Yeah, either way, Falcon, I would say they definitely won the draft. Like, draft is subjective, but their reaction kind of says that they won the draft. They have practiced this for quite a while, and we've seen some adaptations for sure with the Sky Piercer on to Brody, where we have theorized that having that item onto someone with a lot of burst damage, like, look at how high the spike was. The moment they won around the 10 minutes, it just shot up so high.
And this is the stats from the previous round. So we gotta digest the stats, right?
31 and 0 for it.
31 0? What?
Kidax have 100% kill participation, 0 and 14.
And he didn't have much damage output. Like, this is a true finisher.
Yeah. I mean, like, I feel like starting to figure out the meta.
Right.
One person, you don't need a lot. You just need one person with the Sky Piercer, just so that there's no shenanigans where people try to outplay you. We gotta look at the MVP for this game. Falcon is going over to Benny, 93% kill participation, 802 GPM, 13-1 and 0 KDA. And the thing is, we can, I feel like by tomorrow we can have a data for people that built the Sky Piercer, what is their KDA? Because so far, I've seen double-digit kills for people that has the Sky Piercer.
Ooh, and this was one of the best moments, at least caught on screen there, onto Skylar, just like that. And you mentioned about, like, you haven't
look
tried...
at this. Just boom, kill one, kill two, kill three. It just happens so fast.
Another one, boom. All the way. Rincia. Yeah, but this one was the last one was Royal Mech anyway. Could have given a 4. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm just really looking at the last Lord fight, because was it here? Was it? Oh yeah, it's probably this one. Look at the Ling. Look at, and then done. He had like 60% HP left, and then immediately gets deleted. That one as well. Rincia had 60% HP and then was deleted.
Yeah. So the key was probably the Brody pick, and then you got the CC pick just to like be the front line. And then that's it. And then they can start to celebrate. That was part of their plan.
Dude, just grab. Angela and CC is so overwhelming. So yeah, I feel like Arkihoshi, as much data as they have watching Falcon play, is not enough. Not just yet.
Yeah, I mean, based on the data, it does tell that, okay, they love their CC. But it does not tell that they love their Brody.
Well, with that being said, we got to go for a short break, giving time for Arkihoshi to figure out what do they have to do to go up against Falcon Esports.
Here we go!
Welcome back. Falcon Esports created a trap and Arkiyoshi fell for it. Will they be able to do it again or not? Because Arkiyoshi, they need to win this one to stay alive in the competition. Welcome back. My name is Opel. Alongside with me is Sir Cloud. You guys are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Season 5. And you guys can catch the game live in Jakarta, where the tickets are up for sale for 10,000 IDR. Just buy it at esl.gg/MLBBTix-EN. You guys can scan the QR code. The first 1,000 to buy will be able to get 65,000 IDR worth of goodies. Make sure you guys grab it for yourself because, again, one ticket is roughly 3 ringgit if you're from Malaysia. If you're from everywhere else, you guys can do your own conversion prices because it is very, very affordable.
It's less than 1 USD.
It's less than 1 USD. Exactly, it's less than 1 USD.
Oh my goodness. Somebody get all of it then. I mean, it comes together with the value that
5,000
multiplies. Yeah, get them all up because right now, we're going to see the next game, ladies and gentlemen. I want to put out something. You mentioned about that you have not tried Brody before with the new patch, right? I think that was a good reason for you to do so.
Yeah, you know, I feel like I don't have to try it out. I know it's good. Now, we're jumping into the pick and bans. Falcon banning out Nathan as well as the Arlet, or Hihoshi banning out the Chip as well as the Luyi. Falcon as the first pick. They ban out the Roger. They don't want it for themselves. Looks like they're posturing to get an Angela first pick again. Harv getting banned out, so Angela first pick probably here.
Interesting. No CC ban, no Brody ban, no Angela ban.
I feel like you can ban the Brody a little bit later, but I feel like the first 3 picks for Falcon is going to be the same. Angela's going to get picked up. I think they're going to get CC, and then the next one is going to change. Either the Fredrin or the Ling.
Most importantly is to get the combo first. And maybe they're setting up for another trap, and looks like CC is going to be open.
To live.
Yep, Moskov. And then the Faramis as well. So CC Fredrin, there's no real need to change. Yeah, Fredrin and CC probably argue they're going to ban the Brody this time.
Okay, here's my question, right? So we all saw what happened earlier on. Why is there no respect ban for any of these?
Because there's not enough bans, man. You can't let the Chip go, you can't let the Luyi go, you can't let the Harv go. It's just like, if you let one go, then you're like, why do we let that hero go? So probably the Boxer here. The Boxer will do well against the Fredrin and the Angela. If they want to go for the Ling again, they can. But if they want a tanky jungler, yeah, go for the Boxer. And then ban out Claude, ban out Brody. And then Falcon picks up Clint or something. I don't know.
At least with the Baxia, you can potentially do the jungle invasion to try to stop maybe whichever assassin jungler that they're going to pick later on. Or maybe to stop Vedrin.
Yeah, they're banning out the Valentina. Very good ban here. Florian getting banned out. Oh, so they're thinking that Arkiyoshi will be using a healer type of composition. That makes sense. Having the Faramis and the Baxia, having another healer would be so difficult to take down the Baxia.
It looks like we're going to fall back to the regular meta whereby we don't see a assassin jungler. We're going to go back to 2 tank junglers then. But with the new items that come in, do you think that there's going to be significant impact even though if we fall back to a tank meta?
Sky Piercer for sure. You need someone to shred the tanks low enough. Honestly, even the Lord can shred the tanks low enough, and then you just have a finisher. Minotaur getting banned out, so they ban out 2 notable healers here. So if Arkiyoshi want to force it out, they can pick up a Rafaela, but I'm not so sure if they really want to do that. They can, but it's very, very risky. They might pick up something like Edith Rome is still okay. Grok is still okay as well. Thinking about the EXP here.
I'm also thinking along the lines of like the Brody is still open, but maybe that's why they pick up the Faramis.
Yeah.
So hopefully with the Nether round to save their teammates away from the Dawn of Our Memory.
Real Falcon, they can pick up a Novaria here. Roamer, thinking about Grok, Edith, Rafaela if they want a healer for their side. Okay, they're gonna pick up the Grok. So Brody is still up. Claude is up if they want to match attack speed for attack speed.
Come on, Dexter. It's our show.
Okay, to pick up the Claude. And then their mid laner here.
I am the priestess of primal
Oh,
light.
Edith.
The
Oh, so I
hunter
guess
of
it's
all
gonna be
the evil
Angela mid and
gods.
Edith roam.
Right.
Be reporting for duty.
So it looks like we're gonna see that, and we're gonna see the Xbox here being picked up as well.
The Xbox is a very big pick here. It's
Yeah.
very good against Falcon.
In what situation would be the best for Xbox?
Just make sure that this Fredrin is not able to survive for a very long time in the front line, especially during the Lord take. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to burn the Fredrin so much that you force out the hard guard onto the Fredrin, or do the same thing except this time against CC and then force out the hard guard, and then you go back, and then once the hard guard is over, then you can go in for the big explosion, because a prolonged team fight is very good against for Xborg. So Xborg is pretty good if you're fighting against a composition that wants to stay alive for a very long time.
Oh, by the way, we're gonna see a Edith mid.
Oh!
Yeah, Angela is gonna go for the roam instead.
Well, we saw Edith mid today. Didn't work out that well. Maybe PX7 can switch things up. Maybe he can show us how to use an Edith mid.
Yeah, let's see if that happens here. And game number 2 is gonna be the decider match here for Falcon Esports, unless Araki Hoshi has something to say about it.
Yep, they're starting on the same side of the map. Dax and First is going for the purple, and he's gonna be the first one to clear his buff. Vin tries to ruin the day of Dax, and Dax still secures it for himself, having to use the retribution.
Second time around that Vin tries to invade the jungle. Expect maybe more invasion to come once First Six is prepared, and with sort of like a success of Vin, like he knows that he's not really challenged. He will continue on onto the purple one.
Honestly, Vin doesn't have to do much here, but Vin looks like he's gonna get punished.
First blood.
A little bit of an overextension there. I guess it was really confident in the fact that no one else at some point was with the Dax. That's why he went all in for it.
So what Vin was doing was very good. He doesn't have to go into that deep because he just has to show his face in order to get the buffs a little bit tankier. So he went in way too deep for me. Skylar now going up against Kid X, having to use the Purify very early.
Yep, still level 2, level 3. If it was level 4, then Skylar would be gone with the Blazing Duet. But yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, Vin's making the rotation, and Kid X recalled just in time.
Yeah, Benny is not too worried going up against Vin as well as Kyler, even though he saw First Six there. He understands having the damage reduction inside of his own turret will keep him relatively safe. At this point, you have to start winning your EXP matchup, and that's what Araki Hoshi is doing. They want to get this turtle.
Just as you mentioned, the turtle is currently up, and Falcon is going to start the turtle, but First Six is there. He's going to start the engagement. Rina is going to come in from the other side. Vin comes in. Kid X, take it out. Vin secures the turtle. Still seeing away behind the Falcon Esports. And not only the turtle, but Royal Milk as well went down.
Yeah, Falcon did not respect what Araki Hoshi had there. Araki Hoshi, they already won the EXP trade, so they really shouldn't have forced the fight there. And having First as well, this is the ability of Abaxia, is that he has the life bin effect on his passive. So he can lower down your recovery and your shield generation, so the Angela isn't going to be able to have maximum impact. Vin, three-man wall charge was huge. Secured the turtle, and more importantly, dealt a lot of crowd control and damage.
But still only the turtle though, so when it comes to goal difference, yeah, 1,007, cool. And again, one good team fight could probably swing the goal back onto Falcon Esports. But Araki Hoshi, they are not going to let that happen. They want to try to find a advantage space at the bottom. Kid X will be chased on. And now Benny is alone underneath the turret, but the focus on the Kid X right now. All in on the Kid X with First Six. Doing that kill, Dax arrived, but not much you can do about the situation.
Yeah, very good engage coming in from Vin, showcasing why the Grok is still an amazing pick into the roam position, because once you see an opportunity, you can start off an amazing engage with a lot of damage. So Araki Hoshi, 2,000 up in 3 minutes. This is huge. 2,000 can it's equivalent to one full item.
Oh, PX7, oh no. In trouble, but oh, okay. Enough, he was able to dash away. So everybody resets, but we can see the map control that RQ Hoshi is starting to have.
Oh yeah, it's a lot. So this is a big difference where First Six this time is using a jungler that doesn't have to focus on the farm. He can actually focus on going for those objectives. So this Boxia is a very big pickup for them. Understanding that picking up Ling would be a problem, it will be falling into the trap of Falcon. So this time they don't fall into the trap, they just pick up a Boxia and have a normal game.
Here we go, the tunnel. But keep an eye on the Royal Mill. It's getting coming from the mid. It's going to go in from behind. Royal Mill putting a lot of pressure on the First Six. But First Six is going to be the one to get a mega kill. And he is going to be the one as well to secure the tunnel. Royal Mill, as much as he wanted to zone out First Six, but it did not happen.
That's the showcase of what I mean by Dawn using the X-Borg is good against the Fredrin, because you deal a lot of damage onto the Fredrin, you force the hard guard to go inside the Fredrin, and then you start to punish that, especially when you have the Boxia, you have the life being effect onto that Fredrin, so he doesn't heal as much, and the shield isn't going to be as big, and you just wait it out, and then after that, you get a free kill.
And Vin looking for more free kills at the bottom. Oh, First Six will open up against KidX. Look at the amount of damage from a tank. Just for Skyler to follow up later on. Well, that's really called upon. And now Dax, where is he gonna go? Dax is taking a lot of damage. Vin taking a good amount of damage as well. The Blazing Duet comes in between all of them. And PX7 is gonna make sure that Vin will not go home alive. The hard guard from PX7. Woo! That was so close.
That was very close, as a matter of fact. And First is now in 4-0-3. A massive difference from the first game in the series. Now he has the Guardian helmet, so he is able to survive for a very, very long time to the fight. Honestly, Boxia is one of the tank junglers that I feel has been doing very well after the patch update. I mean, he doesn't do anything different. It's just, I don't know, maybe he's always been this good. It's just that people haven't been picking it up.
Yeah, allowing teams to go back to basic. Get a Boxia, run down your opponent, make sure you have the jungle invasion, make sure you have the map control advantage, and that's exactly what he's doing. Oh,
and he's going.
Okay. Better mirror image away to safety.
Again, going up against Finn is very, very scary.
Oh.
They're going to get boxed in.
Oh, straight onto the back line. KidX is the one that's in trouble right now with Skyler. Positioning off KidX. Great targeting by First Six.
First Six goes for KidX every single time. They understand that this Angela is the Angela is the glue that keeps this draft together. The moment the Angela is taken down, the rest of the team falls apart.
Oh, but something could fall apart at the bottom. Hard guard onto Dex, and this is Dex together with Hard guard. But then again, he's pretty low himself as well. Blazing Duet will be used by Benny just to get away. And there's nothing much that Falcon Esports could do at the bottom.
Looks like this is the counter. You can't let the Angela go. Just pick up the Boxia. The Boxia is going to be more than enough to deal with the amount of shield and heal coming in from a draft that relies heavily on the Angela.
Look at KidX here again, taking a lot of damage. Lucky enough for him that Benny is there. If not, KidX would have been taken down for the 5th time.
I feel like Falcon, after this game, if they lose this one, they got a lot to consider. The Angela first pick doesn't seem as strong anymore.
Oh, but Dex still pretty strong. Still holding it onto the side. First Six targeted onto him, but that's not the target that they want instead. What they want is the purple buff for the side of Falcon Esports.
Arkeoshi, 7,000 gold lead. This is a massive gold lead, basically 1,000 gold per minute. And this translates to roughly about 1 item for each member of the team. Looking at the Edith mid is unfortunately not doing so well. Not being able to retaliate when Arkeoshi wants to go aggressive.
Oh, wow, touch on the Royal Mill. And nice barrier there. Royal Mill cannot escape. The last Sensitivity will come in, but Royal Mill found a gap between the barrier and enters to his base to put himself to safety.
Now Holy Defense has been used. So the top inhibitor is gonna be an easier avenue for Arkeoshi to go in. Right now we gotta check on the items, and we look at Royal Milk having 1 item. Looking at Export, looking at Dawn, already towards his 3rd item. This is the difference a 7,000 gold lead can have. Almost every member is 1 item above the opposite side of their own lanes.
Benny is finding it hard to actually farm. And it's not completed yet. His Trinity items. So it's going to be hard for him to engage and steal away the Lord. They might need to let this Lord go.
I feel like if they want to go for a fight, they are going to get taken out very, very quickly. Because again, the export is a counter towards a composition that wants to fight a prolonged team fight. So Arkeoshi this time definitely won the draft with the Baxia as well as the 9, the Valentina. If Falcon Esports grabs the Valentina for themselves, maybe we'll be seeing a different game. But forcing PX7 on this Edith is a game changer.
Well, speaking about forcing though, Vin is just doing his own forcing down to the bottom lane just to keep Royal Milk away from the mid lane. They took down the inner turret, so now looking for more, just continue to put on pressure while waiting for the Lord to arrive.
Again, prolonged team fight is good for Arkeoshi here. Don is doing as much damage as he can, same as Rinzia, just spraying with the Ghost Bursters. Now they're attacking the mid lane inhibitor.
Lord is almost here. Arkeoshi waiting for the right time to execute. We can see that Skylar moves up to the top lane, clears out the minion wave. And at any time now, they will go in. They are prepared for it. Wild Charge is available. It has not been. Barrier is going up, waiting for the turret to go down. A Wild Charge is still kept onto the side of Arkeoshi. Very, very specific gameplay, but looks like right now they're executing onto the backline. PX7 has to fall back. And last Insanity onto Dex, not much damage, but then again it's good enough. The fact that they shoot him away, back onto heal. And now at the bottom lane, Benny tries to clear it off, but Benny, look at the damage on the Benny. Can't take that much damage as the turret will fall as well.
Yeah, Arkeoshi got every single inhibitor with a neutral ward. That's a big, big advantage. 7.8k gold advantage from the Lord. 8,000 in fact advantage from the Lord. Now the super minion has been mobilized from the top lane, mid lane, as well as bottom lane. This is going to be very difficult for Falcon Esports to defend because only the Claude can clear the minions fast enough. Even PX7 will have a difficult time clearing this up.
Yeah, even the jungle is cleared up by Arkeoshi as well. Even Falcon Esports is able to get out and get into the jungle to continue farm. There will not be anything there.
This is probably checkmate by Arkeoshi. 11,000 gold lead ahead. Looking at the Moskov, almost full item, and Benny just completed his 3rd item. That's a very big difference. If you're 3 items in, and your other gold laner, your opposing gold laner, is almost full item. 3,000 gold difference for the gold laners.
Yeah, and as an entire squad, it's like 11.5k gold difference, but looks like they're still gonna go in for it. And here we go. Straight onto the back. Rinzia takes out PX7. Benny placing Duem back home. There's nothing much he can do about this. It's not about the damage, but he is not taking enough. Royal Milk could be in trouble at this moment, but he heals up. And this is going to be game for Arkeoshi as they will bring us to game number 3.
Our Arkeoshi refuses to fall in the same trap again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Yeah, whatever the saying is. But either way, Arkeoshi equalizes against Falcon, and now this best of 3 has become a best of 1.
You actually got that right.
I got it right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Because I thought I got it right, but at the same time, I was like, was it right? But yeah, okay, I got it right. Okay.
Yeah. I vouch for it.
All right, thank you very much.
But anyway, so the game changer here was the Baxia pick.
The Baxia was a big game changer. And banning out the Valentina as well. Big game changer.
And it's not only the Baxia pick, but also the Baxia that went to Angela. Like, always targeting Angela. Trying to find the target, get it done quick, and then they just win the rest of the fight.
I feel like if Falcon wants to do the same, the moment they see a Faramis, they have to instantly get the Valentina as well, because if not, it's going to be an uneven battlefield where your opponents have 2 lives and you only have 1. So you have to do that much more damage in order to re-establish the same flow of team fighting. So I feel like the mistake from Falcon is that they saw the Faramis as a second pick and they don't immediately pick up the Valentina.
So here comes the question, right? Will they try to checkmate again? Checkmate Arkeoshi again in the next round?
I feel like Arkeoshi has already seen it once, and they completely understand where did they got it wrong. They pick up the Ling, and that's where the mistake happens, so they're never going to pick it up again. Unless they have a different way to play this game, but I don't think that's going to happen. 2 kills compared to 11 kills for Arkihoshi. 12 minutes and 22 seconds. This is a 14,000 goal difference game?
Yep.
Yeah, 14,000 goal difference game.
Yep, you got that right. And let's see, I'm just looking at the objectives as well. No turrets taken by Falcon. No turtle, no lot. Clean.
Yeah. Falcon definitely lose every single lane here. Arkihoshi won the draft. Picking up the Feramis into Baxia. Falcon didn't have a true way to fight against it. Honestly, if PX7 was able to be on a different mage, maybe they could do something about it, because Falcon, they have a lot of protection but not enough damage. And the Claude takes a while to ramp up. So it's not good overall, because we saw in the first turtle fight, Arkihoshi won it out very, very convincingly, because Don was able to win his lane against Royal Milk, and then Vin had a beautiful 3-man wall charge, giving a good space for Arkihoshi to deal the damage.
And speaking about dealing damage, the damage output by Arkihoshi is almost double the amount of damage output by Falcon Esports. It feels like a similar situation like before, but this time shifted towards Arkihoshi.
Yeah, we can see the damage. Skylar dealing the most amount of damage and the highest gold per minute as well. Rinzia is not far behind in the grand scale of things. Skylar 66,000, Rinzia 55,000 damage dealt. But again, first 6, big game changer for this game. Always making sure that Kid X is a non-factor in the match.
I mean, Kid X, he died like, what, 4 times? Not able to get much, obviously no kills, so he was definitely being targeted all the way down to the core. PX7, well, got a bit of power damage, but that's pretty much it. Not able to do much in the entire map. Total heal, well, pretty much the same here.
Yeah, pretty much the same, which is not what you want to see when you are the team with the Angela. Supposedly with the Angela, your heal is supposed to be much higher, but the fact that the heal coming in from Arkihoshi is comparable to Falcon, in fact higher than Falcon, shows how much Kid X was not able to do when it comes to healing in this game.
That's absolutely a good point there. But now looking at the graph though, oh, this is arguably even more steep than the previous one.
Yeah, this is very steep. After the first turtle, it was essentially game over. Arkihoshi got a very early checkmate, where after that, they just had chores to do. Like, first 6, get Kid X. Have you got him? Good. Has he respawned? Do it again. Do it again, do it again, do it again. And then it came to a point where Falcon just could not do anything.
Yeah, even like Royal Milk, to a certain extent, he has nothing much to do with that saga, but he tries to do something. Like, he tries to go to the back line, he tries to zone off Arkihoshi, but to no avail. He was not able to do that because of how much Arkihoshi has scaled at some point.
I don't mind being proven wrong, but so far I really don't like this Edith in the mid lane. And now the MVP, of course, it has to go over to first 6, 5-0 and 5, 91% kill participation. And first 6 is hungry, and he wants to eat Angela.
Oh, yeah. 505, and Angela died 4 times.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, all 4 is to, well, at least related to
yeah. Like, he's involved in all of those kills.
Yeah.
He got 1 there. And then afterwards here, this is the interaction where the shield is negligible. You barely see the shield coming in by Kid X. And then I believe Kid X will die again here. Yep. Okay, this one first is involved, but he didn't get the kill himself.
Yeah, but the same formula, right? Like, go to the back line, try to find the Angela, take her out as quick as possible, and then continue on the rest of the fight. Now, for Skylar, being the Moskov, I don't think that was pretty much for him to do, except for that fight, for the final moment whereby he just, you know, come in, just dish out damage, and that's about it.
Yeah, he just like, oh, you guys have set everything up for me. I'm gonna free hit as much as I can. Oh, you guys want me to back? Sure, I'll back. You guys want me to go back in? Okay, I'll go back in. In this game, Skylar just followed the leadership that mid trio has offered, and congratulations to Arkihoshi, evening the score 1-1. Now it could go either way. Arkihoshi or Falcon can move to the next stage, and one of them is gonna get taken down. Well, taken out of the competition.
Well, it's going to be a best of one after this. Yep, and it's going to be a sad ending for one of these teams, unfortunately.
Well, we're going to give time for both teams to prepare because the games have been won by the draft. So, coaches, what's going to be the next step? Well, every one of us will see in the upcoming game after this break.
Here we go!
I'm your four-leaf clover, your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you, keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom.
It looks like a cheese try ain't going to work for this time because both teams are more prepared. Falcon Esports should have more info on what Arkihoshi can do after game number 2. So now it's a best of one. Which team will come up on top? Welcome back. My name is Lefel. Alongside with me is Sir Cloud.
Man, it's going to come down to the wire now between these two teams. And I must say, both teams have shown amazing stuff here in their respective rounds that they have won. And the 2 rounds that we have seen, each team that won, they were so dominant in their gameplay.
Oh yeah, and it really shows whoever has a very good early start in the game will have a ripple effect where, or a domino effect. One thing happened after another, and then it just scales up. And now, looking at both teams, we got to look at the reaction coming in from Falcon. If they're high-fiving early, maybe you got a good draft on their hands. We're going to start the draft here. Arkihoshi going up against Falcon Esports. Arkihoshi is going to be the first pick. Falcon will be the second pick. Nolan gets banned out. We haven't seen a Nolan ban in the first phase for quite a while.
Oh, but we're going to see a slight switch here. Angela's banned out as well. So for the first time in this series. So this means that some heroes will be open. Probably going to be the Roger this time.
Yeah, Roger is a good shout. Falcon, they have to consider whether they want to ban out the Moskov or the Roger. Personally, for me, I kind of feel like the Roger is a bit more oppressive. Or they want to ban out the Louis. The Louis is pretty strong still. Valentina gets banned out by Arkihoshi, so they're letting Falcon know if you ban out the Louis, RQ will first pick the Faramis.
That's going to be a good sign there. I'm also thinking of like what other than what other than the Roger could be the first pick now that the Angela is out as well.
Louis or Faramis.
Yeah, that's open. And that was banned out before this.
Yeah.
So if picking between the two, well,
Louis.
we have seen Faramis before, so I guess maybe Faramis?
Nah, because Louis can counter Faramis quite well, so Louis gets picked up here. Falcon, they can pick up the Faramis third pick because the Louis is going to go over to mid, so they don't have to pick up the Faramis right now. They can get a primary gold laner now. The Natan is open, the Moskov is open. They can pick either or, and then they can pick up either the Baxia or the Fredrin, or if they want to see what Arkihoshi wants to show, they can pick up one marksman and then the Faramis.
So now that, okay, we're probably going to see the marksman coming next. Is that a good potential?
It's good.
Value in me.
It looks like they're not going to go for it. They're going for the Fredrin as well as the Arlet. Fredrin and Arlet is a very good combination where they can chain crowd control and damage because the Vengeance is going to get procced so many times. The question is this going to be an Arlet roam or EXP?
A flex pick there with the Arlet. I also want to point out that the Moskov is open though.
Yeah, but Skylar really likes the Natan, and Natan is open as well. And Natan gets picked up by Arkihoshi and Baxia again.
Okay, but this time around they have to reconsider who they could target onto the back line. It's unlikely to be the Novaria, since Novaria put themselves way far away.
Yeah, Novaria gets picked up by Falcon here. Looking at the roamers, probably gonna get banned out. Banning out the Grok because Vin has been pretty good on the Grok, and maybe even the Minotaur as well for Falcon here. And Arkihoshi probably bans out their gold laners.
I'm also looking at probably Falcon might be the one to pick up the Moskov. If not the Moskov, the Claude is still open. So these are the two popular picks.
I feel like going up against the Natan. Yeah, Minotaur gets banned first because, again, primary roamer. And then I feel like Falcon, they have to consider whether they want to ban out the Edith or the Grok after this. Looking at how Vin played the Grok, I kind of feel like banning out the Grok would be better. Arkihoshi, they can definitely ban out the Moskov here. And then later on, maybe ban out the Claude as well. And then forcing Falcon on an unorthodox pick, maybe something like a Beatrix. Because the Beatrix Novaria combo is pretty strong as well, but it's a late game kind of composition.
But now they are aiming to ban out.
Okay, good ban.
Oh, okay.
Good ban.
I mean, it's been a while since we've seen a Lolita, whether it's in game, at least in the SPS, or in the batting phase. But okay, you called it out as well, like the Grok is out. A lot of these big beefy roamers are out.
Vin could still go for something like a Rudy if he wants.
A Tigreal?
A Tigreal? Oh, they ban out the Brody, so they're letting the attack speed heroes go through. I guess it makes sense because the Baxia is good against attack speed marksmans.
Exorcist of the Dragon Spirit.
Oh, Yuzong gets picked up, so this is gonna be a roaming Arlet.
So, Tigreal. But if you think about it, Tigreal, even though they picked it out, it's going to be hard to execute the group implosion.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's a good shout. It's definitely still a good roamer to consider. It's really just about whether they want to use him or not. the Florid was banned before. Florid doesn't seem like a Vin hero, but it's still good for this kind of composition. In terms of the EXP, Terizla is still open. So Terizla, Lapu Lapu. Am I forgetting something else? Okay, Terizla.
Okay. Another beefy one? Or Edith?
Oh, the
okay.
Matilda. I totally forgot about the Matilda. Not gonna lie. So I feel like the Moskov is pretty dangerous here. They can definitely still pick up the Moskov, but I'm just saying going up against a Louis, going up against a Terizla, I personally don't feel good. They need more range because Louis with the Yin Yang reaction, Terizla with the penalty zone, using a close range marksman is asking for trouble. If they pick it up, they can pick it up. But I'm just saying it's a very difficult lineup to play against using a Moskov.
Well, not as happy as we've seen in Game 1 for Falcon. Looks like they are really talking this through on what's going to be the final pick, and they're going to lock in the Moskov that we've been talking about. So that is it, ladies and gentlemen. The Moskov will have a very important mission to try to maybe stop Matilda.
So here's the thing, Moskov is going to be good in lane against the Natan. So early game, the Moskov is going to be pretty good. But come 5v5 team fight, I just feel like he's going to have a bit of a more difficult time unless the Yuzong and Arlit set things up for him so that he can free hit. It's just that according to this lineup, the Moskov should not have an easy time free hitting. But if he can, then of course he's going to do well.
But the Natan is going to be very strong on the lane as well. He has his own strengths, and of course that also depends on how much support do they get from their roams or even the rotation from the mid lane as well. So let's see, it's all really down to execution right now. Between the two drafts, do you have a preference?
Araki Hoshi for sure.
And why is that?
Easier draft to execute and not a lot of risk, where I kind of feel like for Falcon, it's a draft that is really about you have to pull off a lot of mechanical outplay. So Falcon has a good draft, but a little bit more difficult to execute.
Well, let's see. The key word here is execute. See if you can pull off a good execution here. This is going to be the decider game between Falcon Esports and RRQ Hoshi, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, looks like they're starting on the same side of the map. It's just that it looks like First Six always uses the Retribution early because he understands that no invade is going to come true. Kid X is trying to slow down Vin, trying to prevent him from recalling back into base. But overall, First Six is definitely the faster clear here. Oh, this is very interesting. Royal Milk is using the War Cry. So looking at the Yuzong to heavily win the lane.
Well, so far in the mid lane, Kid X comes in. Oh! Quick execution there by Kid X to score the first blood.
All just because he's been using the Angela doesn't mean he can't use incredible fighters as Rome. Very good first blood coming in from Falcon Esports. Even though their draft, again, requires a high level of mechanical outplay, but if they can do it, then, you know, all the more power to them.
Oh, let's see if they can do it against Benny. And again, it's not going to be easy to catch a Moskov just like that. They need to have a good CC. But everyone's still like, what, level 2, level 3, so it's not going to be enough yet.
Oh, Rims, yeah, taking quite low. First Six finds PX7. PX7 is able to fly away, no problem.
And now, getting prepared for the first turtle. Okay, so this is going to be important, right? So the 2 rounds that we have seen today between these two teams, whoever gets the first turtle gets the snowball all the way. So that's probably going to be an indication here for these two teams. And at this moment, it's still a 50-50 between two of them.
It should be going over to Falcon because their draft is a little bit easier in order to get the turtle because they have more damage and more crowd control in the early stages of the game. Whereas for Araki Hoshi, oh, but they're using the diversion. Oh, Don going back.
Okay, here comes the Black Dragon bomb. Let's see how far they can throw them away. Dawn is really low at this moment. But his first thing is going to be there. They make a U-turn and Royal Mill will score the kill on the fence. Double kill for Royal Mill. While the turtle will be slain by Dax. Falcon Esports. What a clean execution that was.
Yeah, again, their draft just plays around the turtle much better. And Royal Milk with the War Axe has a lot of damage. 8% more damage in fact. Mega kill for Royal Milk. Don't think this guy is a CC one trick. He can use the Yuzong very well. And this is what I love. War Axe on the Yuzong. definitely super impressive.
For the record, in Snapdragon Pro Series, you used the Yuzong 3 times, but you only won it once. Let's see if you can add that to the counter in this game. But so far, so good for Falcon Esports.
Now Benny just tried to farm up as much as he can for RKOshi. They don't mind losing a little bit because that draft is strong when Skylar hits his 3 items, but losing 5 members in the first 3 minutes of the game is definitely not losing a little bit. That's losing by a lot. Falcon Esports in the first 3 minutes has a 2,000 gold lead. That's a little bit too much. Royal Milk will complete his first item so fast, it's gonna snowball out of control.
Now it's a matter of them riding onto the waves right now. We've seen that teams getting a good start, but because they don't ride on the wave, it allowed the opponent to kind of scale back. But Falcon Esports definitely want to do that. Now all in onto Dax. Dax takes a lot of damage. Dax will be taken out by Skylar just like that. Kid Dax can only watch from the side. Tries to steal away the purple buff, but to no avail.
Skylar now has his Feather of Heaven. It looks like the first item for the Yuzong is going to be the War Axe, so more damage and more importantly, more spell vamp. So Royal Milk will be able to stay in the team fight for a very, very long time. And pair it up with the War Axe as well. More damage, more sustain. Royal Milk will have a good time going up against Araki Hoshi.
Let's see who will have a good time here. Taking this turtle, but looks like Araki, well, they could have ended it, but oh, keep your eye on the bottom, Black Dragon Bomb called upon. And looks like Falcon Esports right now should be able to secure this turtle, but oh, they're not going to make it easy. Versing got the turtle, still in away from the hands of Falcon Esports. Definitely not going to be making it easy for them, as Dawn will now be super duper low in terms of health. But then again, the trade back happens. Speaking about the trade, Rinsha get the trade back onto Kid X.
Very good move coming in from Araki Hoshi. That 2,000 gold lead has disappeared. They understand they got to deal with Royal Milk first. Not just getting a kill is one thing, but getting shut down gold from Royal Milk just snowballs the lead for Araki Hoshi because they got a lot of gold there. And afterwards, one by one, the members of Falcon gets taken down. Araki Hoshi securing the turtle. Very good play by Araki Hoshi, using the diversion, taking care of Royal Milk first, and then the rest one at a time.
And so Araki Hoshi, from a 2K gold deficit, actually caught up to Falcon Esports right now, giving themselves a little bit more gold than their opponents. And this could be the turning point for Araki Hoshi. And we did talk about like Falcon Esports potentially not riding or not snowballing on it. And Araki Hoshi is denying them for snowball. But the bottom lane, Royal Milk would be taken out just like that. The point not denied away from RRQ.
Royal Milk got 4 kills early, but that just put a very big target on his back. Araki Hoshi understands that you're doing quite well. You got to stop that. And this is a very easy game plan, and this is why like Falcon can still win for
Kid
sure.
X. On the side, okay, that was kind of scary there.
As I was saying, Falcon could win for sure, but this is the reason why I like Araki Hoshi's draft, because it's an easier draft to execute. You have one simple game plan and you just do it. Compared to Falcon, they gotta think of all the possibilities first and then go for it.
Right, speaking about going in for it, right? They are now, if you look at like the pattern of Araki Hoshi, they are going for pickoffs right now. Whatever kills that they could find at side lanes, they will try to go in for it. Bring back all the pressure onto Falcon Esports.
Well, Diversion is online now, so Nintendo is just waiting for an opportunity to use it to get a good flank angle to go up against Falcon Esports.
So now, will be taken away very, very soon as Dax moving to want to steal away the turtle. And Royal Milk is mid low. Rincha will get a kill onto Royal Milk. But Versing will need to fall back. So they lost the turtle, but they got 1 kill out of Royal Milk.
Oh, but hold on.
Oh, wait a second. Percy, okay, Vin flickers away. Again, Dax will not be able to continue on the chase, but they still managed to get the mid turret.
No, that was not good by Araki Hoshi. They wanted to get a kill, but they gave over a kill instead. They had a game plan where Rinzia just uses the diversion to pick someone off first. for some reason, they decided not to do that for the turtle. Maybe because Falcon Esports, they were clumping up together, so they didn't find a good angle for them to use it. But RQ Hoshi not being able to use the diversion for their own benefit cost them that turtle fight. And now the goal lead, even though it's small, but it is over to Falcon Esports.
And switch back to Falcon Esports. But RQ, well, at least not too far away. But let's look at some of the damage for here. Rinsia coming with the most damage, but hang that down for a second. As K-Tax now moving to the next target. But as an Arlot is pretty tanky. You can try to bait out the members of RQ Hoshi to be in an off position, but RQ Hoshi, they're not falling for it.
Yeah, RQ Hoshi has a lot of damage from Rinsia for now. Diversion going to be used to go to the top lane just to clear it up. No, not even to clear it up, just to set up a possible ambush here, but no one from Falcon Esports is anywhere near. Skylar on the Natan has the highest gold per minute for now, and he is going for his Holy Crystal. The moment the Holy Crystal has been built, it's going to be very difficult for Falcon Esports to start fighting back because the damage coming in from the Natan, even though he has been nerfed, is still very, very strong.
Oh, Lafayette, look at the positioning for Falcon Esports. They want to try to ambush RQ Hoshi as they travel down into the Lord Pit, and they got a bit of a sense that Falcon Esports was actually waiting in the bush. Making this very, very safe move for now.
Looks like both junglers are giving their gold laners the buff. This might be a secret to how they're getting their items so fast, because 9 minutes in, and they're almost at their 3 items. In fact, Benny already has 3 items. Diversion use, not yet. Still has it in his bag. Maybe he just doesn't know which bush he wants to go to.
Well, both teams breaking the 10-second rule now. It's been a while. The Lord is back in and out, back in and out. So they're playing this as if like the style is like from the previous patch on how they manage the Lord.
Yeah, look at Dax. Dax having a lot of his HP getting torn down. The Lord has reset. Holy Crystal built by Skylar. Damage from RQ is very high now. They find PX7.
Oh! Backline, PX7, gotta be extra careful there. And looks like it's A-OK. No big commitment because they know that if they go in all out there and a mistake happens, the Lord will be taken out. But looks like RQ is gonna come in. They're going to want to take control of the situation. All the way circling Eagle onto Dax, but Dax is not the target that they want. Oh, Benny! That was a close one there. Whew.
Yeah, for now, Falcon, they are making sure they just don't get caught. Every single member is checking all of the bushes. First6 gets denied of his TP back to base. So this is going to be a big advantage for Falcon Esports because now PX7 knows that First6 is incredibly low.
First6, yes. You know to be low thanks to the after recall from PX7. Now 50% of health left from the side of the Lord. RQ Hoshi might execute it, might go in anytime soon. Black Dragon Ball called upon, and the Lord moving to get out by Dax. Falcon Esports, they got the Lord. Royal will need to back out. Wait for the Lord to come back up, but then again on the other side is going to be Kid Dax and Skylar. We'll go to double kill to Benny.
And everyone from Falcon Esports is still alive. RQ Hoshi unable to get a very good engage. I feel like it was a mistake for First6 to stay for a very long time because he keeps getting chunked down by PX7. PX7 was the MVP for that previous Lord dance where he was able to chunk down RQ Hoshi even before the Lord, even before the fight starts. So even though the Lord hit onto Dax, PX7 was hitting onto everyone else.
Well, the good news for RQ Hoshi is that by the time the Lord arrives, all 5 of them will be back at the Land of Dawn to defend their base. But they might need to let go of the mid turret to the hands of Falcon Esports with the Lord there. And also at top, Phoenix putting a lot of pressure.
Lord come up mid. Astral Echo use hitting onto 4 members. Only member not hit is First6. They're having a hard time trying to deal with this Lord. The Lord is able to get the mid inhibitor. Falcon Esports is not going to force out anymore. They're just going to be happy with what they have. 6,000 gold advantage through the Lord.
Well, look at this First, taking a lot of damage because he's together with Vin, so it's going to be a problem for him to get back into the base to reset himself and prepare for the next pressure of Falcon Esports to try to take down the bottom turret, but still, very disciplined gameplay by Falcon Esports. Now RQ Hoshi is trying to open up the space.
KidX 217 finds one, finds Skylar.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Oh, Skylar had to flicker away to safety. That was prepared for it.
Black Dragon form used. Trying to find more target for Arkeoshi.
Oh, there you go, circling around, gathering information. Finn is pretty low at this moment. He cannot get into action. But first, this could be in trouble. Skylar has come out to protect him as well, to get with Dawn. And with that, M1 resets again, knowing that Arkeoshi could follow up.
Now I'm starting to see the nerf onto Natan, because usually we would see a very easy team fight, but now Natan is still struggling to dish out the damage, especially when he's using his entropy. Looks like the clone's damage is not doing as much as it was before. So Natan is pretty strong. We can still see a lot of damage being pushed out by Skylar, but nowhere near how much it was before.
Yeah. And so far, he only managed to get 1 kill, if you gotta think about it. So not really showing up. And if we want to say that, oh, Falcon Esports, because they were running over Arkeoshi, they got a lot of kills instead. Not really, they only got 9 kills so far.
9 kills over 5, and Falcon Esports, you are having control over the Lord. Kidax is being a big nuisance for Arkeoshi. Doing a lot. Oh, are they going to commit to this? Oh, they do.
Okay, setting it up. But oh, next. So what they were trying to do at the back line. And now looks like they want to go for it. With the Black Dragon bomb active. Trying to get as much information as possible. Dawn as well as First Six. Both of them pretty tanky, holding down the front line. Black Dragon bomb is out of commission. As a Royal Milk still try to hold the front line as well. But the other members of Arceus is going to come in. Waiting for the right moment. The Lord is still back into the Lord pit. Reset happens.
First Six trying to find a target. Unsure which target he wants to go for. Whether he wants Benny, whether he wants BX7. The Lord is going to get contested again by Falcon as well as Arkeoshi. Rincia, according to the highlight, looks like he still has his ult. I'm not so sure if he really does, but if he does, he needs one good angle for Dawn to go in.
When to go in? This will be the question. So probably going to dance it for a little bit more, or maybe wait for the Black Dragon Bomb. Okay, Black Dragon Bomb is on. Royal Milk has it. So anytime now they can execute it. Right, here we go. Black Dragon Bomb, as expected, going on to the back line straight away. Dax will secure that Lord. Now they want to secure the amount of kills. Royal Milk is pretty low, but he managed to stay away from danger. But instead, he goes in all the way to the back line to take down Skylar. Run with Skylar. This is goal time for Falcon Esports. 1 more to go. That's going to be Vin. Flickers away. Vin is still alive. But then again, for Falcon Esports, they will just ignore Vin. Going for the objective with the Lord running down the middle. This is time for them to end the game. And Falcon Esports will eliminate RRQ Hoshi.
That's GG. Falcon Esports wasn't able to do it in game number 2, but in the 3rd game, they're like, you know what? We got to clean this up. 2-1 victory for Falcon. They're moving to the last chance qualifier, and RQ Hoshi got eliminated.
Whew. Well, this was a long standoff game. The Lord fight especially was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, just like how it was played before the patch. But we're starting to see like how impactful the Lord is, especially when you start to pull the Lord a little bit long.
Yeah, and we saw how Falcon used it. They took aggro, sure, but most of the damage went over to First Six. So, yeah, MVP could go to anyone, but PX7, honestly, in my opinion, did a lot for that game, making it so that every single time there is a Lord Dance, they won the Lord Dance by making sure that he chunks down First Six so low that there's no way for First Six to contest for that.
And they also timed in the Black Dragon form very, very well as well. They used it once and then, okay, we don't have the Black Dragon form. We'll let it go for now. Let's say reset, Black Dragon form comes back online. Okay, then they go in for it. So their timing was impeccable.
Now let's look at the itemization and the stats for the game. And honestly, this is a draft coming in from Falcon that requires a lot of mechanical know-how. Royal Milk really showed his presence with the Yuzong, but same as Kid X. Kid X was, again, just ignore the items. They sold their items and then they just bought other items. Just in case if you're confused.
Okay.
All right, don't worry. Kid X did not use magic items on his build. All right, just relax.
I have a lot of questions if he
No. He just went for traditional tank items. He just sold it at the end. Same as
same
Dex.
goes for Dax.
Yeah.
Okay then. But anyway, if we gotta look at like the stats,
I want to look at the damage coming in from Skylar, because if Skylar himself can't do a lot of damage in that game, it's gonna be difficult for other Nathan users to use Nathan well.
only got 1 kill.
Yeah,
out
but
of
he's full
6.
build.
Even with a full build. Was this situational, do you think? Or is it, this is how Nathan is now?
Again, we have to look at the damage numbers
there you
here.
go.
Because in terms of damage between both teams, in terms of differences, not a lot of differences. PX7 with the Novaria having the highest damage per minute, 4,419 damage per minute, and Skylar only did 33,000 damage. Not much different from First Six and Dawn. And put into consideration, Skylar was full build, full damage items. First Six has 0 damage items. Dawn has, I believe, 0 damage items as well.
Yeah, just looking with it. Yeah, no damage items. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
all defensive items. So I guess that's your answer then.
I
That
guess
could be the case now.
I guess the nerf was very heavy on Tanatan, because we rarely see, like, even if Skylar is not the highest damage dealt, he won't be about the same as an EXP and a jungler. But to be fair, Kid X and Royal Milk is the reason why Skylar couldn't do well. But before this, you can just put Nathan in any kind of draft and he will do fine. I guess now maybe not so much. If you're sure that Nathan is going to be able to free hit people, then maybe. But going up against Yuzong with War Cry, yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, to a certain extent, being a non-marksman user, I'm pretty glad, so that at least I can have my ranked games in peace. It's always been a difficult time every time there's a Nathan on the other side. Not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, but still, the Moscow still looks pretty okay. Honestly, not as scary as he was before. Right? He's strong, but he can't 1v9 now.
Oh.
And in this game, definitely a lot of ups and downs for both teams. But this game overall, I would say Arkihoshi, they found a good game plan. Take down Royal Milk before the fight starts, but the moment they couldn't do it anymore, it was all Falcon Esports.
And frankly, it could have gone either way, right? Like, Arkihoshi, they couldn't find a good setup. Like, there was no good, like, 3-man, 5-man penalty zone, for
Yeah.
example, or they managed to go to the back line somehow. There wasn't. Instead, it's Falcon Esports that had control of the game. The moment they turn on the Black Dragon bomb, that's it. Arkihoshi just backs off. Like, there was no attempt to try to go to the back line, probably because they can't even.
Yeah. Honestly, this game, crazy on to Falcon Esports. And MVP is going over to Royal Milk. This is not his build. I roughly remember it's the War Axe. First item, Fury Hammer, and then War Axe, and then transitioning into defensive items. Overall, an amazing game coming in from Royal Milk. Early in the game, this is why I love War Cry onto the Yuzong, because you have so much damage in lane, and then transitioning into the turtle fight, you have big continuous damage, because every single time for 6 seconds he has 8% increased damage. And the thing is, it applies to his passive as well, the Sha residue.
And also the trend continues today. If you get a good start, as in you get the first turtle and then maybe you get kills, maybe, you tend to like get the win at the end of the day. Although it's not as snowbally as some of the games that we have seen before this, but it is still like the final outcome is still out Falcon Esports, and they were the one team that had a good start.
Yeah, I saw the fight there. Skylar actually did quite a bit of damage, but still, it was nowhere near enough compared to before. I would say before this, he would have gotten at least 2 kills before he himself died, but now he can't do that anymore. The Nathan requires space, so very big difference. So, I mean, to be fair, Muntan nerfed his passive, his first skill, his second skill, and his ult. Every single aspect of Banatan has been nerfed.
Yes, and for someone who plays the roam and always have to face off against a marksman, well done.
Yeah, either ways, big congratulations to Falcon. And we still have more games. We have 2 more games for today, but that is it from us. But before that, we gotta recap the bracket to see where everything has fallen into place, where Falcon won against RSG, lost against Udara Giants, and now they have defeated RRQ Hoshi to qualify them to the last chance qualifiers.
And they will be playing tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you come back onto the live stream to support your favorite team tomorrow, because, well, there's still at least, bare minimum, 2 more games for Falcon to qualify to Jakarta.
Oh yeah, just a few more games. Maximum we're looking at 3, but of course these teams want to win as much as they can so that they can have a minimum amount of games having to be played. Either way, congratulations to Falcon, and that's it for RKOshi. We wish them the best of luck in every other tournament that they have after this. But any closing statements? Because after this, we're going to be swapping casters for the final 2 matches of the day.
Yep, I must say it has been an amazing day. And also after this, for you guys out there, ladies and gentlemen, there will be amazing matches here. We're going to see CFU versus Team Liquid Philippines again. And just to remind everyone, CFU won the first series 2-0.
And Rebellion going up against Envy. My name is Tofel. This is Sir Cloud. We'll be changing casters, so you guys keep on enjoying. But that is it from us. Bye-bye, and see you guys after the break.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Double the waist and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness, faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Yeah, Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
And we're all ready here for the next set of games to see who's going to qualify for the last chance qualifiers here in Group C, match number 5. It's CFU Gaming versus Team Liquid PH. One more time. CFU has already knocked down TL before. Can they do it again in the most crucial match of today?
Yep, and of course, you know, if you guys are looking to watch the exciting games here, who knows, you know, you want to feel the vibes on how things are as well. You guys can get yourself some tickets where you kind of seeing it up on screen here, where you can scan the QR code here, get yourself a very, very banger deal here. And the tickets are from up to 10,000 IDR. Just scan a QR code, check, or just click the website, type in esl.gg/mlbbtix-en and get yourself some really nice tickets here. And on top of that, I think there is a special promotion where early ticket sales, the first 1,000 is going to be able to get it for much cheaper.
Yep, worth up to IDR 65K. You get extra rewards if you are that first 1,000 people to buy those tickets on the link right now on our lower thirds. Quickly pick that up while you still have the opportunity, because these games are only just beginning, and better yet, getting more exciting than ever with so much on the line. Tournament lives, as a matter of fact. This is the SPS. My name is Getting Q. This is Icy Baby 1-2. We will be taking care of the last couple of games here to see who else is going to make it into the LCQ. And what do you think about this one? Because TLPH have lost to CFU before.
To be honest, when I heard Team Liquid lost here, I was a little bit shocked here. Is the PH scene that bad? Is it like, what happened? They were champions and then out of nowhere they just lost CFU. But no, guess what? They have a second chance. So now it's going to be a do or die situation for them to prove themselves. Are they world champion material, which we know Philippines has been dominating for the past few years?
Yep, I think it's a little bit of downloading. With the new patch at hand, both teams are going to be coming at an equal playing field. Really, it's who has the better tech at this point of time, unless, the plays are going to make that difference, which I'm expecting both of these two teams be really top-notch in those areas. Speaking of which, let's introduce the lineups for both CFU and as well as TLPH. Coming up first, it's going to be CFU Gaming from the region of Cambodia. This hyper-aggressive team will force the situation no matter what, with Wadu Detective, Z-Zing, and as well as OP.
Now the question here is, can they win Team Liquid 2-0 again? And can the big threat here is that they lost to Bigatron Beta 2-0. And of course, this team seems to be a little bit inconsistent at times here. And of course, Roger is a signature coming from CFU Gaming, which most likely is going to be banned so far. And with the introduction of Sky Piercer coming in here, do you think that the Roger is going to be priority coming from CFU?
It could be. There is a definite possibility here. I think that's something they might want to consider when they're up against TLPH. We know that Benny QT has played it before, even yesterday, right? Seeing a little bit of the new tech we've gotten from the patch itself. Warcry has been the new up-and-coming. Same goes for today's theme of Sky Piercer equates wins. That just might be the case this time round.
Yep, it all comes down to a very early snowball composition, right? Like the past few games here, we've seen games kind of close up before the third item progression, where Sky Piercer was a priority for some of these teams. However, the opponents here this time, the champions coming from MPL PH, we have Team Liquid PH, we have Sanford, Kaltizi, Sanji, Benny QT, and JP to start the roster.
Now this team, we've known them for two things. Either the Echo Express or they take their time, really play the game slow and look to scale. It really depends on what we're going to be getting here today, whether or not Echo is going to be ultra fast against CFU, or if they even find the advantage in the first place. Because so far their games have been pretty straightforward, right? Kaltizi in the front line as always, creating space and plays for his team. And then we see people like Benny QT, we see people like Samford and even Sanji getting into the backline mix whenever JP has an alley-oop for them.
Yep, and speaking of which as well, they have been adapting really well in the patch themselves, right? In just yesterday's games as well here against RGMY, they beat 2-1, but you can see they were learning a lot of the Lord Dance in particular, because in terms of Lord Dance here, we know there are some changes towards Lord Tanks, which kind of hurt usual tank junglers, but they somehow are able to adapt by taking advantage of the damage output that the Lord provides and then just turning the tides in their favor, which somehow works out a lot. And even this clip here as well here, a little bit risky coming from Team Liquid PH, but still, they were able to utilize their health bars really well to actually turn the tides against RGMY.
And this is why I love TLPH, because it comes to a point in the game where you have to take that 50-50. And TLPH, honestly, they always take it with a pinch of salt, right? They're very strategic when they do so. They try to skew the odds as much into their favor as possible, but that's the complete opposite for CFU Gaming. If there's an angle, it's going to be an incredible looking angle. The last time they met, full of plays, full of action, and this best of three should be not the, well, I would assume that it's going to be the same, but then again, the patch could change it up.
Yeah, and of course, today's days, even yesterday as well, it's all about the Sky Piercer. Personally, I'm a big fan of the Thunderbolt, which I think no one has actually picked it up as well. Same goes for the Clock of Destiny because of the Elegant Gen changes coming into the game itself. So I don't know, like when am I gonna see some of this? Because so far it's always been the assassins being the highlights here. But speaking of which here, we do see the Moskov ban. No Roger ban yet coming from CFU Gaming here. So that means Team Liquid PH will be able to steal it away from CFU.
Very standard opening coming in from TLPH. They want Benny QT to win out in his lane as hard as possible, and then they're going to play through from there. But it does mean that the rest of TLPH will have to incorporate a lot more damage into their composition to make sure that Benny QT's job is a lot easier, right? Win the lane, and after that, take out targets below 50% HP.
Yep, Loyi being banned means they will be securing two of the power picks here coming from CFU Gaming here. They have Valentina as well as the Edith too. Very, very I wouldn't say flexible here. Occasionally we do see a gold lane Valentina, but personally, I think this is pretty much done for a mid lane for CFU. But for Team Liquid PH, they picked up Arlott as well as the Farsa. So what is going to be able to get through here? Paquito is out. Ling is still out as well. If you want to talk about Skypiercer, I think Ling isn't too bad of a pick here for CFU right now.
I think that Yuzong is also pretty good for CFU as well, because that has been their mainstay as their spearhead to a lot of these engagements. Even if it doesn't look good, he will find his targets. But I think that the adjustments that we've seen from TLPH is pretty good as well, right? Because now that Sanji doesn't get access to Valentina, stolen away by CFU Gaming, at the very least now you have a mage that doesn't necessarily need to participate in the fights, right? Just get the artillery down, make sure that you don't get knocked up or CC'd out of the Feather Airstrike from the Edith, and generally you'll be okay. But CFU Gaming opt to go into the Claw just so they have extra mobility and maybe a counter to this Farsa.
Okay, they're going to be picking up their marksmen first. Natan completely ignored from both sides. We saw a couple of nerfs here and there. Baxia being banned, Terisla being banned as well, which means Yujong is going to be up for grabs. But it feels like CFU is in a situation where they still want to play a very sustainable comp. Like, they don't really want to deal with the deep Baxia. But are we going to see the Barats here for CFU?
I don't think we're going to see the Barats just yet. I think a lot of teams have steered away from the Barats generally because, again, it's strong in the earlier stages of the game. Well, actually, now that I'm seeing these bans come through, we are seeing... I haven't seen a Julian ban just yet, but we have seen the Fredrin ban, and as well as the Baxia. Really want to limit down Carl Tizzi's playmaking capabilities, or at the very least setup mechanics. Minotaur is still out in the open, very classic for JP, of course. But let's see how CFU Gaming approaches this, right? Because if they pick up Yuzong right now, that kind of predetermines what their comp is going to look like, and we still don't know what their jungler is going to be.
I don't know. I feel like this Barats pickup is something that they're trying to lean on in case they go for tank junglers for Team Liquid PH as well, right? Like Ling ban, okay, very, very smart coming from them. It means that they have to pick either an assassin jungler or a tank, but they pick the glue. Okay.
Very peely composition.
Okay, when it comes to the glue here, I saw a couple changes coming into play. You called out the Julian. I feel like this glue isn't exactly that super strong here if you know how to kite it around, right? Like, maybe you can take advantage of the Elegant Gem, maybe you can take advantage of Thunderbelt if you decided to go for a little bit greedy here for CFU Gaming. But I like Team Liquid PH just drop them out just because of this Julian pickup.
I mean, it's a classic draft other than the fact that there's Julian in the composition. I think, Carl Tizzi is finally coming back and realizing, hey, it's time. Coach Tic Tac says yes on the Julian. I'm going to try my best to make it happen. Because again, with this Julian, it goes both ways for CFU, right? As much as Edith is really good at dealing with the Julian, there's a very good chance that with the new Warcry Emblem spell, Emblem, holy cow, he does so much damage in the earlier stages of the game, especially once a Holy Crystal is complete. Man, you got to be real careful. But CFU Gaming opting to go for the Martis, another potential Warcry user here. This will be interesting, right? Because we haven't seen people really break too far out of the tech besides the Skypiercer.
Okay. Personally, I think maybe towards the later stage of the game here, Julian might actually go for the Wishing Lantern, right? Because of the fact that...
I don't think so. I don't think it's worth his time.
Really?
Yeah, I really don't think it's worth his time. He's just going to get really, really greedy. He's going to go like Genius Wand. Genius Wand, if he has plenty of money, instantly go into second item, Holy Crystal.
Okay.
Worst comes to worst, we go into the traditional build of like Genius into, what's it called? Feather of Heaven, maybe, just to get the extra auto attacks. But then again, it really comes down to what Carl Tizzi's style of play with Julian is. Is it all about those one-shots, or does he want to incorporate the auto attacks inside of it?
Now that you mention it as well, it might be actually going for the Scythe here coming from Julian.
Exactly, right?
And like, like it just gives you more value in terms of auto attack, right? Like you can give the glowing Wishing Lantern to the Forza.
Exactly.
Just because it's like, what, it's easy for a Forza to proc 800 damage to proc the 10%.
Now here's the thing, right? The big question is whether or not Carl TZ is going to go for the Sky Piercer. I think there's a good chance that he will, and if he goes for the Sky Piercer, there's a good chance he might consider going Wand as well, if the frontline tank or Martis is just a little too much to deal with. But for now, let's get right into this game. TLPH on the blue side, Carl TZ on his purple buff, up against CFU Gaming Detective on his own mirrored purple buff.
Well, it is going to be a revenge match for Team Liquid PH, right? Like, they have to win this 2-0 if they want a chance for the LCQ qualifiers. If they lose here, they're out of the tournament. This is MPLPH champion we're talking about.
Yeah.
And,
Interesting. So the Julian setup that Carl TZ is going for, he's going to make sure he's going to have some extra attack speed, and he's also going for the Quantum Charge. Rather interesting. I would have expected him to lean more towards Benny QT's build. Not the Master Assassin, but at least with Warcry.
well, speaking of which here, Detective here is going to be able to steal a crab up top, so that's going to be a little bit gold lane, but Kaldizi finds first blood down bottom right from the get-go, so this is a good start for Team Liquid PH.
Beautiful stuff coming up from Sanford, right? Sets it up with the stuns, enhanced size to make this work. Enhanced Chains doesn't connect onto Z, doesn't have enough mana, but you can just see how dangerous Julian is in the early game if somebody can set up a perfect enhanced scythe for you.
Well, speaking of which here, he does have the mobilities as long as he casts the right spells. In this case, bottom lane here, we see Sanford getting us very confident against this glue here. We know there are changes on this glue, but it seems like it doesn't really affect the lane that much. But let's do the instant replay on what happened down bottom here. Very, very good setup. They even forced out the flicker on Wadu. That's nice.
Interesting. So we just chain CC'd Wadu to death. Didn't go for the enhanced size. Opted to go for enhanced chains. Here we go. Next fight.
Oh, here, JP getting chain stun all the way through. CFU Gaming is able to find a nice pick-off setup for this turtle. Kaldizi in the vicinity. Hasn't really checked here, but he's going to try and poke on Obi right now as they try to go for a little bit more of field turtle. Feathered Airstrike comes in. Sanford instantly casts it off and sets up the Feathered Airstrike, destroying them. Gets a kill, gets a turtle, and now Obi, he needs to run and he cannot do so. He flickered on the wall. And now Wadu with the split here. He's going to try and pull somebody back, but can he do so? No! He gets counterplayed by Kaldizi with the enhanced swords, and now Wadu in very, very big trouble. He needs to get out, but he cannot do so. What a play by Kaldizi.
God, it feels so good watching the GOAT play the damage dealer once again. Benny QT, there's no way he loses this lane, especially with the Warcry already proc. Look at how much damage. Oh, wait!
Wait, Benny?
Oh, he whiffed!
Benny? Oh, no.
Oh,
okay,
he whiffed the most important ability. Now it's an even trade.
Oh, they were so close there coming from him here. OB very close to the floor. He's looking for the Primal Route setup as well. He's going to try and get it as well. But here comes a stolen mid-non range by JP! And the Feathered Airstrike to turn the tide. They get completely shut down. The mid-non range from JP. Oh, what a outplay coming from Team Liquid.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Sanji though, right? I mean, his damage, he knows when his passive is up and he's like telling JP, I'm about to get it in about 2 more seconds. Just go in. We can get a mega trade here. And he finds it. 6-1 currently. 3 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. One of the bloodier games that we've seen today.
My goodness, Sanji was so close to not having enough mana for that combo, right? It was so effective in that scenario here. But at the same time here, based on itemization, they're all getting a little bit greedy here because it seems like they're all going full damage build.
I mean, everybody is excited to be using the new items like Sky Piercer. First item, Rush for Benny Cutie, just to create an advantage, not only in lane, but when he walks out of there.
Oh, 6% lethality up on Roger right now without any stack. So he needs to start getting some kills here. But Kaldizi, trying to set up once more to try and get a kill on Wadu, who's currently getting bullied out of the lane by Sanford, 2 levels behind on the XP lane. Not looking good for Wadu down bottom here.
I mean, just goes to show how volatile the EXP lane is. See if we now have first move on this turtle.
You know what? Rage comes in. He's going to go for the jump. Feather Airstrike comes in. They get 1 kill. Turtle also secured. But the stolen Minoran is going to try and reset this. But Sing from behind gets a free blazing event. But the Sky Piercer just one-shotted someone. And now Benny QT looking to try and finish off the rest here. 4 down from CFU. Wadu will have to tuck his tail and run away. tries to secure the purple buff, but Kautizi is here. He's looking to try and set up for the team here. Sanford is there, but I don't think they have damage. He needs to run away. Sanford still holding on. He's getting peeled away slowly but surely, but he will be able to get out away. But the side, ooh, Kautizi just ouch.
He's dangerous. He's real dangerous right now. And you can hear me just counting in the background how many seconds he has, right? Every single time he uses an enhanced ability, start counting from 7 downwards. Because no matter what, you can't change that cooldown. And that's the window that CFU have to take advantage of. Without an enhanced ability, or at least once it's been used, you can really punish this Julian. And that's what a lot of professionals have done when Julian was first introduced in the meta. But considering everything, right? TLPH, they're playing a high-tempo composition, heavy around the snowball, plenty of damage so that Benny Cutie can finish them off. And even without Benny Cutie, they're still plenty dangerous.
Yeah, but speaking of danger here, CFU, they're now 4K net worth behind Team Liquid. Just 6 minutes game. What a huge lead secured by Team Liquid PH right now. And they're just going to continue to snowball. Look at Kautizi, like, he doesn't really care if it's XP lane or not. He's just gonna be in your jungle, in your face.
Absolutely. He's not prioritizing these objectives because how the Lord's Dance has changed.
Oh, but Seal Play comes in from CFU. They are gonna try and make a counter play. Minion's range catches the back lines, but they have the damage because JP has got a one for his own. Benny QT looking to try to get the Punisher kill. He's got a kill, and Kautizi was able to interject on the side. Arlen with the final slash to set things up. Benny QT. Double kill for him once more. 3 kills in the back, 3 stacks for the Punisher.
God, it feels so good to play Roger right now, especially when you have a team that just honestly force feeds you these kills sometimes. You don't have a choice, you better take it. You got Sky Piercer. I ain't wasting the extra auto attack. Really good stuff coming in from TLPH, and I think that CFU game is committing a little too hard to a lot of these plays.
Oh no, Sing is going to be trapped as well. Blaze into it comes in. BMI doesn't even matter. Benny QT gets another stack of letalities. Sky Piercer, and I think that's what, 10% right now?
I think he's, is he max?
4 kills.
Max 4 kills? No, yep, that's 10%.
My goodness, 10% of your health and you drop like a fly, and it's only 7 minutes of the game. How much HP can you even get there?
I mean, it really doesn't matter because CFU Gaming, they don't have the econ to actually sustain, right? A majority of their damage, a majority of their defensive items going into Radiant Armors here. A lot of MR, I'm not seeing a lot of armor.
Okay, OP dropping down to his half HP here. Benny QT doesn't want to try and make a attempt here. Wadu gets the information, but they have to disengage right now. CFU is just too weak to contest any of this. Oh my goodness, they're struggling to get farm. Vander Estra tries to zone them off. Z dropping down towards half HP. All they need is just a jump by Vander QT, and his done for now. They're going to commit the Minion's range. You're also low, and here it goes. Benny QT gets a double tap, double kill for him. Looking for the triple. It's so close. Can he proc the lethality? It's so close, but no, Sanford will die, but Benny QT will say, it's okay. I got you. I got you, my boy.
I swear to God, I bet Sanford is screaming at his team, just kill me! Kill this glue! Get him off of me! And Benny's like, I'm sorry, dude. I have to make this happen. It's like, I get it, you know? Unfortunately for Sanford, he did go down in the engagement, but you can just see how TLPH, as long as they're making the first move, CFU Gaming just don't have the HP to sustain that type of damage coming in from Sanji now that he's already completed 2 full items. Lightning Truncheon as well as the Blood Wings. He is so strong.
Oh no, retreat, they missed it. Oh, okay, he doesn't want to commit to this fight right now. OB tries to go for a commitment here. Use the primer round to disengage, but guess what? Benny QT, he's chain stun. He needs to flicker away. Sanji gets the kill for him instead. Wadu now try to go for the split. Can he get out? Yes, he can. Sing will be able to trade the tier 1 down bottom, but aside from that, the rest of the team for CFU are getting torn apart. Benny QT looking for one. He's going to look for another. Here he comes, and he's got a triple once more. Benny QT, 10 kills into the game. 9 minutes in, 21 for TLPH.
That bot side, you see Kautizi in that 1v1 against the quad, and right now he's just focused on the waves, right? The rest of his team, they're about to end the game.
This is endable. OB now, he's gonna die. Another lethality. Legendary for Benny QT. Game's over. Game's over. Fastest game I've seen today.
9 minutes, 30 seconds. Thumbs up from Sanford. Approval from TLPH. The revenge Part 1 has already been completed. Now for the finale here. Team Liquid, I mean, we mentioned it. Actually, the last interview that they had, they wanted to see CFU and they wanted some revenge. So I'm expecting them to try and aim for that 2-0.
You know what it felt like?
What
It
did
felt
it
like
feel
our ranked game just now where we just ended in 9 minutes. But this is even faster than our ranked games. That's crazy.
It didn't. Our ranked games definitely didn't look like that. Unfortunately, Sanford on a different level, right? He really knows how to follow up on his targets, and I think the biggest strength of TLPH in these sort of styles where it's a little messy. Man, if they're not focused around the objective, they put all their attention on the micro. The follow-ups are good. The angles that they approach these fights are super dynamic as well. It's really hard to kind of stay on top of everything going on.
I think it comes down to their timings, right? Understanding their power spikes early game here, and this is what Skypiercer brings to the table. When back in the day, we always talk about snowballing heroes, right? Martis, if he gets an early 4 kills, great, he's gonna snowball. Roger gets early 3 kills, it's gonna snowball. But with the Skypiercer, they snowball even harder to a point that it's so hard to fight back against that.
Well, here's the thing, right? With the Martis didn't opt to go for Skypiercer because there's a bit of a counter interaction with it. If you bring somebody low enough, even with the Decimate, you don't actually get the reset. You still would have to, auto attack disappears, then hold it on, and then look to reset off with somebody else. But regardless, let's have a look at the stats, and maybe we can break this down more in depth for you guys to see whether or not these items actually made the difference. Because based on what I'm seeing, right, Benny QT opting to go for his same traditional build, except instead of Pure Rage, which honestly, I thought Impure Rage now with the 4% max HP addition to it, really, really good. But the War Cry just works even better because within those 6 seconds, he is unleashing hell on CFU.
Yeah, and on top of it all, I think Sanji opted for a little bit of change of itemizations as well. His first item was like the Blood Wings instead of the usual Holy Crystal, or maybe even a Trunkin to a certain degree. Like, once he got that, you can see CFU, they're trying so hard to either focus on Sanji, and the problem here with Team Liquid is that who do you focus? You've got Kyle TZ you gotta worry about, you've got Sanji you gotta worry about, you got Benny QT you gotta worry about, and to enable all these 3 guys to do their own thing is just JP with a very, very good setup with those Minor Rages.
I felt like JP in the earlier stages of the game was just feeding information to the rest of his team, right? It was Carl as well as Sanford who found that first blood on the bottom side of that map, right? Getting that kill onto Wadu just makes Sanford's life so much easier. That one singular kill skewed the lane into his favor, and that's why we see that Wadu is super late to these fights. He's not able to zone out his targets because he's late, and more importantly so, during these turtle fights, you notice that TLPH, they don't take first position unless they're rushing it down, right? They wait for a moment, wait for CFU to take control, take a couple of camps for themselves, and then bring the fight to CFU.
Yep, and at the same time as well, CFU, I'm not sure about this glue pickup here because I know there are changes where they try and buff the glue itself here, but compared to the usual XP laners where we kind of face off, like maybe Paquito, maybe even, in this case, an Arlen as well, it's not going to be able to do too much of damage to actually threaten the lanes itself because it's just a meat show in general.
I suppose. I do think that the early game needs to change for the side of CFU, right? We saw that OP was hovering around mid to top side where we expected Benny QT to win out that match against Zing. And Zing, honestly, he should have taken his time with a lot of these fights, right? Minimize the trades as much as he can. Just farm, scale ahead. As long as he's going even against Benny QT, everything's going to be all right. That way, they can maybe split up Z and OP to split across the maps, one top, one bottom, to maybe help out some of these lanes.
Well, I hear a lot of what ifs, but as of now, Team Liquid PKH, what is certain, has pretty much just dumpstered them on every single lane with this Julian pickup here. But nevertheless here, the opening was great. Benny QT, Skypiercer just completely left out of control, could not do a single thing. And think about this, CFU, they tried their best. And even the kill that they got when Team Liquid was so far ahead, the only reason Sanford died was because he was eating Benny QT's own damage, or his own teammate's damage from the glue split plate.
The only person who kills Sanford is his own team, and Benny is like, been there, done that. He's got achievements across the board, right? But when we look at the Golden as well as EXP, it's an overwhelming difference here, right? Most of the time, you would have expected teams to actually start popping off during the mid to late stages of the game from the previous patch, but now it is definitely accelerated. It's still a very fresh patch, and that's why I expected to see a lot of these teams be a lot more aggressive considering the items and changes.
And you can see that based on the 3 turtles that they've secured coming from Team Liquid PH, which kind of enabled them to rotate very, very quickly. exactly, right? Like there are changes towards the turtle buff where it gives you additional movement speeds as long as you're running through the river. So this actually helps your entire team rotate so fast and clear waves so much more faster compared to the previous patch. And it feels like now turtle gives so much more value as a utility rather than a team fight composition.
Well, let's give it up for our MVP of the game, Benny QT from TLPH, one of the best gold laners in the goddamn world, of course. But in a lot of these matches, right, Benny QT, it's not like he had to out-mechanic every single person of CFU. Just look at how these fights go, right? Benny QT, he's going in and finishing them off, and when he doesn't want to be in the fight, he starts peeling away, gets back into the fight. His facial expression never changes because his job is so singular.
Yeah, even there as well, how TC, he was able to find like really nice solid pickups on his own, right? Like even if he doesn't have combo, his normal attack is enough to threaten CFU Gaming, considering how far ahead. And look at this. This was a very aggressive dive coming from Team Liquid PH, and they somehow get away because of the fact that they know for a fact that they are so far ahead compared to CFU Gaming in terms of net worth.
Yeah, man. If you are at least 5,000, breaking into the 7,000 mark by the 7th minute of the game, you just know that your GPM is roughly around 1,000 gold, which is more than enough to start taking down the economy of CFU Gaming, right? Those first items from CFU Gaming, I do think need to be changed, though. We did see Wadu opt to go for a Dominance Ice first. I think that's totally fine, but the Radiant Armor is following it, right? At this point, is it worthwhile? Is it worth being afraid about Julian as well as Sanji when you just get one tapped by Benny QT? And most of the time, with the Holy Crystal alone, that Radiant Armor ain't gonna keep you alive from the mid-game too late.
Yeah, especially when the enhanced Scythe just does so much more damage right now. It feels like it's true damage, but it's not exactly true damage for a Julian. It just hurts so much more in these scenarios here. But I'm curious to see how CFU Gaming is gonna adapt, because the draft completely went down the dumpster personally. Like ever since they picked the glue, I don't see how this glue is able to do anything against TLPH.
Well, I mean, assuming that the glue actually went even against the Arlet, generally you would have. It's like a Uranus matchup, which eventually he outscales the Arlet. Doesn't have as many plays, but has a lot of stats. I think that the mid lane needs to change, unfortunately, right? There needs to be a higher target priority towards the mid lane, because right now, magic items are ridiculously strong, and I think there's not a lot of ways to actually have some form of counterplay against these artillery-style mages. Farso, who scales with it, Xavier as well, is something else that I'm hoping to see come up in the next game. But with that being said, we're going to go on a short break. And when we come back, maybe the conclusion, maybe a little equalization for CFU. But you got to stick around for the SPS right after these messages.
Here we go!
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face.
Welcome to all our new viewers tuning in to the Snapdragon Pro Series here. Both of these teams are looking for an opportunity to make it into the LCQ, and it's match point for TLPH. It shouldn't have been this way, but CFU took them down the very first BO3, and in this second one, where elimination is going to be on the line here, good luck to both of them, because TLPH ain't happy the first time they met. My name's Getting Q. This is ICBaby12 to keep you guys company for the casting for these next upcoming matches, and hopefully CFU have something in store.
Oh, Oh, they definitely need to actually switch up the drafts a little bit here. Personally, I know you're okay with the drafts, but personally, I feel like the glue pickup just didn't really work out in the current patch. Like, I've tried it myself. I feel like it just doesn't bring a lot of value in terms of threatening people, right? Like, yes, you can disposition someone, but if you're looking for high damage to drop them, peel them low enough for a kill potential, I don't think glue is just it.
Well, I think they wanted something low risk and potentially could cancel out the Feathered Airstrike and still be useful after the Feathered Airstrike has been canceled, right? Like imagine Yuzong, you Black Dragon form, you cancel it the first time, you use your first rotation and you're kind of like, well, I hope I didn't miss my abilities. Glue, a little bit different. At least he can prolong fights on purpose for his team, which is something that I'm hoping that CFU Gaming does change around because they're very much the early game team, right? That's how they beat TLPH the very first time. I really wish that they would go head-to-head against TLPH and not respect them as much, especially since Julian has a 7-second window to punish when the enhanced ability comes out.
It feels like the script has completely flipped. Like, we know CFU to be the aggressive team, but this time Team Liquid PH is the one that just plays full-on aggression with this Julian pickup. So in the drafts here, the Julian pickup was genius, was smart. Now, how do they bounce back from this? Because now game 2 in the draft, Team Liquid PH once again in the blue side and CFU Gaming on the red side. We do see Chips and Harry being banned. Do they still want to ban the Moskov again, or do they want to ban the Roger instead? Because I know they want it, but Team Liquid PH has read them like a book.
You know, TLPH, they probably put a lot more work into researching CFU Gaming in comparison to the other matchups that they have later down the line in the last chance qualifiers. But hey, let's see it. Roger banned instantly from CFU Gaming. TLPH with first pick. What's it gonna be?
Oh, they get the Moskov themselves?
No surprises, no surprises.
We saw a couple of changes on towards the Moskov here, but I think like Moskov is still in an okay position.
I mean, in comparison to Natan, I would lean in more to the Moskov.
I think Moskov is still fine. No, it's a small nerf, but I don't think it matters that much here. It's still very, very long range here. The items kind of help them peel apart here. So I think the question here is that if things get dragged into its later stage of the game here, who is going to be the Sky Piercer player for Team Liquid PH? Because I don't think Sky Piercer on Moskov is great as a first item.
It's
terrible.
Just wait. This is gonna be a Call TZ Lancelot game.
Okay, sure. Like it's, I would like to see that.
I would like to see the GOAT play on his hero, man. It's been so long since we've seen him play Lancelot, so very long, but I think that CFU game this time around, not going to make it easy, right? We do see the Valentina pickup just to deny Sanji, but more importantly, the R-Lot to be extra annoying. A good flex pick for both their EXP and as well as support, but TLPH respond with the Edith as well as the Farsa.
Ooh, okay. We do see a little bit of denial pickups coming from both sides here. Edith stolen away from CFU Gaming, CFU stealing the R-Lot away from TLPH, but now final pick here, do they still stick with their marksman once again? Because it feels like they can still open it up a little bit and just say wait a little bit more and secure something else, but looks like they're just gonna double down again. Same exact pattern for CFU Gaming.
I think at least they've kind of eased up a lot of the playmaking capabilities that TLPH could potentially be doing here. For all we know, JP could just like pick up a Cho if he really wanted to, right? And I think that at the end of the day, it's up to CFU to respond to these picks coming out from TLPH, because right now they are the ones on the defense.
I was expecting them to actually pick the Fredrin themselves because of the fact that they need some sort of a jungler if they want to go for a tanky composition here. But again, Fredrin, you know, might be banned again from this next upcoming draft here. They banned the Baxia, they banned the Fredrin from CFU Gaming, whereas from TLPH, they banned the Terizla as well as the Ling. So I think Ling is pretty good here for TLPH. But again, second phase first pick is still going to be a CFU Gaming side.
Yeah, CFU, come on, just ban out those tanks, ban out the good tanks, right? Follow up with the Grok this time around, an easy way to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike. Really annoying to deal with in the earlier stages because of the way he manipulates the wave, so I understand where TLPH is coming from. However, CFU Gaming, come on, follow it up with the Fredrin. Follow it up with the Fredrin, and maybe we might get another Assassin game from a Carl TZ.
This is smart coming from TLPH. Like, they're expecting the Arlot to be the XP lane, but if they start banning out the roams here, they are going to force this Arlot as a roam from TLPH. And that pretty much ensures this Feather Airstrike a guaranteed land unless the Arlott overcommits into this fight. And I think they're banging on the fact that if he overcommits, they are going to burst him down with the Julian. Again, if they decide to go for it.
I mean, I think we're thinking too far about this, right? CFU Gaming right now have to decide whether or not Fredrin is in or out. Because if Fredrin is in the composition of TLPH, they can easily combo so many of their abilities together, but they ban out Julian instead to kind of ease up on that early game. That's totally fine. Ling, the follow-up ban, I mean, I'm expecting the Fredrin here.
Should be. They should go for the Fredrin.
I think that CFU probably want that Fredrin a little bit more than TLPH.
Yeah. They definitely need somebody to be in the front lines here. A very, very strong front line. They tried to compensate with the Mortis in the previous game, but this time, Fredrin or no.
It's fine.
Or
it's fine. If they don't want to go Fredrin, then they have to go. They have to go for a strong EXP lane that generally does well in every matchup, which would be Thamos in this case, maybe even Benedetta. I don't see CFU Gaming leaning into that just yet, but it's a tough decision to make, honestly.
They need somebody to actually catch the backlines in case Moscow gets out of control. Okay, so
they've got the Arlott. It's fine.
They get the Fredrin.
They get the Arlott. As long as they have
Arlott enough to punish Moscow?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You can lose like as an Arlott at level 2. You can already take on Moskov at level 3 or even level 4, right? As long as you dodge the ult. That's the problematic part about Arlott. He's just naturally good in the earlier stages because of his base damages. Unless you're walking into enemy jungle, then that's a different story. For now, I think that TLPH, as of right now, like, no Julian, come on, be bold, be brave, play something like Lancelot.
Hayabusa, maybe?
I mean, Hayabusa makes a lot more sense, but like, oh god, I want to see the goat on that Lancelot one more time.
Are they going to try and mirror this? Like tank junglers or assassin junglers? Because as of now, we do see the Yuzhong XP. Okay, we do see the Arkai junglers. So tank jungler is back in action again. Heavy spin in case CFU decides to go for a very cheeky XP laner. In this case, Benedetta, Paquito, if they decide to put Arlott role. They're expecting to try and pin someone, at least.
I think it's somewhat alright. Is it dangerous to play Arlott as a roamer right now? A little bit. He doesn't exactly have the escape mechanics necessary. He just has the base damage to just kind of stick very, very close to the Edith. That's about it.
Florin, maybe? No, I don't think they're going to go for Florin.
There's got to be better options out there. Florin is not bad. I would think that the Angela might be just slightly better in these cases, but I think overall, it doesn't really matter what they pick
because it feels like a very sustained comp coming from Team Liquid PH, but looks like it's going to be the okay, they bring in the Masha to try and chip the bird. This was a thing like last year when Masha was kind of broken.
Yeah, because mainly we're seeing that TLPH is playing around Benny QT, right? So if you shut down Benny QT, you shut down a large majority of the damage. But the problem with TLPH is they always have secondary win conditions. And in this case, Sanji can scale. He's going to be very relevant. And if Sanford finds a lead in his lane, that's a good solid 8 minutes of EXP dominance.
Wow, this seems to be a much more 50-50 draft compared to game number 1 here. CFU, they have to pour their hearts and soul against this if they want to have a chance for the last chance qualifier. Same can be said for Team Liquid PH because now they are match point to qualify for the LCQ. It's going to be a do or die for both of these teams here because at the end of this series, one of this team will be eliminated from the Snapdragon Pro Series. So it is going to be a very, very intense ones, and I hope CFU Gaming, they are going to be able to give us a good game.
I think this time around, they should be able to give us a pretty decent game here. It will take some time before we expect to see some real combat going around. I think around the mid-game is when we're expected to see these teams really pop off, but I think a lot of the early game is going to be held towards the EXP side of the map. Like Benny QT up against Zing on this Claude should be pretty 50-50 overall. More inclined for Benny QT to clear those waves without interacting with Zing. Overall, I think the biggest game changers are going to be the mid lane, right? Like Z's job last time, it was difficult because you steal the Feathered Airstrike, half the time Sanji has already dealt enough damage and the fight is basically over before it even starts. Now, I think that Z is going to take a more proactive role just to make sure that Sanji can't breathe.
I think Z was struggling to decide whether to actually take the Feathered Airstrike at the Minion Rage or the Minion Rage for game number 1, right? Like, do they need damage or do they need counter CCs? Because both the times that he got both didn't really do too much. Like, they needed damage, but instantly got cancelled. They need a counterplay, but where's the damage coming from? So I think now, in this particular game, it may be a little bit easier because almost every single spell coming from Team Liquid PH brings so much value in terms of team fight. Maybe not so much on the Yuzhong, but the heavy spin, feather dash strike is amazing. But without further ado, let's figure things out on how things are gonna go out here. This is gonna be Team Liquid PH going up against CFU Gaming for game number 2, match point for TLPH.
Opposite sides, mirrored sides between CFU on the red side up against TLPH on the blue side. They're going to be ending up on 2 separate sides of the map. Fredrin wants to be closer towards that EXP. Sorry, same side of the map as TLPH also.
Oh, JP taking a little bit too much damage here. Forces a flicker of OP. They are going to be able to scare him off. CFU try to go a little bit ballsy, but look at this. Caltese, he's going to try to walk up and try and steal the buff here maybe. But they get first blood on OPC. Tries to trade somebody off, but TLPH now on the full aggressive mode, and they're gonna try and steal cam off Detective. Here comes Petrify stun combo as well. They want to kill him off. JP needs to get out. Detective will fall to the damage coming from Caltese. CFU losing 2 right from the get-go.
This is a great play coming in from TLPH. This is what we call a set play. They already had a good idea of what they wanted to do from the early stages of the game. They got JP to actually early leash the opposite buff while we saw the leash happening down by the red buff for Caltese. So when he walks up, instantly one hit, walks away, and is able to start invading the enemy jungle. And Wadu, he's not going to be very relevant until he's level 4. So they've hit a very good window from the side of TLPH.
Very, very nice timings here. 2 cams stolen away from CFU Gaming here. That is going to put Detective 1 level behind before the first turtle. And in this case, TLPH, they're looking to try and extend this, but so far, they are not set up for this turtle buff yet.
Well, we'll see, because Caltese is opting not to go for a full buff clear. It instantly wants to be right on top of the turtle. He knows that CFU Gaming ain't going to waste any time to contest this. They know that Detective is a level behind, so let's be fast about this. We clear, we could invade. Let's first clear off our own jungle, reset, and then maybe re-engage.
That is so cheeky of Benny Cutie. He thought he's going to be able to get the spear and try and steal it away from the purple buff, but fortunately for Detective, he still gets it.
Where's the invade?
But Caltese is already 2 levels ahead of him.
I mean, he saw the red tree. He saw the red tree, and when the red tree is down, Caltese walks into your jungle. What are you going to do about it?
Did he get it?
He got the camp, but Caltese doesn't care. He's still 2 levels ahead. This is a free buff for him. He wants CFU to walk for it. He wants them to contest this buff. As soon as they do, he has an angle to punish.
8 seconds cooldown retribution for Detective. Caltese will have it here. Can he get it in time? No. No. Feels bad for Detective.
Right? It feels like no matter... honestly, with the way TLPH is playing, they have the foresight. That's why we're seeing the Spear Destruction coming out. We're seeing the Feathered Airstrike trying to steal away buffs just to get Retry out.
Well, a little bit, enough of the jungle invades for now. We do see Sanford getting pushed back by Wadu a little bit, but well, as soon as we say that, bottom lane, we do see a little bit of harassment, but CFU finally gets a little bit of breathing room, but it seems like their resources is just so scarce now.
I mean, their laners are fine. Then Detective is like, what about me? I'm a full level down. 2 camps have been stolen away. I can't use my retry if not I get invaded. Like, he's the only person who's not having a good time. Ooh, Skypiercer, first item for Wadu.
Okay, interesting. You know, Detective forced to steal some of the resources away from Z down middle lane. But now here comes the catch from on Z. OP, he is down. Cannot do anything. Chain stun all the way through. Purple buff comes in, being invaded as well. Caltese still has the heavy spin. And Detective as well as him, they both has retribution. This is gone for Detective. Another level advantage for Caltese.
I mean, we talked about the problems of playing Arla as a roamer, right? He can stand next to JP, yes, but he's got to be careful for the EH. He's got no escape mechanics, and Sanji knows that as well. So, unlucky for him, but TLPH setting up camp in CFU Gaming's jungle.
Caltese just stole another camp off Detective. OP. He needs to set up a play, but they just don't have the damage. Black Dragon used preemptively to try and disturb Detective. Come on, give that guy a break, man. He's a working authority.
He's no breaks for this guy. You can have your buff. I'll see you with your next purple buff, buddy.
Oh my god, a spear?
No, it's not taking it. It's not taking it. For now, this is what we can expect from TLPH, right? Just be hyper-aggressive. Every single time you force a reaction out of CFU Gaming, there is going to be a natural consequence.
They're so aware of everything, and even Benny Cutie oftentimes just using the spear to try and steal the buff away. Like, the whole objective from TLPH is just slow down Detective's farm, and guess what? He's doing really well. A good job here for TLPH.
Hey man, this is why I wanted to see the GOAT himself play a Lancelot, play an assassin-style jungler, because he's already making these calls saying, hey, if somebody can throw an ultimate to steal a buff, do it, right? It's not like you're going to use it in lane.
Oh boy. Now, Detective is going to try and catch on Sanford. Sanford is getting chain stun all the way through. He's down to his half HP. Appraiser Run comes in. Is going to fall. No Black Dragon. So CFU finds a small window. Gets a kill for themselves. Better Dash trying to clear the minions here. But they want to go for more. Sanji, can he get out? Forces a flicker. Detective, they actually get another kill. And Wado is able to find one. CFU Gaming sees 2 down bottom. Instantly goes for the kill.
He wouldn't. He wouldn't.
No
been,
way.
Right? Like,
I don't think so.
With Wadu so close by, I doubt he will. But right now, bot tier 1.
Oh, Carl DZ. Gonna go for the heavy spin here. Stolen one coming from Z. Trying to get a pin out towards the turret here. But doesn't seem to find the angle. CFU baits major spells away from TLPH.
That's fine. They still have 26 more seconds until the next objective actually comes back out. And yes, CFU Gaming actually buying a little bit of tempo for themselves, punishing TLPH. Use your abilities in lane. Okay, fine. We'll force the consequences then.
Oh, final stash comes in, JP. Okay, he's going to be able to get out. No setup coming from CFU, unfortunately.
TLPH, as long as you're looking at Call TZ, the only reason why we'd be using his heavy spin is to try and get a retry, a clean retry off of CFU Gaming in these 50-50s for neutral objectives, or to pin them down against the wall so that the rest of the members of TLPH can follow up. If there's no members of TLPH, then it's an escape mechanic.
Oh, speaking of which here, 1k net worth difference here between
Punish.
PC and Detective, and now they're going to go for the dive here. Black Dragon comes in, they find Obi, that's going to be the first one to go down. Z forced to run away, the spear comes in, connects on the Valentina, Z is down, Detective appraises drop, almost drops, he dies as well. Heavy spin on towards Wadu, gets pinned apart, he almost got the kill, but that's going to be a 4-man wipe down by TLPH, and the only one standing is Zing, is not even in the team fight at all.
Man, OP, he's got to be so careful here, right? He gets engaged upon. Z tries to bail him out with that stolen heavy spin. Really just doesn't matter here, right? There's just a lot of presence coming in from TLPH. And let's not forget about that Moskov, right? Technically, he has global presence with that Spear Destruction.
My goodness, like Wadu didn't even do anything in the right moment here. His teammates just got completely dropped everywhere. Z is gonna die. Oh no. Primal Wrap first kill, gets the kill. Obi tries to commit to the fight. He's gonna die as well. Double kill for JP. Too much damage from TLPH at this point.
This is spiraling out of control for CFU Gaming, right? They are now just running it down a little bit. OP did not need to die there. There is no reason for him to die, and I think that they need to regroup. They had the gold lead earlier, but right now they just need to take their time.
Oh boy, now Sing forces the Blazing Duet. He does have the BMI. He goes for the sidestep, but Kao Teasy already stopping in his tracks here. Now OP is going to be chain stunned by the Arlot. No comebacks as well. 2 down. And it seems like Team TLPH looking for that revenge arc might actually succeed.
I think their overall game plan is smart, right? As long as TLPH control the tempo, it feels like CFU Gaming can't get away with anything, right? That's why game number 1, we saw them making that first move each and every time. Punish their support if they have to, right? It doesn't matter who the target is going to be. Each tool is crucial for CFU Gaming to make their composition work. They need all 5.
Oh, speaking of all 5 here, do they even if they group up as all 5, do they even have the damage or the CCs to actually stop TLPH at this point? Like, look at this. They've got Heavy Spin, they've got Black Dragon, they've got Sanji with the damage output as well. They've got JP who's doing so much damage, and now look comes Detective getting pulled back. Lord nowhere in range for CFU. That's gonna be an easy one for TLPH.
Yep, real nice dance there. Real nice dance. They pushed and pull every single time, create some space, come back, finish off the Lord, ensure that CFU Gaming has no cracks to work with to get on top of that Lord and steal it and drag this game out longer. Looking at the items so far, right? Sea Halberd already purchased here for Masha. plenty of damage on this Masha, even with rapid boots to traverse the map a little bit faster. But unfortunately, he hasn't been finding Benny QT too often, and when he does, Carl Teasy always gets in the middle.
Well, interesting enough, I do see the Queen Wing up on Detective here, but no, okay, JP trying to go for a setup. He is going to be able to survive the Primal Wrap Shield, and now he's going to try and turn the favor and try and chip on the tier 2. Wadu from the sides gets scouted out by Carl Teasy. So CFU not going to be able to make an attempt here.
Yep, with so much early game advantages and a Lord-empowered minion, Lord-empowered waves crashing on all fronts, TLPH are going to skyrocket in the economy, making sure that they really set the difference between the two.
Oh boy, this is a pretty one-sided massacre here coming from TLPH. As you can see, TLPH, they're going to start things off with Black Dragon once more. CFU, they've got to drop everything here. This is their last chance. It's over. It's a do or die. Sing needs to reset their fight. Lord dropping down to his half HP. Caldeezy finds the heavy speed. He's going to pull OB mid. Flickers out of safety. But the turret will drop to half HP. So nothing super crazy yet. But CFU will somehow be able to defend for now. Unless Sanji looking for the bait. Wadu, he checks the bush. He's got 2 health bars. Stolen heavy spin to secure his safety net. And that's spells coming in. Feather trying to try and chip on Sync once more. Round 2, take 2 for TLPH, chipping away at the tier 3s. It is going to take the turret for now, and it's going to go down. That's going to be the first inhibitor that will fall for CFU Gaming as TLPH continues with the lead.
Yep, I mean, TLPH just using the raw stats to muscle out against CFU Gaming. No full commitments, just slow chip damage on the inhibitor turrets, and every single one of these hits are going to be far more valuable than CFU Gaming landing it on people like Sanford or Calteezy, all of which ready to back each other up on the disengage.
They're so far ahead to a point that whenever Sanji's Feather airstrike is up, he just drops it to make sure that CFU Gaming stays in base.
Yeah, he ain't wasting any time.
It's crazy.
No, it's true. I think that this current meta, people are complaining about like, is this the assassin meta? Is this the tank meta? It's the mid lane meta, right? Any scaling mid lane does well.
Oh my goodness. Sing dropping down low here. He almost got a kill. And Sanji, he's going to be able to escape here. Forces to reset the fight. CFU Gaming somehow is able to fight back, but they just cannot get those kills at all.
Does my point stand? Our mid lane's busted? Am I, right?
It's kind of busted.
Right? Sanji is literally 2 items in comparison to 3, a fully built Claude, right? With Trinity build, max stacks with Art of Thievery, couldn't take out Sanji, same level, slightly behind on the econ with cheaper items, couldn't do it enough. Tell me mid laners are busted.
Well, seems to be. Now, with the Lord coming in play, TLPH with this lead coming in play, it doesn't even matter. I don't think Detective's going to be able to do much here. Black Dragon is zone off for safety, secures the Lord, and now Obi, so this is going to get caught out. He's going to try and run away, but the chain stun's a little bit too much coming from TLPH. It just cannot get away at all.
And you can see the rest of CFU Gaming just watching OP go down, thinking like, I'm sorry, they haven't used Feathered Airstrike, we're not going to do anything. You just have to eat it.
Oh boy, this is just one-sided massacre. And at this point, CFU, like, their only win condition right now is Wadu is able to find some kind of picks. But in this case, he's got 2 in a row. But every single time he shows up, you see Calteezy just making sure that, oh, you're not getting to the back lines. Oh, Sanford is there? Okay, I'm here. JP's there? I'm gonna go there. But now, with the Lord coming in, no chance at all. JP flickered forward, finds OP. They're gonna try and kill him once more. Killing spree for JP. Sanford overcommits to this. He's got the Winter Crown. He's gonna be able to get out of it here. No, he's buying a little bit more time, but they're dropping like flies. Lord hammering on the throne here. The Ancient is falling, and Sig now, he's trying his best to clear the Lord, but it doesn't matter. TLPH, they take down the Crystal. They take all of this game, and they are very happy. 2-0 CFU Gaming. Goodbye, you're out of SBS.
Oh boy, you can see that TLPH real happy about this one. They got their revenge. The 2 more mature players are like, okay, this is for the youngins. These are for the young ones. Let them have their moment. GG, well played. CFU Gaming, unfortunately, could not deal with a clapback from TLPH here in the lower brackets of the SBS. So far, so good, but this only means that the journey has been extended. TLPH now qualify for the last chance qualifiers. Good luck to them for their upcoming matches.
Well, this is a very, very, I would say, nice story here. This is kind of expected before they face off CFU, right? Like, we know TLPH, they just won MBL. They're the strongest team in the world, strong from the strongest region. Great. Comes into SPS, gets completely destroyed by CFU Gaming. And then now, revenge arc. Guess what? CFU, it was a fluke. It was a fluke.
I don't think it's a fluke. I think it, you know, partially it's where the meta is at currently,
agreed.
and also some good pre-preparation from Team Liquid PH, because I don't think they would approach the draft that way to every single team, right? It's not a generic draft. It's very targeted specifically towards CFU. So once again, well done to both of these teams. I think that unfortunately the meta is in a really it's in a really awkward place because there's so many things that are undiscovered. And I mean, honestly, from CFU, Zing could have made the ultimate play there with the Winter Crown as well when he used that Blazing Duet, getting some good damage. Unfortunately, not enough and a little too late in this match.
I think it comes down to the timings as well on when the rematches was happening, right? Like during CFU versus TLPH, when the first time they lost, TLPH, it was only like the patch was like about 2 days, 3 days in to the game, whereas this one is almost a week now so far. So I think just give them a little bit more time. They could have prepared something different.
Honestly, probably. I would say it's a pretty fair game every single time the patch comes through. It's really tough to say overall. Like even TLPH, the first time they made CFU, they had some like incredible team fight setups, but CFU still able to micro out of it at the end of the day. So I think that TLPH understood that mechanically CFU has what it takes. So we got to make sure that the conditions are clear. If Sanji finds an angle, chunk them out. Don't let OP set everything up for CFU Gaming, and once their spearhead is gone, everybody else is going to need time to scale. Wadu needs way more items before he's even a threat to Benny QT. Half the time, can't even find him in these fights.
Well, first item, Holy Crystal for Sanji, once again, followed by the Blood Wings, and he is still just finding all these damage outputs. And Blood Wings, even though we know it's cheaper, right? For him to take advantage of this damage here and making sure that with the lethal ignition in play, it's just, you know, used to perfection, to be honest.
I mean, we say used to perfection, and then we look at the opposite side, right? Detective going for the Queen's Wings. I think that's wild, right? Going for Queen's Wings, especially with the type of matchup that you have up against you, I think that maybe even Athena Shield might have been a little bit more relevant in these places. I would even say that even a Thunderbelt might have been pretty good. Like, I would make the argument that Thunderbelt is not too bad as well.
I would like the Thunderbelt, you know, but the problem here is that both games coming from CFU, they just lost early to mid, and Thunderbelt takes a little bit too long to actually come online. It's kind of like a defensive item for Aldos, but I don't know. It feels like CFU, they just couldn't hold the aggression here. TLPH had a very, very safe, I would say a solid game plan on making sure that Detective gets no farm at all. And every single time they try to walk up, you know, you've got Sanford in your face with the dragon, zone them out. If you get too close, we've got a Heavy Spin who maybe isolate a few targets. In this case, OP was the victim multiple times for CFU Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, when we're looking at CFU and really analyzing where OP should be at what time, it's tough because TLPH puts so much pressure in that mid lane, right? Once the mid lane wave is cleared, both JP and Sanji, they're moving out. They're looking for picks straight away. That's why you see the Concussive Blast onto JP. You Earth Shatter Concussive Blast with a little help of Sanji, that wave melts within 2 seconds.
Yeah, there was just nothing much they could have done in this scenario here. Like TLPH was just dictating the entire flow or tempo of the game in their favor, where CFU was just playing catch up a majority of the time. But nevertheless here, let's take a look at the graphs here. Still very, very one-sided here, and this time it is a bigger lead compared to game number 1, where they got first blood rather early before even the first hurdle actually began.
Yep, 4 minutes. If you want to be real specific, I mean, technically, if we round it up, it's 5 minutes more time compared to the previous game. It ended at 9 minutes 30. This game ended 13 minutes 57 seconds. So you could see where the power spikes start happening, right? In the first game, it was all in the earlier stages of the game. Here, very small leads and very early kills enable them to excel and grow their economy faster, but only after the 6th, 7th minute of the game. That's when you see the clapback coming in from CFU. They're waiting to hit their next power spike at the 8th minute. And once they do, you could see all those blue X's, blue X's, blue X's, blue X's. Team Liquid just made sure to control everything.
Wow, let's take a look at the MVP for this match here is gonna be JP on this Edith 3-0-11 here. The guy that set the tempo and the guy that survived the fights a majority of the time, making sure that that CFU just could not survive at all. And I think this was the first big play that TLPH was just able to take this huge lead that CFU needed to somehow win, but just couldn't.
I mean, they just played the turtle dance a little bit better here. And now, quick correction from me, he wasn't using Concussive Blast, he did end up using Quantum Charge. So, still, both of them have some immense wave clear at this point of time. And that's why you see, with that mid-tier 1 already collapsed, TLPH are unlocked to do these aggressive plays in between inhibitors and tier 2s on the side lanes.
This is, like, look at every set play that TLPH decides, right? You've got Heavy Spin, you've got Black Dragon, you've got everything. And CFU Gaming has no choice but to give up control. Like, how do you fight against so much CCs when Masha doesn't bring CC to the table? Fredrin just could not even survive in the lane because he's under level. And it's just put in a spot where I think, would this be an outdraft? But I think it's just out-executed coming from TLPH.
I do think that CFU had some interesting ideas, but I didn't think, unfortunately, I don't think they saw the potential punish on OP specifically on this Arlet, right? I think they would have assumed that, you know, Arlet is just a waste of time if you really commit hard onto him, but once Sanji had that damage, he is now on the table, and he died like what? He was 0-5 pretty early on into the game, like 7-8 minutes he was 0-5, and that was already pretty rough.
Well, with that being said here, 2-0 for TLPH. That means they are going to be the ones to qualify into the LCQ from the side of Group C here. And let's talk about the journeys here for all the teams that Group C has played so far. BTR Beta, you know, they were trying their best. They were the first team to actually qualify to the Challenge Finals. Whereas TLPH, they were the team that got kicked out by CFU in the upper brackets. And now they got the revenge. That means they still have a chance to qualify for the Challenge Finals.
Yep, and I mean, hopefully they're going to be able to make it there to see, you know, some other competitors, rival competitors, some may even say nemesis to them in their own region. But so far, things have been a smooth journey once they made it into the lower bracket. And honestly, that's just the conclusion of Group C. There's still plenty more games, and we also have to technically conclude Group D as well later on to see who else qualified for the LCQ. And then we are going to see where that bracket is going to lead us.
I think Group D is something that very, very similar story to Group C as well, right? Like it feels very similar because Monster Vicious was able to take down a lot of teams that none of us kind of expected them to do. But at the same time, we thought they were going to go far. They got kicked down. And the team that kicked them down there is going to be playing up against for that final chance to qualify into LCQ.
I'm telling you, MPL teams who didn't make it to MSC are hungrier here at the SBS. And more action awaited here at the SBS right after this break.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort round the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. Yeah, yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster.
Hello, and welcome back to the SPS Pro Series. This is going to be Group D here, the final series for today, and also the final team to qualify for the LCQ. We have Rebellion Esports going up against Monster Vicious to decide who is going to be our final team in the last chance qualifying rounds here. And now, as you can see, Rebellion Esports going up against Monster Vicious here. This is going to be a similar tale to Group C, where they will have a little bit of a different journey. Because why? Both these teams are eyeing for the LCQ. But think about this. Monster Vicious started things off. They actually lost 2-0 to Rebellion Zion. And now, Rebellion Zion getting kicked down by Smart Mega means that both of their teams are fighting for their last chance. In this case, Monster Vicious, can they get their revenge story? Because just now we saw Team Liquid PH was able to get their revenge for CFU. But so now, this time, Rebellion Zion is going to be in their way. Monster Vicious, definitely a team that really fought really hard to try their best to actually make their way into this exact moment. Monster Vicious taking 2-1 against BTR earlier just now was a very close match. They revealed their cards. But can they do it against Rebellion Zion here? This is going to be a very interesting one here, Gideon.
I think they can do it. I honestly think they can do it here. Envy have a really big opportunity to take down at least Rebellion, right? They've already faced them the first time, and now with the new patch, and considering their last game, I think this next BO3 is going to be quite intense between the two.
Oh boy. Anyways, to take you guys in the journey here, my name is ICBB12, and he is Getting Q. We are going to be your casters for this final series as well. And it is gonna be a very heartbroken moment for me if one of these teams actually get eliminated. But what's not heartbroken for you guys, if you guys don't really want to miss out on the action, why don't you guys check out this QR code and get yourself some tickets to the main event.
Oh,
it's only 10,000, baby.
It doesn't matter what nationality you are. It really matters whether or not you're heading over to Indonesia, because with 10,000 IDR, you're basically paying for parking. These tickets are so cheap. So quickly, pick them up now at esl.gg/MLBBTix-N, or scan the QR code if you're lazy to type in the URL like I am. And don't forget, the first 1,000 ticket purchases per day will get more rewards. 65k IDR worth of rewards. So please catch them while you can.
Yeah, for those of you guys watching at home here, if you guys cannot afford to get a ticket to Indonesia, it's okay. Buy the ticket. You can still get the reward here. First 1,000 free chests, man. Support SPS.
Support the SPS and support your favorite teams. Soon we're about to be going into war here in a best of 3 between these two teams. Hopefully, one of them is going to show us a little bit more, right? Because based off of what we're seeing, we're getting closer and closer to MSC. We need to see more polish on the new tech that has been given to us through the patch.
You know, it is, as a Malaysian fan, we definitely want to see how MV goes, right? Because of the fact that Monster Vicious, think about the journey, right? I think Lafel has brought this up throughout the entire day. Oh, an MPL team who got eliminated just dumpstered an MDL first place team.
I mean, that's like the starter kit, right? It's a battle royale. There's always going to be another more important team, a team with more accolades, in a matter of fact. But we got to introduce to you both of the lineups here today in this final best of 3 to close things out here at the SPS. Introducing first, it's going to be from Indonesia, Rebellion Esports with Cars, Vincent, Suelo, D, and Audi TZ.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting match here coming from Rebellion Esports here. They are here to dominate the game. And ever since they won against Monster Vicious very convincingly here in their first series here coming in Group number D, they have been destroying Monster Vicious. But this actually happened when the patch was just beginning, and it was more of adapting towards the new patch on how things are going to be available towards the previous patch. But now with this new patch again means that both teams have to be on their toes to figure out what is going to be happening in this upcoming match.
Honestly, the last patch was considerably small to what we're playing on today. Hopefully the new tech is going to give, well, at least MV an advantage, or whether or not Rebellion and Esports have something else in hand. But introducing the team from M1, Monster, Vicious, we have Zeno, Uni, Fakes, Ruff, and Nova in the main 5.
Now, and of course, Monster Vicious here, they have pretty much had a marathon today. They've played so many games today thus far, and now, especially when they're going up against Rebellion Zion, they might be revealing a little bit too much strategy here, a little bit. But again, they were able to win against BTR ID, which was 4th place MDL ID to 2-1 as one of the last bastions of hope for Malaysia here. Can they hold their pride, their national flag on the line here for Monster Vicious?
Well, it's tough to say, right? Monster Vicious, some days you have them, they are on form. Other times, they just can't seem to get the chemistry together. But now that they're comfortable here, it's a significant advantage for them. But Rebellion, they've done this before, right? This should be an easy 2-0 for them if we're going based off of previous results.
Yep, and of course, when it comes to Uni as well, he's been known to play assassin-style junglers before. Like we see the whole tank junglers for the past few years in terms of meta. So this is something that is not out of his comfort zone, and we've been hyping up time and time again for Monster Vicious. Oh, it's assassin meta. Oh, it's assassin meta. Uni, when is he gonna bring those assassins? And now with the Sky Piercer in play, we just might see it this time.
There's a good chance that we are going to see it. I mean, he's played Julian before. I wouldn't be too surprised if he whips out the Ling one more time. We're just going to see whether Coach Haru is going to set that up for him, right? There are still plenty of other things that we need to worry about. Number one, Fakes in that mid lane. Mid laners are so strong right now. The items all are beautifully synergistic with each other, and we haven't seen too many Wishing Lanterns just yet. So maybe or not, that might be the next item that we're hopefully going to see. Maybe even, what is it called again? The Malefic,
Malefic
something.
Gun.
The Malefic Gun. That's the one. I've been curious to see whether anybody wants to show off how to use it.
That's the thing, right? Almost every single game we've seen so far has not gotten into the ultra late stage. Like everything ends before it hits towards the late stage game. And what I mean by that is like before the full item power spike. Because I feel like both this item, Malefic Gun and Wishing Lantern, suits the ultra late game stage, but none of the teams has made it that far at all.
Well, based on my theory crafting, I feel like things like Malefic Gun can be purchased as the 6th item, but or an in-between item when you don't have your Immortality or Winter Truncheon in this point of time. Sorry, now change into the Crown. The Crown. Man, this patch really ruined things on memory.
I like Winter Crown.
It sounds a lot better, right? But looking at the draft so far, Valentina, Chip, and as well as the Harith already banned out for the side of MV. Xborg, Loyi, and as well as Angela first picking Moskov. This might be a Roger route for MV?
That's the thing, right? This is a question for me as well, because Rebellion, Rebellion Esports, are they going to be able to play well with this Moskov? Because their comfort has always been the Moskov Natan. It has been nerfed a little bit here, but I don't know. I haven't had enough data on whether or not is Moskov still kind of strong, because in the previous game, TLPH, was the Moskov strong? I don't think we even got to the stage where we got to see the full power of the Moskov.
Well, I mean, Moskov is supposed to be a later stage game hero, and I think, well, it's hard, right? We're comparing them to TLPH.
Yeah.
Previous world champions, champions of MPL, current PH right now. Oh, the Farmist. Haven't seen that in a hot second here. With the Yuzong, begs the question, was it smart that MV decided to ban out the Valentina?
Okay, their biggest problem here coming from Monster Vicious is that, one, how do they deal with the Flying Dragon? Two, how do they deal with the NetherRealm? And that's something that I think now with this Matilda, if they are able to bait it out and just out-sustain and kite them out, they have a good chance to re-engage. And that's something that I think they want to take advantage of this Roger with the Sky Piercer. But the problem is they need somebody to set things up. And personally, I feel like if Uni decides to pull out the Fanny right here, right now, it isn't too bad. But Rebellion, they've done their homework. They're banning off the Julian.
Yeah, I like the Julian ban here because at least with the enhanced chains, you will have a without having to worry about the enhanced chains. Nothing really stops you, right? Like Farmus, okay, you want to jump into the middle of our group. There's still, at least you still have the Nether Realm. Nothing much to worry about. I think there needs to be a better answer to it than just the penalty zone. They're going to need some damage to kind of apply. Farsa is a little risky here because of that Yuzong. Eve, I don't think Eve will show up as often as I would like to see. But then again,
I think Eve isn't too bad. Like,
yeah, because you can use Glowing Wand and things like that.
Glowing Wand's great. Ice Cream Wand is pretty good as well.
Yeah.
Like, they kind of changed the slow to give back the old Eve, where it's extremely slow now. And I think if they want to slow the tempo, it isn't too bad of a shout.
Yeah, even Wishing Lantern, not that bad of an idea, but it kind of depends on whether Rebellion want to go with a tank jungler, right? And I think that's the big question here. With Fredrin already banned out, that's going to force maybe a Boxia, arguably even an Akai in these types of situations. I feel like it's difficult to play.
I think Monster Vicious might lean on Barats because it's Matilda Barats we're talking about.
I don't think it's good enough. Personally, I think the Akai is a little bit better here.
Okay.
Somebody has to break up this Netherrealm, right? Because
fair enough.
if you throw the penalty zone, you just don't have enough damage, right? And you're expecting Assassins to cut through the temp HP without having AoE. That's too big of an ask.
Yeah, and there's still like a 2-second window after the temp HP, which is something that you get 0 damage anyway. So I think Assassins, ooh, Monster Vicious. Do they pick the Fanny? Do they pick the Barats here? Do they want to play the safety net for Uni?
I mean, they're also the other only assassin that I can think about that might have a chance in these types of situations is Hayabusa, because at least with the Oki Shadow Kill, you can cut through the temp HP pretty quickly, especially if you're max stacked. Let's see here what that pick is going to be. No, not a lot of flexes from the side of MV. They need to predetermine who their jungler is going to be, as well as their mid laner. Either or, there are no overlaps between the two in terms of heroes.
If they go for the Edith here and put the Matilda mid laner, I don't think they have a lot of damage here. Like, they have a lot of escape sustains, but I don't think they have a lot of damage for the 10 HP. Oh no, they are gonna do that. But not the Edith. They go for the Ruby instead. Roam Ruby, Mage Matilda.
I think
they need
this might be... I think that, personally, that Roger is going into the jungle and that Ruby is going into gold lane.
But they need a Mage...
They're going to get a
or
mage.
a mage jungler.
They're going to get either or, right? I think Lunox is something they might want to consider. Kadita as well used to be the previous counter to Farmus. Oh, try and get your Netherrealm off when you get one
for
shot.
A jungle? Okay, Roger jungle,
Roger
right?
jungle, yes.
So put the Ruby gold lane?
That's what I'm thinking is going to happen here from the side of MV.
Tough. This is so risky on Monster Vicious. But we shall see. Rebellion Zion, what's their response here? Because as of now, Nether Realm is available. They've got Yujon, they've got so much more pick. They bring in the Florin and the Boxia. Oh, this is
a really obnoxious comp to deal with.
Rebellion Zion's got a very scary composition. I like this.
They need a mid laner who can clear waves really, really fast. I want the Loyi, but it's already banned out. Valentina as well, also banned out.
They've
Zask, new tank. I like it. Because Zask doesn't need his support to stick with him in that lane. He is very efficient in the 1v1s. Even during 2v1s, he can still farm very safely with the help of his little turret.
I think this is good. Like, the Zask, I've had a lot of games of Zask. They've reworked the laser here. He no longer takes a lot of attack speed here. But the spawn link just does so much more damage. And he can just literally sit in front and just beam the dragon in the air, doesn't really matter. Beam the Netherrealm, doesn't matter. Boxia can't really chip him away that quickly as well, and he does a lot of damage here. And we talk about potentially using a Wishing Lantern. I think Zas is the perfect hero for a Wishing Lantern.
I don't think he's going to build Wishing Lantern. I think Glowing Wand, yes.
Okay, Glowing Wand,
Wishing Lantern is if he has extra surplus, like a lot of surplus money. I think he's still going to go for the Holy Crystal. It's just too expensive of an item to commit anything else. I don't know if it's first or second. Maybe even Blood Wings this time around because he is a little bit worried about getting jumped on by Vince. No, actually no. He isn't worried about it. He can still go into the spawn lane with the ult.
Okay, we shall see what is up because now we're seeing something new to the table here. this is going to be a revenge story for Monster Vicious, or is this going to be an absolute dominance by Rebellion Esports? This is Game 1, Rebellion Esports versus Monster Vicious.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one because now we're seeing a little bit of new tech with fakes on the Zask, right? There's a lot of abilities you can dodge, but he's really, really useful because of that stun. He goes, drops down his ult, and then instantly, if he lands that stun, it allows Monster Vicious to walk in. Looking at the emblems, right? War Cries on both the Yuzong as well as the Roger. Everything else, Impure Rage coming in from Zask. Lethal Ignition coming out from Suelo. So they're both looking to scale.
I think one thing is different about the Zaz is that usually you kind of expect to drop the first skill and then wait for it here. It no longer depends on where your first skill is placed for him to use his ultimate. Now he can actually reposition on his first try when he pops his ultimate, which sets up for a better fight. Meanwhile, you see engagement here, down, bottom. Uni gonna be trying to steal off some of the camps away from Rebellion Esports. So that's gonna be an okay start. But again, you know, mirror matchup coming from Rebellion Esports. They've already done the same on the top side with this box here.
Yep, it looks like an early rotation for this Farmus to the top side of the map just to try and set up for that level 4 early on. A lot of teams were doing this in the previous patch. Now MV looking to respond.
Okay, Zeno taking a little bit of damage here. Suelo gonna be pulling two back in. He's gonna be bursted down here. He might die to this. Yes, he will fall, but he will trade Suelo in the process while it's first blood on Zeno. But Zeno, does he die? No, he does not. Uni gets sacrificed instead. So that is a jungler for a mage, and that pretty much sets up for Rebellion to secure the turtle.
A bit unlucky because this is pre-level 4, right? And unfortunately for Zeno, he wasn't level 4, but Uni was. But level 4 doesn't mean much to a Roger at this point. Rough. Once again, in this gold lane, as expected, on this Ruby, right? With the new War Axe, honestly, he should be able to sustain through this entire laning phase, right? That's not the issue. It's whether or not he gets unlocked from this lane because of that Spirit Destruction's global presence.
He's not even buying shoes here for Ruff. He's just trying to
doesn't need it. He
sustain the... Okay, Hypo Fender comes in, Ruff. Okay. He's so obnoxious.
Is this fun, D? Is this fun? Imagine playing a marksman in the gold lane. Oh, any kill pressure, I heal back to full. This is so much fun.
He doesn't even need the shoes. He's got Nova to back him up as well. That's just insane with the guiding wind.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the Ruby gold lane is such a... It's such a smothering pick. You're not looking to win that lane. You're just looking to make sure that the enemy gold laner isn't having fun.
Well, in this case, they're going to be trying to peel off for Uni here. Uni, he's got the wall cry. He's died once so far. He's nowhere close to the Sky Piercer. So that means Rebellion Esports has got a lot more breeding room to work with to try and scale into the middle game.
Hopefully we do want to see Uni eventually outscale Vincent in the mid game. But for now, only just the Windtalker purchase. He's going to need an endless battle. Oh, and then again, he can go for the Sky Piercer if he wanted to.
Well, let's see. Now Vincent making a little bit of temp here. Fakes. He's going to try and set up for the team fight here. Guiding Wind with the Circling Eagle comes in. He's going to try and run away. But the NetherRealm says, I'm out of there. Spawning forward push as well to try and do something about this. But as of yet, Rebellion Esports is like, it's okay, we're not going to get anything, neither can you.
Luckily, Vincent's passive on this Boxia works per dot damage, right? So every instance of damage, he takes a reduced amount, which is perfect against fakes, right? When he uses that Dominator's Ascent, the ult, it does deal DOT damage as long as he is within range of the super turret. I'm trying to figure out like a proper name for it.
Well, we just call him Spawn Link.
Sentry, the Spawn Link?
Yeah.
Yeah, but when it upgrades, it's not a Spawn Link anymore.
It's a giant Spawn Link.
He's an adult. He's an adult Spawn Link.
Speaking of which, Black Dragon comes in. Nova gonna be the first point here. He's gonna be able to flicker out. Turtle dropping down pretty low. Vincent looking for the steal. Uni still secures it. The Spear does connect, but he's still thinking if he wants to join this fight. Rebellion says not worth it enough. I will Fender pulls one in. Suelo just a pixel off, and Ruff is able to punish him.
Good play coming in from Ruff. Really, really good play. But now the entire gold plating down on the bottom side already being shredded away in Rebellion, trying to cover, making sure the supply lines are threatened so that MV can't take the most efficient way possible down to the tier 1 on bot side.
Oh my goodness. It feels like they're just not getting any kind of pressure, right? Like, yes, they got a kill onto a Suelo, but the moment Suelo died, he instantly respawned because of his stacks, and now he's already gained back his mid lane control, and now bottom lane Ruff. He's gonna try and set up for the fight. He's 2 men available. He's got the guiding wind. D in a little bit of trouble. He's taking a little bit too much damage. Ruff Getting stunned away, he's looking for the Eye of Offended, and Nova, they are going to try and commit to this, and they actually get the kill! Face comes in with the spawning, dives the turret, and guess what? Rebellion just can't deal with that annoying alien right now.
You can't tell me, you can't say to my face that like gold laners love dealing with Ruby. Like this is so obnoxious.
No way, now Suelo is going to try and drag them under the turret. Ruff, he's got so much sustain, he's got the war cry, and the guiding wing comes in, and the spear not connecting. Monster Vicious playing a different tempo of a life sustain here.
Oh, Ruff really playing with fire there. Luckily, still has the circling the guiding winds to get him out of there. That's why he was being so aggressive. I thought he would have ran out of the timer, but at this point in time, the bloom being passed over to G, he's going to need it, right? Because even with Inspire, he is struggling to deal relevant damage that sticks onto Ruff in the early game. Until he has that Trinity build online, Ruff is, especially when he has War Axe already completed. Once he's max stacked, it is impossible for him to deal with.
Oh man, the nerfs on Moskov is starting to hurt him from the CC, but topside now, dive onto his Ruff, made a little bit mistake here, chain stun, nothing he can do, he is gonna fall. Feels bad for him. But meanwhile, Vincent is in trouble. Fakes tries to set up for the spawn link once again. Vincent dropping down pretty low there. Does pop the choice for Sans, but he's going to be able to get out safely. Meanwhile, they are going to try and force the turtle here.
I think they're going to force Fakes to flicker.
No way.
Yup. It was either the flicker or the ult, and Fakes doesn't have the ult.
Okay, now Flying Dragon comes in with the circling Eagle. Nova trying to force a little bit issue here. He forces the flicker. He gets out to safety. A lot of flashy plays coming from Nova.
I don't know if he needed to do that. He lost his flicker for basically no reason there. He probably could have escaped the good old-fashioned way, but okay, sure. If losing your flicker means that you feel good about yourself, that's totally fine. But I think the major issue is that Monster Vicious isn't exactly increasing this gold lead, right? It's at 1.1 for quite a while after unlocking, after the late swap. He missed the I'm Offended, didn't get cars, and I think that's it for the top side, right?
I think he's going to try and take tier 1 here.
They're still going to try?
I don't think he can. Nova was thinking about recalling here. Now with the guiding wind, can he get Ruff out to safety? Yes, he can. Spear doesn't connect. They're out of there.
All right. So doesn't get punished for that. I thought that MV was, honestly, was overstaying, but maybe Rebellion, hopefully their read is right. If Ruff shows himself, that's going to be an instant engage from Carlos.
Well, D is taking a little bit too much damage here. They will pop the penalty zone for this here. D might actually fall with this. The heals from Florian will keep him out to safety. He's going to be fine, but top side now, Ruff is trying to buy a little bit more time here. Guiding Wing comes in, but gets dragged back by Suelo. Circling Eagle comes in, but he's still not dead yet. He's going to try and turn the fight. Rebel and Zion, they drop the Nether Realm. They're trying to keep things alive. They finally lose cars. Uni joins the fight. He's going to look for more. Suelo, he needs to run. Uni is thinking about going for the fight. Vincent right in his face. Does he go for the kill? But Uni is playing patient. Spear. The spear. Okay. They just can't Rebel Zion. They just don't have the damage to fight this.
The spawnling! The spawnling is too good! MV just puts the spawnling behind the members of Rebellion Esports on their way out, so they take the full raw damage of Fakes. And get slowed, like a ridiculous amount of slow, the more they just absorb the damage from the spawnling. This is a really good idea coming up from MV because people in the front like Ruff, they can't necessarily catch up and stick onto their targets. So this way, they can just stand still and wait for Rebellion Esports to slowly get chipped away.
It's so slow, right? Like, he's got a glowing wand as well as a divine glaive up on Fakes. And I feel like eventually this spawning is going to be a big threat here if Rebellion Esports doesn't find a solution for it.
There's not much solutions right now. Look at Uni. He's already level 13, right? He's been power farming this entire game. 9 minutes, 30 seconds, 7 kills all over the map. Not a very high kill count game.
Oh, here it comes. Voice for Sons comes in. Vincent getting chipped away, getting dragged back in. Netherrealm keep him alive as well. They're dropping everything to try and fight this boss fight. Black Dragon up the back line, but Ruff, he's going to be able to get out to safety here. Zeno out-sustaining them. He finally trades off one, but at the back lines as well, the spear doesn't connect. The Yu Jong will be able to find Ruff instead. MV somehow able to trade off a sustained fight. 4v3 now. Rebellion still somewhat in a deficit here. Zeno looking for the next cooldowns, but the Lord will be in the hands of Monster Vicious. That was a very chaotic fight.
Dude, this game is hilarious. It's about who sustains who for longer, and Rebellion Esports, they scale. So really, it just boils down to whether MV is able to set up for Uni and whether Rebellion Esports can hold out long enough so that D can get some relevant damage. And for now, D, he just finished the Trinity build. I don't know what his next item is going to be. Maybe Sky Piercer, maybe he goes for the Winter Crown. Hard to say for now.
Oh boy, this is tough. This is really, really tough here. Lord still hanging on. Vincent still trying his best to trying to force the fighting. I'm offended, drags it back in, goes for the Toys Bazaar. They even drop the Netherrealm to keep him out alive. And that's so much damage here. Monster Vicious continues their assault, but Rebellion holds on for now.
This is not looking good. This means that the tier 2s will be uncontested. Rebellion can't necessarily walk up to the fight out of fear that maybe Ruff is going to find a really nasty I'm offended, or Ifix gets into that back line. So at this point, Rebellion just going to give up all the tier 2s across the map, and Monster Vicious happy to take them.
Well, Uni, he just got his Sky Piercer up, so that's something that Rebellion Esports needs to be a little bit careful now, as Monster Vicious might be looking for the perfect catch by Ruff once more, but seems like Rebellion Esports is not giving it to them.
I think that Monster Vicious really respect Rebellion Esports here. Look at the item build coming in from Uni, right? He opts to go for Windtalker, War Axe, Endless Battle, and then the Sky Piercer. So Sky Piercer is a 4th item for him. He could have been stacking it up this entire game, but opted not to, despite the gold, like a whopping gold lead that he holds.
In this case, Monster Vicious, a good defense is a good offense here. In this case, they're playing the full sustained composition for each and every one of them. Try and outlast Rebellion Esports. Sway low now. Before the goal, they're trying to secure the orange purple buff for them, but Vincent is going to get dragged back in. They have the damage to force the fight. The spawning comes in. Vincent dropping down half HP. They still force the Netherrealm. Fake still holds on to his own. They bait out major spells, but Rebellion Esports, they just cannot push out at all.
I don't know. I felt like that was a fight angle for MV, especially with how far Vincent was pushed up. Maybe take out the jungler at that point of time, or maybe Monster Vicious just decided, you know what, it just ain't worth the time, right? We want to get the big hitters. We want to slow down D. Doesn't matter how far ahead Vincent is. He is not exactly the most important member of the group.
I think you're talking about scaling here. I think Monster Vicious's idea is to help Fake scale into the game, because eventually that spawning is just gonna hurt so much more. In this case, he's got Divine Glaive, he's got Closing On, but he's opting to go for the Holy Crystal, so we are not gonna be seeing that Wishing Lantern anytime soon, or maybe even Ice Queen Wand on this Zas anytime soon.
I think he doesn't need the Ice Queen's one. I think Holy Crystal, and then after that, you might want to consider getting... Oof, there's a lot of good options here. Honestly, even with the Winter Crown, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
With the Winter Crown, especially when you're in the Dominator form, does it... I'm not sure how that interaction...
It doesn't proc the Winter Crown, but hold it off for now, because as of now, Ruff is gonna be dived in. He's able to get the reset in, but look at Fake's spawning. It's not even the enhanced one. Winston is dropping so low. Ooh, imagine he gets with Wishing Lantern later on. But as of now, Lord dropping times half HP. Rebellion still thinking on how the push angle is. Lord gets resetted here. Ruff gets him pulled in. He's going to be focused down here. He's not going to be able to survive. So Elo bursts him down before he gets out. MV now does not have the Ruby. They force the Black Dragon 80 cards. He's going to try and buy time here. Penalty zone connects on tree. But MV, they don't want to come in. The spawning comes in. They even have the Netherrealm. Uni finally jumps in. But they all have the 10 HP and they have to reset this fight once more. Monster Vicious lets up. And now Rebellion finds a window. They're going to try and steal the Lord under the noses of Uni. Can they get it? Lord gets resetted. It seems like they cannot do anything anymore.
Yeah, there's no point sitting on top of this Lord. The Lord dance has been changed, so the Lord does significant amount of damage this time around, so it's really difficult to sustain through the power that the Lord has at this point of time. Right now, in terms of who is scaling, AudiTZ is actually quite an important member for the side of Rebellion Esports, right? His sustain is allowing them to stick around longer, especially when they're dealing with fakes, right? We saw his damage just now chunking 3 people for at least 20% of their health.
Oh, round 5 I'm offended, they find one, but at the same time they're dropping like flies. D gets the biggest lineup with his shot. He's gonna be able to find one. Ruff is down. Lord getting stolen by Uni, but Monster Vicious, they need to get out. Zeno, he's so tanky, but D is able to clean house. He finds one. He's looking for the last one, but Fakes gets out to safety, losing only 2. Rebellion Esports, they're able to fight back.
I'm telling you, we were just waiting D to scale, and now with the Malefic Roar, he has more than enough damage. If MV lined themselves up like they did just now, he was hitting Ruff, and Zeno was just getting penetrated. He didn't even want to be part of that fight. Good stuff coming in from Rebellion, but they still lost the Lord. So they're on the defense here, trying to get more.
Oh my goodness, the damage now. Uni is going to be caught up essentially. He needs to run for this. The pokes coming from D is starting to hurt. And now MV, even though they had the Lord, it feels like they are getting pushed by the Lord right now.
Just note some of the waves, right? Note some of the waves. Top side should naturally be pushing into MV's favor, right?
Okay, buy time. Oh, Ruff looking for the Iron Fan that misses it. Doesn't pull sway low at all. Needs another big initiation here.
I don't think they need another initiation. I think they need somebody to run down bot side. Ah, there we go. Finally, we do see Zeno actually making a move down to the bot side. As that bottom wave is going to compile, I think that MV need to cut off any reinforcements making their way down. They know they're on the top side, so expect to see at least one person move from mid down to bot.
Well, as we get here, we do see Radiant Armor purchases up on Yu Jong as well as Baxia to deal with the Zaz, who's being the big trend here with Monster Vision. Meanwhile, D making a quick corner tier 2s here. Now they do fight one, instantly melts one. Ruff gets eliminated. He is gonna die to this as well. Zeno needs to make a run for it as well with the Black Dragon scaring them off. The spawning immediately gets shattered into pieces. And now the spear not connecting. MV is able to hold all against this assault by Rebellion for now.
I don't know. They keep throwing bodies at them. I don't think it's a smart idea. Let's see how long they can do this because they're about to lose a tier 2. And there's a huge wave building down onto towards the bot side of the map.
Oh boy, Ruff not able to sustain at all. The damage a little bit too much here to handle. And even now, Zeno starting to feel it despite being the tanky hero.
Right now, MV have basically been outscaled, right? Like, as much as Fakes wants to drop down that ult, the raw healing coming in from Audi TZ is ridiculous. None of the poke damage is actually going to stick, and Rebellion Esports can predetermine where to fight because of all the team fight mechanics that they have. MV, on the other hand, they need to split Rebellion Esports apart. It's a good idea targeting Cars as the main engage tool, but at this point, that Netherrealm and as well as the raw healing coming out from Audi TZ just doesn't make it valuable if you don't find the kill.
Well, I think that comes down to the itemization, right, on Monster Vicious. Ruff is a very, very squishy hero, and he's looking to engage this, and so far, all his itemizations on the Ruby has been almost full damage, but now it's up to go for a little bit of hybrid here. Zeno gets a very nice penalty zone, but he's going to bleed out with Immortality here. Can he get out? Guiding Wing comes in, he's getting chain stun. Can he zip out? No, he cannot. He's going to go fall here. Now the spear connecting on 2, and they collapse on Monster Vicious. Left, right, front, and center. They got picked apart. Mistakes were made, and Rebellion, again, they are going to scale into this ultra late stage game here. Now with the blue, D is just unkillable.
And that's the second time they've done it. The second time they made the exact same mistake. They face check a brush and they try to take them on 5v5. Somebody deal with the bottom wave! There's so much EXP and gold being wasted down there. That's like, what, 3 to 4 waves that have already been collapsing on each other and have not built a proper slow push. And MV has wasted all of that gold in the EXP when they could have just sent one person down there.
That is so unlucky for Rebellion, for Monster Vicious, but at the same time, seems like Rebellion is their game to lose now at the rate they're going, and Monster Vicious just needs to find the perfect catch because right now Fakes just doesn't hurt enough anymore.
I think, honestly, Fakes, he does hurt, but he's not getting the relevant damage on the relevant targets, right? Like, Vincent, he can tank it for days, and especially with Audi TZ, even longer. Suelo, arguably, with the Netherrealm, he can, but without it, he will melt. D, same thing, right? They want to catch out D, but Rebellion Esports aren't making it easy.
Well, he just got the Ice Queen wand, so that's going to be even more slows, but they need some damage to threaten them right now. Because look at this, Uni is getting chipped away by a couple of spears, and they're crumbling to pieces. The Lord making quick work on the Crystal. They are able to defend against this, but Rebellion Esports says, you know what, take the Lord, it's fine. It's fine. not worth fighting against the Zas.
Yeah, right now the fights are way too even. It's anybody's game right now. Advantage to Rebellion Esports because they got Lord and Powered minions, but
Oh, with the Black Dragon coming in, they are going to be chain stunned as well. They're trying to hold on to Sustain's Ruff, somehow holds on, but Uni, his might be bursted down. Fakes is able to fight D! That's huge for Monster Vicious, and now Uni looking to go for the finisher. He's got the immortality, he's trying to build stacks with it here. Winston is going to fall as well, and one fell swoop, they're able to find another one as well. Killing spree for Uni, but he is going to die to Sway Low. And now it comes down to Xeno, Fakes, and Nova. Rebellion still has cars and RETZ, but look at this, they still have to defend against all the minions here for MV.
Yep, this just goes to show that Rebellion Esports are just uncomfortable playing against the Zas, right? The siege is really, really held down strong by Fakes. I mean, look at this. Every time they want to try and break this siege, they can't. The spawning just says no.
My goodness, the ice queen once though starting to take a little bit more of an effective nature right now for Monster Vicious, but as of now, all hopes for the Malaysian fans, it still holds on for now, but again, it's still going to be a very, very long grind.
Dude, this is game one. This is just game one in this best of 3, and it's already 21 minutes. Both teams are very equal in terms of gold, items, and currently skill, right? Rebellion Esports, they are using the exact same strategy. Group is 5, and we're looking to punish MV. The only thing that they're not exactly great at is closing out games, unless MV makes a significant mistake during the team fights. And I think that MV honestly could split up this map a lot more than just sticking as 5, but they're also scared, right? If that one person goes down, Rebellion Esports will win the 5v4.
Yeah, in this case, no Wishing Lantern up from both sides, so we are not going to be seeing that in play. But Xeno does have a Queen Wing, so that's a huge pickup for the Rizla now. The Lord dropping down pretty quickly here. We are going to try and chip away, but my goodness, 22 minutes. So difficult to chip the Lord right now.
Yep. And that Lord actually hurts. Like, look at him just chunk cars out. One smack.
God.
Like, luckily they have plenty of sustain, but this is going to take forever.
Yeah, speaking of forever here, they don't really have a lot of time. Monster Vicious, they are going to try and wait out for those immortalities up on their team, but it is going to be very, very difficult to do so. Lord gets reset once more, and the dance continues. On top side though, we do see the play coming in. Ruby and Matilda not inside. Xeno is gonna get dove on here. And Rebellion, they're giving up lot control. Xeno finally drops some penalties though, but they need backup. Xeno, he's holding on with the Queen Wing, but it doesn't matter. RDTZ finds him as well. NetherRealm being used aggressively. They need to get Uni out, but it doesn't matter. The shot residue will catch him, and now the next to fall is gonna be Fakes as well. It doesn't matter. One small mistake is all they need, and Rebellion Zion collapse on them.
An unfortunate mishap on the cross-map play from MV's side. Oh, wait.
Oh no, Cars now looking for this play. Ruff taking too much damage. He's got the sustain, but it's over. It's GG. Rebellion Esports is able to hold on and take game 1, denying the revenge from Monster Vicious for now.
Nicely done by Rebellion Esports here. Just stick to your strategy. You know what you are strong at. You realize that sieging isn't your strong suit, so let's pull back to the neutral objectives, because when they walk out, if they send a single member away, if they try to make a cross map play, we punish straight away.
One mistake, one information leaked out showing 2 members on the top side. Rebellion Zion just dove right in. And that's something that Monster Vicious might be banging on the hits here. Ruff, what happened? What are you doing?
No, I don't think it's his mistake. I definitely think it's unfortunately the mistake of both Fakes and as well as Uni walking up a little too far there. I think dropping down the spawn link to take angles and take space aggressively is totally all right, because you have a natural escape mechanic, but you need your team to show presence around the area. So once 2 members, 2, not just 1, move away and they're both spotted out on the top side of the map, that's when you stop giving them any information down by the Lord Pit.
That was just so unlucky. But at the same time, GG well played to Rebellion Esports, because that was a very, very I would say a convincing game of awareness, right? Like, making sure that you know exactly where your opponents are and then approach those fights is just so important in just winning fights.
Yeah, no, it is. And I think that's definitely something that, at least for Coach Haru's side in the draft, something he has to rethink about. Because unfortunately, when you ban out that Valentina, Farmus instantly is going to go there unless you have some kind of form of strong counterplay. In that sense, anything that punishes grouping, Farsa Feathered Airstrike. Previously, we did see the penalty zone, but there's just not enough damage to follow up upon it.
I think the idea coming from MV was nice. Like they wanted to play around Fakes being the true late game carry, right? And he got to a stage where he was super strong. Like, don't get me wrong, he's doing the right things. He even got the fleeting time to make sure that the Za spawning is always like 24/7 online. He did a lot of damage, but again, they just couldn't find the kill for Uni. Like, look at this. Like, they wanted to peel for Uni, but every single time Uni goes in, there's just so much things that Rebellion needed to handle.
Well, maybe if they didn't get, you know, a lot of single target damage, it could have been different, right? Because Fakes with the spawnler can only target one dude at a time. It's not like you can hit a large mass of people. I mean, yes, with the Mind Eater, of course, then yes, he can technically have an AoE, but not relevant enough to really take away all of the temp HP applied by Suelo to the rest of the especially like D, because he basically got to free hit the entirety of the game, and Audi TZ, like, okay, if you don't want to break our inhibitors, and as long as we hold our inhibitors, there's a very good chance we win this. We're going to out-sustain you with the Netherrealm and the Bloom.
Yeah, I think this is something that I think Rebellion just understood, right? Like, initially, the biggest problem was trial and error and figuring out where was the weak spot. Like, every single time they tried here with a clutch 5v5, they just struggled, but eventually figured out that Ruff was the weak link. And what I mean by weak link is that he was a squishy target that they can actually jump on. And Rebellion was able to get a very, very nice opening here. So nicely done for them here. But I'm more curious on the damage output coming from this phase, because look at this. He's got 96,000. Okay, he's pretty 50-50 with D, but again, he was the only main damage dealer coming from MP.
I mean, if he's a main damage dealer with how easy it is for him to actually apply damage in these team fights, he's actually not the highest, right? When we look at the net damage numbers, it's Uni at the top, D in second place, the Moskov, Suelo, the Farm is in third, and Yuzong Cars in fourth place in terms of that ranking. So, as we've mentioned before, they need stronger AoE. Unfortunately, I think that MV may have read into the draft a little bit too much. They do like to put Ruby in this goal lane. I just don't think it's good enough right now, especially since if they want to snowball out of control, Ruff needs to build full damage, and if they don't snowball with this comp, they're eventually going to get outscaled.
Oh, this is not the usual meta that we kind of see here, but I really like the hit space and mindset that Coach Haru is putting for Monster Vicious, right? He's thinking outside the box here. Oh wait, we go into this draft here. What can we do with this Paramis? Try to out-sustain them. Drag the game a little bit too long, not gonna lie, it's really, really long. But it got them to a situation where the players needed to execute rightly. In this case, they just couldn't execute the draft, but Rebellion just had the better composition here. Moskov, nerf or not, I still think it hurts a lot.
Yeah, no, Moskov's still relevant with the Trinity build. Definitely still potent, right? Didn't exactly get the harsh nerf hammer in comparison to the Natan. But overall, when we're looking at the EXP as well as gold graph, you can see that it bounces between the two. Initially for Rebellion Esports, and then we see a huge lead coming in from the side of Monster Vicious. Unfortunately, a majority of that is the EXP as well as gold. By the time they hit the 15th minute with the amount of gold that they had, they've technically already missed the checkmate angle, and one bad fight really equalized it for Rebellion Esports.
I think that's the exact mark where Monster Vicious hesitated, right? Like, they were able to, a lot of instances where they could have just closed out the game against Rebellion and Iceberg because they were overextending, but it shows like it might be a little bit lacking of experience because they were just so respectful of Rebellion Esports maybe winning the fight, even though they were hit. They could have gotten so many opportunities to get a pick off and then translate it into a couple of inhibitors there. But I think the hesitation coming from Monster Vicious and being, I would say, respectful, gave Rebellion Esports that space to bounce back and came back. So I would say this was a good game coming from Rebellion Esports. But now let's talk about the MVP here. It's got to be Suelo on his Faramis, 6-3 and 9. on this Veramis.
Yep, his job is so straightforward, right? Apply as much damage as you can, pull back and follow up on attacks, but make sure you keep us alive with that Nether Realm. And he is very good with the timings. He will wait until the very last second just to pop the Nether Realm, especially during these fights, right? And I think that, unfortunately for Monster Vicious, they just did not know how to approach the situation, especially after we break away from that 15 minutes and the gold lead didn't matter anymore. That's when you see them start to fall off.
Yeah, they were just so afraid, right? Every single time NetherRealm comes in here, the idea was to out-sustain, but they just could not out-sustain D at all. And they needed somebody to actually focus on D a majority of the time here, but it's hard to do so when the Black Dragon is just disrupting every single one. So it comes down to just positioning, and I think this was just one small mistake from Rebellion Esports where D got caught out, and this was pretty much like a good deal for Monster Vicious. Think about this. D dies, oh, it's good. If there's no D, we can out-sustain them, but they're just hesitating a lot of time.
Exactly. No, that's their whole game plan, right? Who can out-sustain each other during these team fights? And majority of the time, 9 out of 10 times, it's mostly going to be Rebellion Esports, right? They were Envy were put at odds with the build that they needed to go on that Ruby. I don't think this Anti-Cuirass really did too much for him anyways. I think the most that you probably want is just a little bit of MR, the Oracle at best. But good job. That's only the very first game here. 1-0 against Monster Vicious. They just need one more win to close out this series and make it to the last chance qualifiers.
Ooh, this is going to be a do or die here for Monster Vicious. And it's so difficult for Monster Vicious to actually come up with an idea, because if you were to talk about ideas, right, they were one of the first few to experiment during MPL days here. They even brought in like Blade Armor early item purchase to deal with Moskov once upon a time, but this time just doesn't even matter because it was so late to the point. I don't think Blade Armor would be able to deal with the Moskov as well.
I agree. I think they could have abused the Zaska a little bit more, using him as a very powerful sieging tool in the earlier to later stages of the game, but they never got to that point where they had enough of an advantage. But that's a lot of theory crafting for later. We'll see maybe in this next match whether or not they're going to have that polish, but it's only happening right after this break.
Here we go!
The break is short, but the action is immense. And especially with the pressure that is on board for both Envy and his Rebellion Esports. 1-0 currently at match point. You can technically, I mean, if you are an Indonesian fan and you're in Indonesia and you like Rebellion Esports, then maybe consider buying yourself some tickets here from ESL. Scan the QR code, buy now at esl.gg/MLBBTix-N so you know they came from the English stream, and get it for only 10,000 IDR. You're basically paying for parking. It's so cheap, so why not take it? Take advantage advantage of it because there's also 1,000 people, lucky viewers, who buy the tickets that will get extra prizes. 65,000 worth of prizes.
Yep, and of course, the first 1,000 daily gets an extra stuff, right? Like, it's not just free chairs, it's also a cheaper value of the ticket itself. So be sure to get it quick here before it's gone. So just buy now on the website. Here, English. Yeah, just follow the English channel, follow us, and we will get you through it running. But nevertheless here, I am genuinely concerned for Monster Vicious because...
Concerned? I mean,
yeah.
Concerned is one thing. The way that they're playing, unfortunately, doesn't feel as decisive, and it feels like they're overextending in a lot of these trades.
Hey, sometimes it's all about the mental game, right? Fatigue can be a factor.
In a best of 3?
Well, think about this. Monster Vicious played a whole day. They played a lot of games and they waited for a long time here. Maybe just the fatigue might have gotten to them.
I don't know about
Have a
this
little bit
one.
of hope for Malaysia, man.
I don't know about this one. With the way they played in game number 1, especially when it looked like they were just driving their head into a wall and just praying that the wall breaks first. It doesn't. I don't see it happening just
Why
yet.
not? Have you seen in movies where you throw somebody in the head on the wall and it breaks?
Yeah, but usually those aren't actually cinder blocks, you know? And usually
Why
professionals.
would you spoil the fun?
Look, the world is a cruel place, and the faster that you accept it, the less you get hurt by it, right? Rebellion. Rebellion with the bans of the Export, the Loyi, and as well as the Angela. First pick the Moskov, and it looks like they want to rinse and repeat. But MV this time, good adjustment. They ban out the Farmus, and they also ban out the Chippin as well as Harith, leaving Valentina open. That's something that FaZe can play, but more importantly, at least they're not going to get disrupted by the Netherrealm.
Oh, okay, fair enough. If they want to double down this composition again, it's not that much of an issue here. But if they want to play towards the later stage of the game, they need a solution on how to deal with this Moskov. Because game 1, it felt like the Moskov was kind of not there until the ultra later stage game when Cars was able to get all maxed out items.
Well, personally for me, I think this goes to show two things, right? I do want to see Ruff actually get a Roger just to know whether he can actually win that lane matchup, right? It's not exactly the easiest, but it requires mechanics. But MV opt to go for the Valentina and as well as the Arlet this time. Looks like Nova Escobar is back.
That's the thing, right? I don't think Ruff plays a lot of Roger, but even if the games that he played with the Roger, they didn't really go well. It feels like they're just uncomfortable with him playing Roger.
Well, I feel like he's not winning the lane hard enough to justify Ruff playing it. I think he's okay on things like Claude, you know, the traditional marksmen of sorts. The Ruby is kind of a unique strategy to MV specifically, but let's see what else Rebellion wants to play. Because now that the Farmus is gone, it looks like it's still a teamfight-centric fight. They go for the Barats as well as the Minotaur. Rather interesting, because now that the mid lane has been shown, right? It could have been a Farsa, and that Farsa really destroys the Barats after he locks onto somebody for the Daytona's welcome.
Do they pick the carry right here? I feel like the carry isn't too bad.
The carry's not too bad. I would agree with it.
Like, if they take the carry...
Actually, ooh, it's between carry and Fredrin right now.
Ooh,
it's either or. You only get one of them.
Oh, this is a very, very tough call Monster Vicious has put themselves in. Like,
honestly, they could still play the Ruby if they wanted to.
Ruby go lane?
Yeah, they still technically
against
can do
the
it.
Barats? Who's gonna peel that? Oh, finally, we get to see the Fanny on Uni.
Not bad.
But that's the thing, right? Barats technically can still catch the Fanny, but it's gonna be very, very difficult, and it's gotta be very precise with the Daytona's welcome.
Yeah, mid-air in the middle of the cables.
We've seen it happen.
It's definitely possible. I don't deny that, but I do think that, you know, MV is kind of in an interesting position because their composition, as much as they want to have like as many of the areas of the game covered, their team fighting doesn't look that great, especially against the Minotaur. It's going to be really, really difficult to get into these fights unless they create lane advantages, which is what I'm expecting to see with Fanny and as well as the Arlet.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a little bit of a tough battle here for Monster Vicious. But let's see, they banned the Alpha for Monster.
Are they? They're expecting this Barats to go EXP.
Really?
They're expecting it. It's a potential flex pick. I can't deny that. It's a good flex pick as well. Like Arlet, what are you gonna do against? If it's Arlet EXP versus Barat, it's EXP. Barats has the best time in the world. He just clears the wave and AFKs.
So. Okay, you know, interesting enough, they don't really want to deal with the Alpha. I think Alpha true damage is kind of broken in this current patch. We haven't seen too much about it, but Sky Piercer up on Alpha, is that good enough?
I think it's pretty darn good.
Really?
Adaptive damage, and this is like to get you to the point where you can reach level 12, which when that's when your ultimate is like what 12 seconds long.
Okay.
So you can basically just take an engagement, walk away, re-engage if you wanted to.
Okay, fair enough. Roger getting banned off means that Ruff, well, I don't think Ruff is going to play that at all. Like, they need a marksman. Edith is a pretty good pick, but they banned it themselves.
Yep. No, it's way better if
Okay.
they ban out the Edith than it is picking it up. I'm going to be perfectly honest here.
Okay, I feel like they should get the Edith for themselves, but for them to ban it off, that's a bit weird because the Minotaur has been shown. Like, they don't really want to deal with the XP either. XP Edith, maybe?
I mean,
They want to ensure this Arlott wins the XP lane. It's weird.
That's a good point.
It feels like
actually.
Monster Vicious, they want to ensure that Arlott wins his matchup.
I mean, if it was against the Edith, he guarantees wins that matchup, right? Earth Shadow, you just dash at him. There's literally nothing else. Onward, just dash at him every single time.
Weird. It's weird towards the headspace coming from the drafts here from Monster Vicious. Is like they want to guarantee Xeno wins his winning matchup.
I mean, worst comes to worst, they can throw the Arlott to Nova, right? I think that's totally fine. At this point, I don't think there's an EXP lane that can really affect these three on the side of Rebellion. Maybe Lapu, but even then, it's a little tough to actually catch on to this Moskov without another set of CC to follow it up with.
They need something to peel both the Barats as well as the Minotaur, or they want to replicate the heals. In this case, if they want to go for the Matilda again, I wouldn't be mine, but nope, it is going to be Rome, Arlott, and Tamus XP instead. So these are... Okay, is Edith good against the Tamus? Is Alpha good against the Tamus?
Is Alpha good against the Thamos in
Yeah,
later
considering that
stages?
they banned them just to set up for this Tamus pickup.
No, it's not necessarily just the ban out for this Thamos, because it's coming to a point where the EXP matchup doesn't matter as much, except for these outlier picks, and the outlier picks being very much based in the early game or very much just too tanky and needs time to scale, right? So MV have opted to say, we still need turtle presence, and if they are winning their lanes, even better. So putting the Thamos in that position, he always wins the early. Oh, the Lunox from Rebellion, so smart.
Oh, okay. You know, they bring in the Lunox. I like it. It deals with the tankiness as well, and I think Lunox is the perfect hero for Wishing Lantern, if we actually see it.
I don't think she even needs it in this game. Who do you like chunk out? Oh, Wishing Lantern.
You know, on top of the darkness, on top of the Wishing Lantern, that's just double the damage. It just one-shots anyone, any tanks.
I mean, you one-shot. You don't need the extra 10% when you're already in darkness form, right? I think a Sky
With
Piercer.
the Lethal Ignition.
I think that the Sky Piercer is probably more worth it.
On a Lunox first item?
Yeah.
Okay,
in comparison to the Wishing Lantern, I think there's a lot more use cases for it. Because right now, when we look at MV, it's not like their lineup
Gold
is
laner.
super tanky. And let's not forget that
Carry.
Lunox
Alright.
scales really well into the late game as well.
Fredrin completely ignored from both sides this game.
Yeah, I was expecting to see Fredrin for the side of MV, but I mean they've set up for the assassin. Let's see whether Yuri can actually create a snowball for the team.
Yeah, I want to see how this fanning is going to work here. But so far, I like Rebellion Zion's draft a little bit more. It's a little bit more solid, and it still kind of mirrors on how Game 1 want to play in terms of sustainability, right? Like, Rat's extremely tanky, Minotaur can heal, Ruby can heal. Lunox has his own innate ability to kind of heal as well, which is... And if he goes for the Clock of Destiny, which I don't think Lunox is going to go for it here, but if he goes for that, it's even more sustained because of the Elegant Gem.
Let's see how this is going to play out, right? I think I'm curious to see what Emblem specifically Nova took. I know he likes to go Common Emblem, but there is two cases where he goes Brave Smite, or if he opts to go for the Concussive Blast. Both has its uses. Both kind of gives us an idea of where he wants to play in the early 4 minutes of the game.
We shall see. We shall see. But now, without further ado, we are going to be jumping into the game, the final series of today here. Game 2 between Rebellion Esports versus Monster Vicious here. Monster Vicious now match, I would say, last chance here to actually have a little bit of hope to qualify for the LCQ and match point for Rebellion Esports.
All right, let's see if they can equalize it. Uni currently on his own purple buff, on the mirrored side, same side of the map actually. Vincent going to be starting on his orange, and they're going to be ending up on the EXP side when it's all done with the full clears.
Huh. Oh, Vincent already. Nova getting a little bit cheeky here. It's taking a little bit too much damage. Oh, way low. Ouch, that hurts.
Well, that's what happens when you don't take concussive blast, am I right? That Brave Spine ain't going to be very useful in the earlier stages of the game, especially without an escape mechanic, and especially if it's 2v2.
Feels like it now. Fakes, he's going to try and get a little bit of chip damage here, but the heals from Easy just completely out-heals the spell of this Valentina.
Yeah, they're losing a lot of pressure here.
This feels bad.
I mean, it is a bit of a feels bad. It just means that the mid lane gets the move first, but they're splitting up their resources, right? They're sending Lunox to the top side to hit level 4, but they also want to maintain pressure against Ruff.
Speaking of Ruff right now he's gotten a comfort pickup with this carry.
Yeah, he's going to get frozen on. I think Ruff should have just waited for that wave to just die on its own.
Yeah. But feeding the lane on the bottom lane, Monster Vicious not going to be able to set up anytime soon. Rebellion also going to be playing a little bit of a slow tempo. I guess they are waiting for the 2-minute mark before they start invading those jungles. But so far, both sides just, you know, being very respectful now.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Every single time we see Rebellion Esports play, they always go for the early rotate pre-level 4, right? One wave before actually hitting the traditional level 4 timing when you rotate to the EXP side. They like doing this a lot. And Monster Vicious, they're like, whatever, we're just going to push out that mid lane one more time and then start approaching.
Yeah, they want to secure those turtles for Rebellion Esports. But now Nova is going to be dived on as well. Gets dragged back in. First blood, 4 cars. And that's going to be a really unfortunate news here. Sui Low gets to get out the brilliance here. Fanny finally shows himself, but the turtle already down by Rebellion. And now with the creep coming in, do they secure it? Uni gets it for the team. So nothing super loose. Not a big loss yet for Monster Vicious.
Not yet, that is. It's a slight gold lead from Rebellion Esports, but not that big a deal. They just need to make sure that Ruff walks out of this lane ahead, ideally. Maybe Fakes get a better ultimate, because unfortunately in the earlier stages, the Brilliance doesn't really do that much damage, right? So I think he's better off trying to force the Brilliance out of Suelo with the Minoan Fury.
I think it comes down to a stage where Suelo is just using it to buy time for the team, right? Like, they've just got so much re-engaging too, you've got so much sustains, and if Monster Vicious sticks around too long, they're just gonna get whittled down and peeled apart.
Actually, speaking of which, Suelo opted to go for Temporal as his main emblem.
Oh, the smart cars now. He's gonna be dived on, and he's gonna die there. Great snipe down from Uni. But the rest of Suelo here, does he find one? Darkening. I know he wants to. He's gonna go for it as well. Yes, but just comes in. He's gonna go down. Zeno is there. Uni recalls back. He's finally joining the fight, forces the Brilliance, and now he's looking for a re-engage control. Doesn't need it. Okay, he's dead.
I thought it was going to be a temporal difference there, but unfortunately, the heal, you could see the orb flying towards him just a little too slowly.
So unlucky, but nicely done here coming from Uni. Monster Vicious able to equalize a little bit, but Rebellion, they have something installed. They want to stop this Fanny. Purple buff comes in, but from behind Nova is getting dived on as well. Minon's rage comes in to try and stop the tempo. Uni secures his purple buff. Now he's gonna join the fight, and he's gonna fight back lines while he fights ODDZ. That's a double kill for the Fatty.
Oh my goodness. Wow, that was a great recovery coming in from Envy. That initial engage coming in from specifically Nova did not look good. He only hit one person with that final slash and didn't even hit ODDZ, who decided, you know what, if you're not gonna hit me, I'm gonna start this fight anyways. Luckily, good recovery from Yuri at this point in time. When we're looking at the items, no Sky Piercer first item. It's going to be a Blade of Hepta.
Oh, here comes Daytona's welcome on. Vincent gets dragged back in. He might fall to this year. Fanny with the wall spams and the turtle secured. Rebellion Esports walked into it, and now D is going to try and create a gold plating Uni. Flying top side, Suelo. Almost get picked apart, but MV with a very, very good recovery.
Yep, they managed to hold on for now, pulling the gold lead to their side. See how much they can develop this small gold lead into ideally an Avalanche. It's hard to say, right? Because so far, Uni has been getting access to the back line, and eventually Cars is going to come to a point where he's really difficult to take out. He hasn't finished the War Axe just yet, but then after the War Axe, does he commit to the full damage, or does he commit to just being tanky? And I think tanky is probably the answer.
Yeah, speaking of tankiness right now, it seems like Uni, he's not looking to go for the Sky Piercer at all. So, you know, always going to be here. But at the same time, Rebellion Esports, they've got a big problem with this Fanny right now.
I I think he will eventually go into the Sky Piercer. I think for now, the play to have to see is not bad. Initial damage helps him with the burst. Much better than getting a early Sky Piercer as well.
Well, it's tough, but goal leaderboard here is going to be favoring Diaz and again and Vincent as well. Not getting that early lead that we kind of expect of this barrage, because eventually Ruff is going to be able to make quick work on this dinosaur very, very soon if this game drags into its later stage. But as soon as I say it, Rebellion, they're trying to force a fight down bottom as well. Nova scouts out 2 members of Rebellion. They can call it big. Way low. On the other hand now, Zeno with the vengeance, he's going to be able to get out. Biggs now with the stolen brilliance and tries to turn the fight as well. The rest of MV is coming in. Uni find cars on the top side, solo kill. But the rest of Rebellion, they're getting doped on. And Monster Vicious in a little bit of trouble here. ODTZ finds one, but E from behind wraps them apart. They made the mistake without Uni, and now Nova needs a little bit of safety net here. Uni needs to get this kill. He's going to be able to fight D instead. Now Audi running for his dear life. He doesn't have energy. The heal saves his life, and he's going to be able to get out. Cars a little bit too late, but Monster Vicious, sheesh.
Steel Leg and Diff. Steel Leg and Diff. It's still such a cost-efficient item, man. It's so good. Uni, despite being 3 levels ahead of the Minotaur, still unable to finish him off there. I think at this point, you might need to consider getting a Sky Piercer for real this time. Turtle now spawning, and hopefully Monster Vicious can actually recover from the staggered, from the initial staggering of the death timers. Oh, Fake still opting to steal Renox's ult instead of the Minotaur Fury.
Yeah, that's... I think it's more of a safety net to do a little bit more damage there. But nevertheless, Uni, they need Uni to get super crazy. He's got 5-0-2. His good start for him is level 11. This turtle should be in the hands of Monster Vicious. Meanwhile, Rebellion Esports, they're gonna try and fuse something to the Moon lane. Suelo comes in with the Terrify. He's in a little bit of trouble here. Suelo, is he able to proc the Brilliance in time? No, he's gonna be fine. He's gonna be able to get out. Uni secures the turtle for Monster Vicious. No, actually Suelo died.
What? Fakes was able to walk up to help conceal, and now we see the rest of MB collapsing.
Oh boy, now Minon's range up on ODTZ. He needs to get out, but he's gonna be dove on by Uni with the cutthroat.
Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. This is the snowball that we expected to see from the side of Monster Vicious, right? If Rebellion Esports loses out on that Minoan Fury early on without enough follow-up or doesn't find the right targets, that's when MV is able to re-engage into these fights. So if Zeno, with the help of his Vengeance as well as his ult, is able to buy that much time, that's when you see Monster Vicious actually find an advantage during team fights.
Well, speaking of team fights right now, Rebellion Esports. Uni, oh no, he missed the cable. Oh, okay, doesn't matter. He's gonna try here. Here comes the stun from Car, saves the day. Uni's dead. Oh my goodness, just one pixel mistake, and Uni gets punished.
Yeah, Uni, he's probably thinking like, man, if I had Sky Piercer instead of Olympic Roar, that would have been a kill.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe.
Don't worry, he's building up to it. He's got 2 gloves already with the adaptive damage. He's most likely going to complete the Sky Piercer. And it's good that he died early, right? Because that means he doesn't lose any stacks.
Rebellion. Now, better continue with this assault. This tier 1 might potentially fall here. Rump is there, but he's going to be pulled in. Here comes Flicker forward with I'm Offended. Purifies out. Nova goes for a final stash. He cashes 2. He's going to try and buy a little bit more time. Minon's range will only catch Rump. And Nova, he needs to get out from the wraparound as well. They are going to try and collapse with this Monster Vicious. They're tanking their way through, but where's the damage? Where is Uni? They need to do something because he's going to fall. Everybody went in 1 by 1, and now Monster Vicious, they get completely collapsed on by Rebellion Esports. Why?
Man, these team fight calls are so bad. They're really, really bad. They need to keep into account travel time, which they keep initiating these fights, saying, hey, we need to fight right now. We're about to get the flag. We're about to... When you're talking about to get the flag, nobody mentioned that you're going to take the longest way possible for it.
Oh no, Uni, he got chain stun. He could not move at all. He got stuck in the cables, and now the Lord in the hands of Rebellion Esports. Everything that went right for Monster Vicious has now gone to smithereens now.
I think that MV, instead of taking that fight off on the top side, they just give it up, send Uni down to the bottom, and they probably would have already gotten to tier 2.
Oh my goodness. Tier 2 fall. Monster Vicious, they need one more. They need Uni. But at this stage, it feels like every plan they've thrown at Rebellion has gotten down and reset it. And both sides now equalizing, and even worse, Rebellion having a 3k network lead.
Yep, I don't know about this Valentina build, but let's see. Next tier 2 should end up collapsing. I would have liked to saw Fake's got more damage.
Oh, I'm offended comes in. Zeno still holding on to the vengeance for now. Monster Vicious not going to be committing too hard yet. Uni going to be going for the split push. Meanwhile, Lord knocking on the top side now.
Yep, I mean, it's not like Monster Vicious can really defend it, so I think this is the best. Oh, hey! The Lantern gets purchased!
Okay.
Yay!
Suelo going for the Lantern. He's going to try and drag out Zeno with the vengeance as well. He's going to try and pop his way through. Uni looking for the angles for the takedown, but they're still waiting for the right play. D going for a couple pokes in. Zeno still holding on. Fakes taking a little bit too much damage here. Here he comes. Aggressive brilliance coming from Suelo. He's going to pay with his life. Mistakes were made. They secure the tier 3 for Rebellion, but they lose Suelo in the process.
The Suelo tried to BDD this game to out of existence. MV, good response. Very, very good response to dodge out of the brilliance initially. Because he's got the damage, right? Suelo, he's got plenty of damage now that he has he's got the Lantern. He's also got the, I thought it was the Holy Crystal, but instead it was actually the Blood Wing. So can actually sustain a little bit more damage than expected. For now, I think that like if Suelo wants to start trying to swag on Monster Vicious, he absolutely can do so because there's still 60 seconds left until the next objective spawns.
Oh boy. Speaking of fights here, MV, they're saying of a very, very nice Vambush here. If they get the right target, it's going to be good. But Ruff, he had to reveal to try and steal the lethal. But unfortunately to say, Rebellion still gets it.
I mean, they're using Ruff as bait right now. That's why he's playing overly aggressive. Zeno waiting in
flank. Oh no, Cars.
He's fine, he's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You should only be worried about if Ruff is too close to Fakes, like right now.
Well, okay. In this case, Zeno is going to try and make an attempt here. He's got the vengeance to try and break this out. Ruff gets free hit. Beyond range comes in to try to stop the tempo. Baras first of all. 2 brilliances has been dropped, and now Uni looking for the finish. Cars is able to buy a little bit more time. D now re-engages the fight. Can he survive? Yes, he will. He finds a double. He needs life steal. He needs heals. MV is only one left alive. He needs to run. Uni looking for the hunt. He's looking to try and backdoor as well, but Uni forced to defend this, and D won't be able to find an escape. Can he though? Fakes hits him off as well. He's got the Purify. He's got the Terrify. And Rock gets the kill. They finally take him down.
It's not necessary to... he's trying to purify the Spear Misery, right? But I don't think it's worthwhile just for that one staggered kill. D is going to be a little late for this upcoming fight, but they were basically guaranteed this Lord with or without him. So I thought, so regardless, it is pretty hilarious the extent of what MV is willing to give up in terms of resources just to get an advantage.
Oh my god, let's take a look at the instant replay here. Rebellion, they got a little bit greedy to try and steal the purple buff, but Nova is able to force out in a very awkward position. They could not burst Zeno down in time, and it allowed Uni to get this purple buff and take advantage of those Sky Piercers that he needed, and because of that, he was able to get like 2 or 3 kills, and I believe he's up, what, max stack on that Sky Piercer by now?
No, currently at 10%. He purchased it when he had 6 kills, so now that it's 10, he got 4 kills off of that. I can't remember the next time he died, so I don't know if he only has like 1% extra.
Oh, that's going to be a problem for Rebellion, because if they get chunked down too low, Uni is going to be able to finish them all off.
I mean, the number to beat right now, it's... Oh.
Okay, now the Tones welcome comes in. They are able to gobble out Nova. They made a little bit of a small mistake. Walked right into the mouth of the dinosaur. Like, can we get a replay of what happened? Like, how?
Nova whiffed, and then the pushback pulled both of them into Vincent. I mean, Nova... I'm guessing he thought he had flicker, but it was 10 seconds off. Maybe he thought he had an angle. Tough to say. Tough to say. At the end of the day, he whiffed. What can you say? What can we do about it, right?
Oh boy, that is mistakes. Monster Vicious now. They have the lead, and now they have to defend. It's gonna be 3 versus 5 down middle here. Uni nowhere to be found. They need to find a way to force the fight. Zeno with the vengeance is gonna try and buy him one more time, but it doesn't matter. He is gonna go down. Uni missing the cable. Not looking for the wraparound. They're trying to go for the finish, but he's still waiting as well. Brilliant still alive. Faker's getting counterplayed as well, but Uni, he got caught by Audi TZ mid-air.
That's 2 times in a row. Audi TZ knocked him out of his steel pick cables already. 2 times in a row. Usually it'd be a different person, but here comes the end game.
Oh my goodness, spear
Take
comes
it.
in rough. He's gonna be dived on as well. They're not taking the spear. Uni looking for the cables. He still can't seem to find anyone here. Sway low will lose to Ruff, but Uni, it's up to him here, but he got caught mid-air once more. It might be over. It's only Nova left. 4v1. He's got the final stash. He's got Zeno, but there's no minions. There's no minions.
It's fine. It's fine. As long as Vincent has his stacks, both Nova and Zeno can't cut through Vincent.
They need fakes in 4 seconds here. Nova, he's gonna throw his body for this as well. Nova does have the Toro vibe.
Why?
Comes in. He's gonna clear the minions. They're gonna hold on. Fakes getting dragged back in. Crystal exposed. And Rebellion, they're holding on, but they're taking so much damage. D will finally finish them off, but it is GG, well played, and Rebellion Esports denies the revenge, eliminating Monster Vicious from SBS.
Rebellion Esports, they've got MV's number, and they haven't forgot it. 2-0, a clean sweep against MV, knocking the Malaysian representatives out and making it as a last chance qualifier. Congrats to Rebellion Esports. GG, well played.
This is a GG game here. Monster Vicious, they tried their best, but unfortunately, their best was not enough. But all in all, thank you guys for joining the tournament here. But Rebellion, definitely showing them the dominance of why they deserve their shot to qualify into the finals.
I think, you know, they've outclassed MV in one aspect, and that aspect is the way they look at the game, right? They don't tunnel vision too hard, and that's what we saw MV doing a lot. Once they make that one mistake, they somehow just keep making the same mistakes again and again and again and again. I mean, the most obvious one has to be with Uni, just steel cabling in a straight line in towards AudiTC, thinking he can't knock me out of the cables. It happened 3 times in that last 5 minutes.
Hey, it might be fatigue, it might be a little bit of this miscommunication here, but all in all, MV, they tried their best, but Rebellion here, GG, well played to them in this pickup here. They even brought in Swalo with the temporal emblem here to try and take advantage of the Lunox's burst, but even with the Wishing Lantern here, was it a lot of damage? I'm curious to see how much damage output Swalo was able to do in that game.
I think it could have been a lot more if it was a Holy Crystal, right? I think that the 10% extra burst damage you get from that Wishing Lantern just doesn't seem very relevant in this game. Only probably relevant to Nova and as well as Zeno. Everybody else basically dies to a full combination from Swalo anyways. Who, hey, by the way, if you look at Gold Miner and as well as Carnage, highest DPM and highest GPM, both leading over to D.
Yeah, this is D, you know, just playing on his comfort hero. But all in all, damage dealt here. Let's take a look at Swalo. 68,000, 83,000. Okay, fine. It's not that big of an issue.
It's not even close. It's
Yeah.
83 to 68. That's how it's not close. And even Fakes, honestly, slightly out-damaging Swalo in that match. And do I see a Wishing Lantern on his build? Nope,
Nope.
not at all.
Unfortunately to say, Wishing Lantern not strong enough
It's
for,
not.
for Tank Slayer.
I think Wishing Lantern is only going to be good when the next hero comes out, because that's the only way to proc it easily.
Okay.
Like, very convincingly to proc it.
Okay. You know, unfortunately, the new hero is not going to be available anytime soon.
It's not going to be a fun time when it's in ranked games. I'll tell you that now. I'll tell you that now.
I'm going to grind that.
I mean, if you get it through the ban phase, I think Julian and as well as the new hero is going to get banned pretty often during these ranks. But when we look at the golden EXP graph, this is where you can start to see the differences between Rebellion Esports and Monster Vicious, right? Rebellion was playing a strong early game. That level 4 spike initially was something that Monster Vicious could not deal with properly and ended up staggered dying in that case. But when we got to the mid lane, after mid game, 10 minutes afterwards, that's when we saw the bounce back. But at that point, D, he's 7-2-7. He's not only winning his lane, but he has the full Trinity build.
Well, he's got even 777 GPM, so well done to D, because 2 games in a row, he got his mask off, something that's very, very comfortable. Nerf mask off or not, I don't think so, because he is super comfortable in this situation. But I think this was the big mistake from Monster Vicious in this fight.
This was the worst engagement possible. This was the worst because, like, it's a timing attack. You have to wait for everybody to really pincer in to initiate the fight. You don't call the pincer in and commit abilities to it when you're not there, right? They still had a bit, unless you've got Flicker to make the play, then sure. But no Flickers, nothing, and they ended up losing their main damage dealer, Ruff, who unfortunately in this game never had an opportunity to free hit.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate considering the fact that, like, everyone is disconnected, right? It felt like the situation where instead of going together as a team, everybody went there one by one to die, and it was just so unlucky. And you have to give credit to where credit is due. Rebellion Esports here, they had the defense, they had the sustain to actually break through this. And Monster Visions just couldn't focus fire on everyone.
I think that Rebellion Esports, their biggest strength is their team fights, right?
Yeah.
The way that they manage around both Suelo as well as D in these fights. It's not just about D, it's also about Suelo as well. So they're very reactive depending on who's in danger. I think right now the biggest player other than D is Suelo, right? I think that if Suelo had a harder time in that mid lane, it probably wouldn't have gotten to this point. So well done Rebellion Esports, 2-0.
Well, perfect example of that game to describe how things went down is together we stand, divided we fall, and that was unity at its finest here coming from Rebellion Esports. But of course, with that being said here, that pretty much closes out the final ticket in towards the last chance qualifiers. And for Group D, unfortunately to say, Monster Visions, they tried to make a comeback, but it was denied. Rebellion Esports will be the ones to advance into the last chance qualifiers.
It's crazy because they beat BTR, who in the regular season of MPL Indonesia was doing a phenomenal job. It just goes to show that like times are changing for these organized teams, and especially in pro play, a single patch could really ruin you. Last year it was Echo, now this year it's BTR.
Oh my goodness, it is just so very unlucky here. But again, only 4 teams can qualify for the last chance qualifiers, and only 2 slots is available for the challenge finals. And we've already given like total of 6 teams, right? We gave it away 4. Now only 2 remain. So that is going to be something that I think it is going to be a brutal match as well, because we are about to decide who makes it to challenge finals. But for now, for those guys just tuning in here throughout the entirety of today, be sure to vote at ESLMY your best plays for today. We start things off with Ruff's MVP plays of the day in this match with his mask off against Bigatron Alpha, and then followed by Annabelle against Evil.
Yep, I mean, Annabelle and Ruff played some really strong games. Annabelle in particular really showing us some new tech here, especially with the Hayabusa opting to go for Warcry, didn't want to go for Temporal, making a disgusting play. It's so easy to proc the Warcry, and it's just free damage for you when you press that ult.
Yeah, and of course, when it comes to Annabelle, he has been very consistent in all his plays here. And even in this final, Royal Milk was the guy. Like, I think he got a quad kill in this one.
Yep, he just melts people down.
Yeah, I was able to get, he was able to get a triple kill just like that.
You could just see how much he's willing to manhandle people when the Warcry is active. Oh, it's active.
My
I'm a
goodness.
fight. Bang. Look at how quickly first 6 melts. It's like not even remotely close because of this new emblem. Like it's just so much free damage, and I feel like people are gonna start picking it up more often than not.
Yeah, Yuzhong Warcry is the item to go, and I wouldn't be surprised to say Sky Piercer is the cheapest item ever.
It's
get it.
So cheap.
1,500. You gotta
so
get it.
worth it
on every single hero, except for supports and tanks.
Yeah, maybe not on the Florin, but like definitely on an Arlon. Yeah. Real good. With that being said, let's have a look at tomorrow's bracketing. Looks like Zipper has already pulled it up for us. Thank you very much, because this is going to be Group E. We have taken everybody who was qualified for this last chance qualifier to make it and qualify for the challenge finals. Only 2 of these teams will make it out live.
Now, of course, it is going to be a full reset for all these 4 teams, right? All 4 teams will have a 2 lives to start things off here in this GSL bracket. That means if they lose down, they will have to fight for the lower brackets. And of course, only 2 teams will advance. So if you win 2-0 twice, you're guaranteed to slot. But if you lose 1 game, you have to play 3 games additionally, and of course win everything to qualify for the final slot of the challenge finals.
It's either 2 BO3s in a row to qualify, or 3 total games to qualify for the challenge finals. So good luck to everybody here. Maybe or not, we might see more tech to be shown. I want to see these teams get really confident, especially with Evos Holy versus Rebellion Esports. It's going to be in-house Indonesia versus Indonesia, and Falcon Esports against Team Liquid PH. Again, Team Liquid PH has been looking much better after their initial loss from CFU.
Yep, of course, when it comes to this match as well here, we're starting things off Evos Holy versus Rebellion Esports, Falcon Esports versus Team Liquid PH, and then followed by match 3 is going to be the winners of both match 1, match 2 series going up against each other to figure out who who is going to get the final ticket. And then follow that is going to be match 4, whoever loses, and also the last finals, the lower bracket finals on match number 5 for the final ticket.
We don't know who is going into match 3, 4, and 5. Good luck to all of the teams playing, and maybe they'll have an opportunity to easily make it into the challenge finals. But there's nothing easy here at the SBS. Everybody has got to work hard.
Yep, it is going to be very, very difficult here. It is very, very brutal. But of course, you know, to the other teams who's already qualified or invited for the challenge finals here, they're just sitting down at home, watching the screen, and just enjoying themselves and laughing. Haha. Sucks to be all these teams.
I mean, all of these teams are going to be making their way to Indonesia real soon, which you guys can start planning for. If any one of the qualified teams have already pricked your interest and maybe you want to see them play live, then dive into that action right now. When you get the tickets for 10,000 IDR, scan the QR code, URL, both are completely fine, because the first 1,000 purchases per day will get extra prizes up to 65,000 IDR. It is way more worth it. The amount of prizes are literally 6.5x the amount of the ticket itself. So you're getting a 6.5x profit when you purchase it, and you're part of the daily 1,000.
Yeah, be sure to get it right here, right now here. And of course, if you guys are not from Indonesia here, you want to support SBS, you can always buy a ticket and give it to a friend from Indonesia. That's something you can do. Help a friend out, you know? Sometimes your friend, you know, they want to enjoy this, they don't have some pocket change, do that.
Yeah, if you have friends who are recently married and having, you know, their honeymoon in Jakarta, get them into MLBB, the perfect time to do so. With that being said, my name is Gideon Q. This is Icy Baby 1-2 here at the SPS. It's been a great time casting for you guys, but it's time for us to go. Stay tuned, because after this, it's just going to be another timer. I'm kidding. Tomorrow, we're going to be having that LCQ to see who qualifies. Good luck to all of our teams, and we'll see you next time.
players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.